Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Bleach. I'm picking up attributes in Seireitei. Part 1. Soul Power, Level 3. Fail. Wang Xuan stood by the Ryutsu testing device, announcing the verdict with an expressionless face. What? Hearing this result, the skinny boy in front of him turned pale instantly. Young man, you should say, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully. Wang Xuan felt a poke in his waist. Turning around, he saw the petite eyes Nanao looking up and glaring at him. Don't listen to his nonsense. We don't have any such thing as soul power, this guy just made it up. Nanao explained to the examinee. However, his conclusion is correct. Your Ryutsu is too low, the Ryutsu testing machine doesn't even show a value. Sorry, you lack the aptitude to become a Shinigami. Hearing this, the boy's eyes filled with tears, and he turned away, utterly dejected. Wang Xuan watched the boy's lonely retreating figure and sighed deeply. The truth is the sharpest blade, Nanao-chan. Nanao rolled her eyes at him. That's still better than you trying to fool him with made-up terms. Wang Xuan laughed. He had been in Seoul society for 5 years since transmigrating, and he had seen too many scenes like this over the years. Souls arriving from Rukongai carried dreams of becoming Shinigami, yet they couldn't even cross the most basic threshold of Ryutsu. Normally, souls with so little spiritual power wouldn't live past a few decades, let alone become Shinigami with lifespans reaching thousands of years. Wang Xuan tapped the keyboard a few times, and the numbers on the testing machine reset. Alright, next. These days were the enrollment period for Shino Academy. As a fifth-year student in his 5th year at Shino Academy, he occasionally needed to assist the school staff with some tasks. Essentially acting as free labor. Today, he and some of his peers were responsible for assisting in testing the Ryutsu levels of the examinees. Wang Xuan, look over there. Wang Xuan followed Nanao's gaze. A group of 3 was walking through the crowd toward them. Leading them was a black-haired young man with a straight back, steady footsteps, and a bright, sunny smile on his face. Following closely behind was a girl with an agile build, long black hair tied back with a white headband, and a hint of wild, rebellious charm. At the very back was a slightly rugged-looking boy, looking around with curious eyes. Wang Xuan looked at the group, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Eyes Nanao, standing beside him, reached up to adjust her glasses, her eyes becoming more serious. Do you feel it? His Ryutsu is very strong. Wang Xuan nodded. Even from a distance, he could sense that powerful spiritual power, far exceeding that of a normal examinee. The black-haired young man stood obediently at the back of the line, while the 2 kids stood to the side, winking and punching the air to cheer him on. The line quickly reached him. Next, number 176. The black-haired young man walked up and handed over his number plate. My name is Shiba Kyan, from West Rukongai. Shiba Kyan said with a smile, his voice very clear. Wang Xuan looked at him and was stunned for a moment, involuntarily. What's wrong? Nanao noticed his unusual reaction and tilted her head to ask. Nothing. Wang Xuan shook his head, suppressing the ripples in his heart. He pointed to the testing device. Place your hand on it and release your Ryutsu. Kyan did as instructed. The next second, a powerful Ryutsu erupted from him, and the numbers on the testing device began to jump rapidly. Finally, the number settled at 6. Ryutsu. Level 6. The testing area was in an uproar. The teacher responsible for coordinating today's testing appeared beside Wang Xuan, staring at the result in shock. Level 6 Ryutsu, this was already the strength of a high-ranking seated officer or an assistant to a lieutenant. Such aptitude was a level rarely seen in the history of Shino Academy, even once in 100 years. Even Nanao, who had been watching from the side, could not hide her surprise. The moment Shiba Kyan let go and withdrew his Ryutsu, a glowing fragment dropped from him. The people around them didn't react at all, only Wang Xuan narrowed his eyes. This was the ability he had awakened after transmigrating. He could see various attribute fragments dropped by others and absorb them through contact to use for himself. For 3 years, relying on this ability, he had quietly climbed from a low-ranking student whose Ryutsu barely met the entrance requirements to his current level. Furthermore, by often hanging out in the library with Nanao, he had sponged up a large amount of Kido knowledge fragments. Wang Xuan moved forward calmly, and while returning the number plate, he touched the fragment. Obtained spiritual power fragments, Ryutsu experience plus 200. Wang Xuan's pupils shrank slightly. Usually, the fragments he picked up were mostly single-digit points. Just one burst of Ryutsu could drop 200 points of experience fragments. Not bad. Wang Xuan took a deep breath and looked at Shiba Kaiyan in front of him. Shiba Kaiyan, spiritual power test passed. Come on time tomorrow for the re-examination. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Kaiyan smiled, withdrew his hand, and turned to make a victory sign at the excited Kukaku and Ganju Shiba. Wang Xuan watched this scene, his thoughts drifting as memories from his previous life flooded his mind. Shiba Kaiyan finished all courses at Shino Academy within 2 years, joined the Gote 13 immediately after graduation, and became a lieutenant in 5 years. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Naneo tapped his shoulder lightly with a book. It's time for the next one. Wang Xuan came back to his senses, nodded, and continued the testing process. What an incredible talent. When I enrolled, my Ryutsu was only level 18. Indeed. Naneo turned a page of the Kido theory book in her hand. It seems there will be an impressive guy among this year's freshman class. As she spoke, a white fragment drifted down beside her. Seeing this, Wang Xuan reached out and patted Naneo's head, letting the fragment fall onto himself. Obtained Kido Insights, Kido Experience plus 5. What are you doing? Naneo swatted the hand off her head and looked at Wang Xuan, speechless. Nothing, I just felt a surge of excitement seeing so many heroes under heaven like Crucian Carp crossing the river. What heroes under heaven? Isn't there just this one standing out from the crowd? Ha, you're really strict, little sister. Get lost. By the way, you said you opened a new shop in Rukongai, which one is this? Let me think, the third one, I believe. Tisk, capitalist. Wang Xuan. While chatting idly with Naneo, the Ryutsu testing continued. Over the course of the day, Wang Xuan assisted in testing hundreds of people. There were very few who passed. Most had mediocre aptitude with level 18 or 19 Ryutsu. Occasionally, one with level 15 or 16 would be considered a decent prospect. High-level Ryutsu as rare as Kaiyan's did not appear again. But Wang Xuan didn't care. He diligently picked up those unseen fragments in every corner of the testing field. Obtained spiritual power fragments times 2, Ryutsu experience plus 10. Obtained Kido insights times 2, Kido experience plus 10. It was just a pity that the chance of the freshman dropping fragments was very low. Not even as much Kido experience as what little Naneo dropped while reading. Today, aside from the surprise provided by Shiba Kaiyan, the gains were barely better than nothing. As the sun set, today's enrollment work was drawing to a close. The field gradually cleared, and those responsible for testing packed up their things and left one by one. Wang Xuan and Naneo also walked out of the testing field side by side, heading to the cafeteria to eat. What do you think about that, Shiba Kaiyan? During a casual chat by the roadside after a meal, Naneo suddenly asked. A genius. Wang Xuan's reaction was very indifferent. Is that so? But you didn't seem surprised at all when you saw the test results. That's true, after all, he carries the surname Shiba. As he spoke, Wang Xuan yawned. A fallen noble is still a noble, not to mention he comes from a formerly great noble family. It's not strange for a family member to have such aptitude. I feel like he doesn't even need the school's teachers to teach him anything, his family heritage alone is enough to provide a great education. Coming to Shino Academy might just be a formality, believe it or not. Naneo hummed softly. She had read many books about the history of Seoul society and it had been mentioned in class, so she naturally knew some rumors about the 5 great noble families. Although there are only 4 great noble families now. She looked toward the sunset gradually sinking into the horizon in the distance, her eyes filled with a touch of melancholy. This was her 5th year of enrollment, and she had yet to transform the Asachi assigned to her by the Shino Academy into her own Zanpakuto. As for choosing a division after graduation, she had no clue at all. Although her talent for Kido was far beyond ordinary people, could she really become a Shinigami without awakening her Zanpakuto? A large hand pressed onto her head, interrupting her thoughts. Alright, don't think so much. Things will work out in the end. It's been a hard day, go back and rest early. Looking at the smile on the corner of Wang Xuan's mouth, Naneo felt her face heat up, and she turned her head to shake off the hand on her head. You too. After saying that, she held her books and turned to leave, turning her head slightly before parting. By the way, tomorrow is a day off, are you still going to the library? Yes, I haven't finished reading that book, on the current status of Seoul society over the last 300 years. Alright, I'll wait for you at the usual spot. Naneo walked away with light steps. Wang Xuan watched her go before stepping toward his dormitory. Returning to his room, he slowly let out a long breath. System, open panel. A semi-transparent blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. Name, Wang Xuan. Ryutsu. Rank 10, Experience, 2665 3000. Swordsmanship. LV2, Experience, 1825 2000. Hakuda. LV2, Experience, 1760 2000. Shunpo. LV2, Experience, 1695 2000. Kido. LV3, Experience, 1453 thousand. Zanpakuto. Asachi Resonance 82%. Special Ability. Holofication. LV1, Experience, 10 1000. This was the accumulation of attributes he had gained over the past 4 years at Shino Academy. Experience could be gained through his own training, or by absorbing fragments dropped by others during their training. The more skilled a person was, the higher the chance of them dropping fragments. Wang Xuan's Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, Kido, at LV1 were already outstanding among students, no weaker than an ordinary division member. At LV2, he had obtained a huge improvement, comparable to the level of some senior Shinigami teachers who participated in instruction. As for his strongest attribute, LV3 Kido, it was with the blessing of the Naneo brand Kido experience pack that he barely touched the level of a low-ranking seated officer. Looking at the data on the panel, Wang Xuan's gaze finally landed on the line at the very bottom. Holofication. That was a strange fragment he had accidentally picked up a few months ago during a patrol internship in Rukongai. It emitted a strange, dark red luster, unlike any fragment he had encountered before. At that time, he didn't know what it was, but out of trust in the system, he reached out and touched that fragment. After that, a trace of eerie Ryutsu appeared in his body. Holo Ryutsu. Wang Xuan had never tried to manipulate that trace of Ryutsu, nor had he actively triggered holofication. The appearance of holo power within a Shinigami was an absolute taboo in the current Seireitei. Even the captains who underwent holofication in the Visored from the original story basically did not use their holofication abilities in front of others after returning to Seireitei. Today's appearance of Shiba Kaiyan, combined with the previous holofication fragments, allowed Wang Xuan to roughly deduce the current timeline. Aizen's Hogyoku experiments had already begun. Soul Society, which was not peaceful to begin with, now had an extra layer of danger lurking in the shadows. In over a decade, that major event that would shake the entire Seireitei would occur. The captains, holofication and desertion. In the decades that followed, Aizen selected several students with clean backgrounds and exceptional talent at the Shino Academy to cultivate as his pawns. Kira Izuru, Hinamori Momo, Abarai Renji. And during this period, countless Shinigami and souls with high spiritual power were crushed and thrown into the Hogyoku by Aizen. Relying on the ability of Kyoka Suigetsu, Aizen covered up these incidents seamlessly. Wang Xuan prided himself on not having the plot armor of Hinamori Momo. Nor was he some genius figure with exceptional talent worthy of being highly regarded. Therefore, the ability he usually displayed was only at the LV1 level. At the level of being at the bottom of the elite class, but outstanding among ordinary people. Before having sufficient strength, it was better to try not to let those dangerous people pay too much attention to him. Outside the window, night descended upon Soul Society. The silhouette of Sokyoku Hill loomed in the twilight, and the lights of Seireitei lit up one by one. The barracks of the Gotei 13 divisions lay coiled in various parts of Seireitei like silent giant beasts. Wang Xuan walked to the window and looked far off in the direction of the 5th Division barracks. Living there now should be the current captain, Hiroko Shinji, and that lieutenant who always wore a smile, Aizen Sosuke. There is still time. Wang Xuan said softly, clenching his fists. His current strength was far from enough. However, he had the system. As long as he could keep a low profile, sooner or later he would have the strength to fear no danger. Before long, several roommates returned, and they greeted each other. Wang Xuan closed the panel, lay on the bed, and spent the night in silence. The next morning, Wang Xuan went out early. After breakfast, he headed to the training ground. Some hard-working students had already started practicing here. With their movements, some fragments of Ryutsu and training insights would drop from time to time. Wang Xuan had tested before that these fragments could remain for a few days before dissipating. So he would come to the training ground to collect them every so often. He had helped with the freshman entrance tests a few days ago, and since today happened to be a day off, he came to the training ground immediately to absorb the fragments left all over the ground. Some people saw Wang Xuan and greeted him. Most of them already knew this guy who liked to wander between various training grounds. To avoid making his behavior seem strange, Wang Xuan would occasionally help replace training equipment and clean up damage to the venue. Therefore, his popularity among teachers and students was surprisingly good. Obtained spiritual power fragments times 15, Ryutsu experience plus 45. Obtained Kido insights times 2, Kido experience plus 10. Obtained Hakuda insights times 9, Hakuda experience plus 45. Obtained Shunpo insights times 8, Shunpo experience plus 40. Obtained Zanjutsu insights times 12, Zanjutsu experience plus 60. The training insights and various realizations contained in the fragments were quickly absorbed and digested by Wang Xuan. The proficiency of some raw techniques was also steadily improving. This feeling of being directly imprinted into his body and mind was much more satisfying than gritting his teeth and practicing hard on his own. While picking up fragments, Wang Xuan occasionally looked at the students practicing on the field. The level of the lower grade students was full of mistakes in Wang Xuan's eyes, and it was hard for them to provide him with experience. Now, the only ones who could drop experience for Wang Xuan were those high-grade, highly skilled students. After a while, when Wang Xuan's Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, Kido all reached LV3, it was feared that the efficiency of gaining experience from the school would further decrease. I still need to expand the ways to collect fragments, this small Shino academy can no longer satisfy me. Wang Xuan looked at the clear sky. The time was just right, it was time to go to the library and meet up with little Nanao. Gathering his thoughts, Wang Xuan left the training ground and headed toward the library of the Shino Academy. The library was located on the east side of the academy, a quaint and ancient building. The interior was spacious, with towering, neatly arranged bookshelves, and the air was filled with the scent of ancient books. This was the place where Wang Xuan and Nanao met most often, and it was also where they had first encountered each other. He walked through the foyer with practiced ease, heading toward a spot by the window. A petite figure was already sitting there. Eyes Nanao was flipping through a thick tome, and the sunlight streaming through the glass window cast dappled light and shadows upon her. Seeing that familiar flash of white hair appear in her peripheral vision, Nanao always felt inexplicably at ease. Am I late? Wang Xuan sat down across from her with a book in hand. No, it's the same as usual. What are you reading? Theory of Reishi Composition, 3rd Revised Edition. Nanao pushed up her glasses. I want to understand why the Ryutsu of some souls is naturally stronger than others. Found the answer. No. Nanao closed the book and sighed. The book only contains basic theories, true core knowledge is likely only available in the great spiritual library or the archives of the Four Noble Houses. That's not something you can just see whenever you want. That's true. Wang Xuan opened the book in his hand, titled, On the Current Status of the Soul Society Over the Last 300 Years. Compared to academic papers, he was more interested in miscellaneous books. This book described the current booming development of the Soul Society, but certain passages contained very sharp criticisms regarding the fact that punishments did not apply to the nobility, and the monopolistic system of the noble houses. It subtly mentioned how some nobles would kill commoner Shinigami for no reason without receiving any punishment, and instead, they could continue to seize that Shinigami's family assets. Who put this book in my hands? Wang Xuan flipped through the title page. The book had no signature, and as for the author, they were probably long gone. A moment later, Wang Xuan noticed Nanao's small movements. She took a small paper bag out of the cloth bag she was carrying and pushed it toward him. Take a look at this. Wang Xuan curiously opened the paper bag. Inside were a dozen fresh, deep purple fruits, about the size of a thumb, with fine patterns on their surface. He picked one up to observe it carefully. At first glance, it didn't seem to have anything special about it, until points of familiar light emerged from within, making it hard for Wang Xuan to look away. This is the light of the fragments. To think it's a fruit containing spiritual power, how did Nanao get her hands on this? Wang Xuan suppressed the surprise in his heart and looked at Nanao, who had the corners of her mouth turned up. Well, this little girl might as well have written, hurry up and ask me, all over her face. Wang Xuan put the fruit back into the paper bag, muttered that it was good stuff, and then continued reading his book. Seeing Wang Xuan's reaction, the expression on Nanao's face stiffened for a moment. After a moment of silence, Nanao puffed out her cheeks slightly. She felt itchy inside, as if many little Wang Xuans were crawling around. She reached out and quietly pushed the paper bag containing the fruit toward Wang Xuan again. Wang Xuan caught her movement out of the corner of his eye and chuckled inwardly, but he remained calm on the surface. Aren't you curious? Naneo finally couldn't help it, her voice tinged with a hint of unwillingness. Only then did Wang Xuan look up, his face showing just the right amount of confusion. Huh, what kind of fruit is this? It certainly looks fresh. Seeing that smiling face, Naneo deflated like a punctured balloon and pouted. You annoying guy. Watching Wang Xuan's, tell me, expression, Naneo kicked Wang Xuan a few times under the table with her foot, then slowly began to explain. I bought these on the way here just now. A middle-aged man who came to drop his child off for the entrance exam set up a small stall at the school gate. He said he picked them from the mountain behind his house and wanted to earn some travel money to go back. They let people set up stalls at the school gate. Supposedly, they aren't allowed to. Wang Xuan looked through the bag, only 2 of the fruits were emitting the light of the fragments. Can I try one? Go ahead. Naneo waved her little hand. Under Naneo's expectant gaze, Wang Xuan picked up a fruit with glowing fragments. The moment he touched the fruit, a system notification popped up. Obtained minor spiritual power fragments, Ryutsu Express +1. Sure enough, it could really provide him with experience. Wang Xuan put the now non-glowing fruit into his mouth. It was full of juice, sweet and sour, and tasted very good. In the Soul Society, the growth of spiritual power mainly relied on absorbing reishi from the atmosphere or eating food containing spiritual power. However, he had occasionally seen things like this that could increase his Ryutsu experience. They were usually very expensive and mostly controlled by the nobility. They were rare items that you couldn't get your hands on even if you had the money. If these fruits really came from Rukongai, it was of great significance to Wang Xuan. It tastes much better than ordinary wild fruit, and it has a high content of reishi inside. Wang Xuan exclaimed sincerely. Right tilde. Naneo's expression visibly brightened. You know my Kido talent is quite good, and my perception of spiritual power is also very sharp. Naneo lowered her voice a bit. When I saw them for the first time, I knew these fruits were extraordinary, but I didn't have enough money, so I only bought a few. Wang Xuan's heart stirred. That meant there were still plenty left. Is that person still at the school gate? They should be. Why? How much did they bring, and what's the price? Probably about 20 catties, and they're asking for 1,000 per catty. 1,000 kan. Converted to the currency of his previous life, that was about 50 yuan. According to the prices in Rukongai, it wasn't cheap, but for Wang Xuan, it was worth the price. Moreover, these fruits were secondary, he was more interested in seeing the place where they were produced. He vaguely saw a large number of fragments flickering. Alright, I'll go back to the dormitory to get some money first, and then we'll go there. Coming with me. Hearing this, Naneo stood up and busily packed away her books. She was also curious about what Wang Xuan intended to do with these fruits. In her eyes, other than being rich in spiritual power and tasting good, these fruits had no other uses. In her impression, although Wang Xuan was hedonistic, often skipped classes, and was lazy during training, she didn't even know how he managed to get into the elite class. But it seemed he rarely showed such high interest in anything. Why do I feel like someone is badmouthing me behind my back? Wang Xuan rubbed his itchy nose. Is there? Naneo's eyes darted around. Wang Xuan, caught red-handed. Little sister, it's not polite to talk behind people's backs. Naneo felt her head being pressed down by a large hand. She tried to break free, but due to her guilty conscience, she didn't succeed. I wasn't. Wang Xuan patted Naneo's little head. Alright, I'll use Shunpo to go back and get the money, then we'll meet halfway. Please take care of my book for me. After speaking, Wang Xuan's figure disappeared from the spot, stirring up a gust of wind. Hey, Shunpo is prohibited in the library. Naneo watched Wang Xuan's retreating figure and lowered her arms helplessly. She put the books on the table back to their original places and then hurried to chase after him. Fortunately, she was getting used to Wang Xuan's flighty personality. Not long after Naneo left the library, she saw Wang Xuan waving at her from afar. To be honest, she was a bit surprised. The boys' dormitory was quite a distance away. Wang Xuan had managed to go there and back in such a short time. Had Wang Xuan's Shunpo speed already become this fast? What's wrong? Why such a surprised expression? Seeing Wang Xuan's curious expression, Naneo scratched her cheek. Has your Shunpo improved again? I don't think so. I just walked a bit faster. Is that so? Seeing Naneo's suspicious gaze, Wang Xuan laughed it off to brush it aside. Afterwards, led by Naneo, the two of them walked quickly toward the place where the middle-aged man was setting up his stall. It wasn't far, and the two arrived there quickly. The man selling fruit was squatting in an inconspicuous corner with a bamboo basket placed in front of him. Inside were those strange purple fruits, mixed with faint, fragmented glimmers. However, before they could even get close, a burst of heated arguing reached their ears. Huh. 1000. Why don't you go rob someone instead, you bald uncle? A crisp, raspy, and somewhat roguish female voice came over. Wang Xuan looked closely. It was indeed the black-haired girl who had been following behind Kayan yesterday, wearing a white headband. Shiba Kukuku stood with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at the stall owner. These wild fruits are everywhere in the mountains behind Rukongai. How dare you sell them at this price? 200 per jin, take it or leave it. Although the stall owner looked honest, his eyes revealed a shrewdness. The girl before him obviously knew her stuff, otherwise, she could have just turned and left instead of arguing with him. Thinking of this, he made a bitter face, but his tone remained firm. Little girl, you can't say that. I went to great lengths to pick these fruits from the deep mountains, and they're good for your health when eaten. 1000 really isn't expensive, look at this color, this size. Cut the act. I just tasted one, and other than the taste being decent, I don't feel anything special about it. 300 is the highest I'll go. Shiba Kukuku wouldn't budge an inch, and Ganju Shiba, who was by her side, joined his second sister in their united front, baring his teeth at the stall owner. As the two of them made a scene, some onlookers had already gathered around. The stall owner suddenly felt panicked. He was setting up his stall here secretly. If the patrolling guards discovered him, he'd be lucky not to be fined. The stall owner lowered his voice. Little miss, please stop shouting. 800, that's truly the lowest. Any lower and I won't sell. While the two were haggling, two guards wearing simple protective gear noticed the gathered crowd and walked over with impatient expressions. Stalls are not allowed at the entrance of Shino Academy. Pack up your things and get lost immediately. If we catch you again, we'll confiscate everything. And you lot, stop making such a racket and disperse. The appearance of the guards made the stall owner turn pale, and he hurriedly bowed and apologized with a smile. Yes, I'm leaving right now, leaving right now. The stall owner scrambled to pack up his bamboo basket, his face filled with frustration and fear. Kukuku was also a bit dumbfounded. She had only wanted to haggle, never expecting that she would end up ruining the stall's business. Hey, don't. Watching the stall owner pack up and prepare to leave, she felt it would be a loss to buy them at the high price now, her little face scrunching up in conflict. Wang Xuan looked at the chaotic scene before him and felt glad he had arrived just in time. He walked up to the stall owner in a few strides, his tone calm but carrying a power that put people at ease. Don't worry, uncle. I'll take this basket of fruit. Huh. The stall owner, Kukuku, and even the two guards were stunned for a moment. The guards looked Wang Xuan up and down. His appearance was extremely outstanding, but he had no expensive accessories on him, and his attitude was humble. Most likely, he wasn't a young master from some noble family. The two guards exchanged a glance. Take a gamble. Hey, even if you are a student of Shino Academy, you can't interfere with our normal law enforcement. Wang Xuan walked up to the two of them and subtly slipped a small bag into their hands. Make an exception. One of the guards secretly opened the bag to peek inside, and his expression instantly relaxed. Easy enough, easy enough. Wang Xuan smiled as he saw the two guards off, then turned to look at the middle-aged man, taking out a bulging money pouch from his pocket. We'll go with 800 per jin. I see you have about 20 jin left in this basket. Here is 16,000, you can count it. He counted out the money and shoved it into the hands of the somewhat dazed stall owner. The stall owner took the money in a panic, his fingers trembling slightly. He hadn't expected things to take such a dramatic turn. You're a noble person. Thank you so much. Watching the two conclude the deal, Shiba Kukuku was stunned for a moment, and then felt quite depressed. Clearly, she had set her eyes on it first, but they hadn't agreed on a price, and she hadn't expected someone else to swoop in and take it. But since she had almost ruined the stall's business earlier, she couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, and she was too embarrassed to say anything. Watching Wang Xuan pick up the basket of fruit, Shiba Kukuku scratched her cheek, feeling an itch in her heart. Wang Xuan found it quite amusing to see Shiba Kukuku's conflicted expression. Young lady, I can see you also wanted to buy this fruit. If I take it all, it would make me seem cold-hearted. How about this? Wang Xuan changed his tone, asked the stall owner for a bag, bent down, and grabbed 2 handfuls from the bamboo basket, about 3 or 4 jin, and handed them to Kukaku. Those who see it get a share. These are for you to taste, let's consider it a good deed. Shiba Kukaku was stunned by Wang Xuan's move, her brain couldn't quite keep up for a moment. She subconsciously took it. As the bag entered her hands, the fragrance of fruit hit her nose. Looking at Wang Xuan's sincere smile, then at the juicy fruits in her hand, Kukaku scratched her messy hair. I recognize you. Yesterday, when I accompanied my big brother to the exam, I saw you. My name is Shiba Kukaku, and this is my younger brother, Ganju Shiba. What's your name? Wang Xuan, a 5th-year student at Shino Academy. This is Is Naneo, my classmate. Wang Xuan introduced with a smile. Are there students as young as this in the Shino Academy? Kukaku exclaimed, looking at the petite Naneo. Age isn't a hard requirement. Anyone who passes the assessment can enroll in Shino Academy. Naneo replied. Oh, that's really impressive, Naneo. Kukaku praised her without hesitation, then she raised the fruits in her hand, revealing a bright smile, and looked at Wang Xuan. You're quite an interesting person. If you run into any trouble in Rukongai in the future, you can use my name, Shiba Kukaku. She weighed the fruits in her hand and asked curiously, but why did you spend so much money to buy these fruits? Well, about that. Wang Xuan looked at the stall owner. Uncle, can you tell me the origin of these fruits? Seeing that Wang Xuan was a big spender and so amiable, the stall owner weighed his options. They were picked in a very remote place to the northwest of West District 2. You have to go deep into the mountains. I don't know why you're asking, young man. Wang Xuan looked at the stall owner's cautious demeanor and smiled slightly. Then I'll be direct. I think these fruits are good. If you can provide them on a larger scale, I'm willing to buy them at a high price. Ah, that is. The stall owner scratched his head. I might have to disappoint you. I discovered these fruits by accident. I searched all around that area, the fruits on other trees were sour and astringent. Only the fruits from those few trees were delicious. If you want to see, I can take you to have a look to prove I'm not lying. It can't be scaled. That's a real pity. However, I am indeed interested in these fruits. If I can go and take a look, that would be good too. I can pay you some compensation. The stall owner looked at Wang Xuan with a smile. No need, no need. You helped me just now, young man, so consider this as returning that favor. The conversation between Wang Xuan and the stall owner had piqued Shiba Kukaku's interest. She was still chewing on the fruit Wang Xuan had given her, the sweet and sour juice bursting in her mouth, but her eyes remained fixed on the two people talking. Wang Xuan pondered for a moment. If these fruits that provided experience bonuses were truly only found on a few trees, their growth environment must be special. Either the soil contained special spiritual particles, or there was some source nearby influencing the composition of spiritual particles. In any case, it was worth checking out. Uncle, when are you going back? My son is still taking his exam. We'll be ready to head back once he finishes this afternoon, but it's a long walk into the deep mountains, taking at least half a day. You're a student at the Shino Academy, so it might not be convenient for you to leave, right? That's easy to handle, Wang Xuan smiled. I happen to be on break these few days, so I can go out. The uncle nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. That's good then. How about this, I'll wait for you here this afternoon. Alright. Shiba Kukaku, listening from the side, heard everything clearly. Seeing that Wang Xuan was really willing to travel so far for a few fruit trees, she couldn't help but feel curious. Wang Xuan, are these fruits worth you traveling so far? Just consider it satisfying my curiosity. Wang Xuan responded with a smile, offering no further explanation. Looking at the fruits filled with the glow of fragments, those fragments were the truly valuable things to him. He reached out and rummaged through the fruits, absorbing those fragments. Obtained small spiritual power fragments X44, Ryutsu Express plus 44. Ryutsu. Grade 10 Express, 2755 3000ths. The breakthrough in Ryutsu was getting closer and closer. He divided the remaining fruits into 2 portions, handed one to Naneo, and kept the other for himself, intending to share them with his classmates and teachers back home. Naneo took the bag and looked at Wang Xuan seriously. Are you really going? Yeah, there's no harm in checking it out, Wang Xuan nodded. Maybe I'll discover something interesting. A flash of hesitation crossed Naneo's eyes, she actually wanted to accompany Wang Xuan to take a look. It's a pity, I can't go. There was obvious regret in Naneo's voice. The elders in my family don't allow me to go too far from home. Shiba Kukaku, who was nearby, rolled her eyes and suddenly spoke up. Hey, Wang Xuan, I'll go with you. Naneo widened her eyes upon hearing this, looking at the girl in front of her in disbelief. Second sister, Ganju Shiba hurriedly pulled her back. Big brother said he's taking us to eat at that famous Ichiraku ramen tonight. You can eat ramen anytime. Kukaku shook off her brother's hand, looked at Wang Xuan with shining eyes, and patted her chest. I'm also quite interested in those few trees. Besides, I'm familiar with Rukongai. With me around, I might be able to help you with something. Wang Xuan blinked. Why did it feel like he just heard the name of his own shop? He thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine, then I'll be troubling you. Alright. Kukaku patted her chest excitedly. Then after the exam ends this afternoon, I'll wait for you here with the bald uncle. The uncle nearby heard this and silently touched his balding head. Wang Xuan turned and left with the slightly agitated Naneo. Before leaving, he tilted his head slightly. By the way, if you guys go to Ichiraku, mention my name for a 20% discount. Ganju Shiba watched Wang Xuan walk away, scratching his head in confusion. Mentioning him gets us a discount. Time passed in a flash until the afternoon, and students who finished their exams left one after another. When he arrived at the entrance, the stall owner and Shiba Kukaku were already waiting there. The uncle's son was still young and looked dejected. It seemed he hadn't performed well. It formed a stark contrast with Shiba Kyan, who looked high-spirited nearby. Wang Xuan, over here. Kukaku waved at Wang Xuan, looking full of energy. Kyan, who was nearby, saw Wang Xuan and walked up with a smile. So it's a senior from the Shino Academy. We've met before. I hope Kukaku hasn't caused you any trouble. Not at all. We'll all be classmates from now on, let's keep in touch. Wang Xuan smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Kyan for a few moments. Since everyone is here, let's set off. After the group left Rukongai, they went their separate ways. As the sky was getting dark, Wang Xuan and Kukaku, led by the uncle, arrived at a village in the forest of West District 2. The uncle sent his child home and looked at the dim sky. It's dark now, and it's probably not safe to go into the mountains. Why not stay the night at my place and head into the mountains tomorrow morning? Wang Xuan looked at the hazy outline of the mountains in the distance. That makes sense. Then I'll be imposing on you. They had a simple meal at the uncle's house. The food was plain, but it gave a rare sense of groundedness. As moonlight descended, Wang Xuan sat at the doorway, watching the clear night sky, feeling a rare sense of tranquility in his heart. Kukaku sat down beside him at some point, resting her arms on her knees and tilting her head to look at him. The boy's white hair shimmered in the night. Kukaku suddenly couldn't quite remember why she had wanted to come along. You seem very concerned about those trees. Are they useful to you? The young girl's large eyes shone in the night as she looked quietly at Wang Xuan. The moonlight fell into his eyes, reflecting a calm depth. Just pure curiosity. This might be where the fun of life lies. What about you? Why did you want to come along? Kukaku looked into the distance, then buried her chin in her arms, revealing only half of her face. It's also because of curiosity. The air quieted down. Moonlit night, in the forest, the sound of insects chirping. After sitting for a while, Wang Xuan yawned and stood up to walk inside. It's late, let's rest. We have to travel tomorrow. Kukaku watched Wang Xuan's back and brushed back her loose hair. She didn't actually have an answer to that question. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, the group set off early. But as they walked further and further into the remote areas, the surrounding buildings gradually became sparse, eventually turning into a dense forest. We're entering the mountains from here, the stall owner pointed to the stretching mountain range ahead. Those trees are deep in the valley, and the path isn't easy to walk. It's fine, uncle, please lead the way, Wang Xuan signaled. The three of them entered the forest and walked along the rugged path. After walking for about an hour or so, the surrounding trees became denser, and light filtered through the layers of branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows. We're almost there, the stall owner wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's in that valley ahead. After turning around a mountain pass, the view suddenly opened up. A hidden valley appeared before the three of them. Mist swirled in the valley, and a few trees with unique shapes stood quietly. These trees were about the height of a person, and their appearance was no different from other trees, just that they didn't look very old. These are the ones. The stall owner pointed to those small trees. I only discovered them recently. It's strange, I often come to the mountains to chop wood, but I've never discovered this place before. The trunks emitted a faint glow belonging to the fragments. These glows shone brilliantly in Wang Xuan's eyes. Kukaku looked at these small trees, a flash of doubt crossing her eyes. These trees don't feel any different, are you sure, uncle? The environment here is nice, but there's nothing special around here. It doesn't seem like the kind of place that could produce such tree fruits. The uncle scratched his head. It's these trees. Look, the fruits have all been picked by me, it can't be wrong. Is that so? Kukaku looked around, while Wang Xuan walked up close and reached out to touch the faint glow on the tree trunks. Obtained large spiritual power fragments X5, Ryutsu Express plus 500. Ryutsu level up pointing arrow. Ryutsu. Grade 9 Express, 255 5000ths. Wang Xuan's heart shook. Rich spiritual power instantly filled his body, and his limbs and bones felt instantly clear. His Ryutsu level had broken through. These trees provided him with Ryutsu Express comparable to nearly 2 months at the Shino Academy. Based on this experience alone, the trip was worth it. But strangely, the system subtitles didn't disappear. Under Wang Xuan's gaze, a new subtitle slowly appeared. Obtained small Hogyoku fragment, Hogyoku awakening progress plus 0.05%. Unlocked special ability, Hogyoku awakening progress, 0.05%. A strange feeling appeared in Wang Xuan's chest. Within the Shinigami spiritual body, the two major acupoints located in the chest and abdomen, the chain binding and soul sleep, are the key acupoints for gathering spiritual power. In Wang Xuan's perception, an extremely small fragment was floating within the chain binding in his chest, merging with his soul. Even with Wang Xuan's composure, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Ho, Yoku. Wang Xuan, did you find anything special? Beside him, Kukaku patted Wang Xuan on the shoulder, looking quite frustrated. Wang Xuan finally came back to his senses. The faint glow on the tree trunk had faded away, leaving nothing unusual. I never expected to find something like this. Looking around, Wang Xuan suddenly noticed there were fragments nearby. It was a white Kido fragment. I didn't find anything either, maybe it was just a coincidence. Wang Xuan calmed the turbulent emotions in his heart and replied to Kukaku nonchalantly. Why are there Kido fragments here? Fragments can persist for a few days, gradually dissipating over time, and their color would become increasingly faint. This fragment was brightly colored with solid radiance, clearly having appeared only recently. A sense of foreboding rose in Wang Xuan's heart. The valley looked very peaceful. Even though Wang Xuan's Kido had reached LV3, he still couldn't detect anything unusual. The fragment was not far from him. Wang Xuan steeled his heart, stepped forward 2 steps, and touched it. Obtained intermediate Kido insight times 1, Kido experience plus 200. At the same time, the knowledge and insights regarding the release of this Kido appeared in his mind. Bakudo number 26, Curved Light. It was a stealth-type Bakudo capable of manipulating spiritual power to distort light and conceal one's figure. Wang Xuan's heart sank. Hogyoku fragments, Bakudo curved light. Looking at the empty scenery before him, Wang Xuan felt immense pressure. He suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and sighed softly. Since we can't see anything, let's go back. Maybe it was just a natural phenomenon. Huh, we're leaving already. Kukaku looked at Wang Xuan, slightly puzzled. The interest Wang Xuan had shown earlier didn't seem like someone who wanted to return so quickly. Wang Xuan turned around first and called for the two to leave. Although Kukaku felt Wang Xuan's reaction was a bit strange, she didn't think too much about it and called for the uncle to follow. Just after they left the valley, the air in the valley twisted slightly, and 2 figures slowly emerged. Brown hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a faint smile on a gentle face. Aizen Sosuke dispelled the concealment effect of curved light, a flash of thought passing through his eyes. Tucson, tell me, did he discover us? Probably not. Do you need me to kill them? No need. Aizen Sosuke stood in front of the few trees and reached out to touch the surface of the trunk. His fingertips flickered with faint spiritual light as he perceived the residual reishi structure inside the tree trunk. Indeed, it is the power of the Hogyoku. The Hogyoku changed the reishi structure of these trees, allowing them to break through the boundaries of their species and also nurture spiritual pressure. It's a pity, this is just a failed semi-finished product. The spiritual power content is too low, it has no meaning. He whispered to himself, a flash of realization crossing his eyes behind his glasses. HMPH, that Urahara, to actually use the Hogyoku for such boring experiments. Tosen Kanami gave a cold snort, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Aizen's gaze swept across the ground, looking at the traces left by the three people just now. The actions and words of the three were all reproduced in his mind. Interesting. Tosen, help me check the information on that boy, start from Shino Academy. Yes. After collecting all the data, Aizen snapped his fingers lightly. Hado number 12, Fushibi. A dark red flame spiritual power belt appeared out of thin air, instantly wrapping around the trees. The flames burned silently, and the trees quickly carbonized and dissipated in the high temperature, turning into ashes. Subsequently, the flames spread, turning into a sea of fire. Unlike Urahara's playful attitude, he was extremely cautious about everything involving the Hogyoku. After doing all this, Aizen perceived the surroundings again. After confirming that all traces had been cleared, the figures of the two slowly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. After a long time, Wang Xuan and the others had walked out of the mountain forest and returned to the relatively prosperous area of West District 2. Wang Xuan's pace had not slowed down, and only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. Wang Xuan, why are you walking so fast? Uncle can barely keep up. Kukaku caught up in a few steps and looked back at the slightly panting uncle. Looking at Wang Xuan again, her eyes held a bit more gravity. Did you discover something? Sorry. Wang Xuan realized he was walking too hurriedly, slowed his pace, and a sense of relaxation from surviving a disaster surged in his heart. I can't explain it clearly, but I vaguely felt that there were others there. Kukaku, uncle, don't go to that place again. Wang Xuan didn't expect that a simple outing would actually involve something like the Hogyoku. Neither Urahara nor Aizen were people he could easily deal with right now. If it were the former, it might be fine, but if it were the latter. I just hope my performance earlier didn't show too many flaws. Looking at Wang Xuan's grave expression, the uncle scratched his head. Although he didn't understand, he still accepted Wang Xuan's suggestion. The matter of entering the mountain came to an end. The uncle bid farewell to Wang Xuan and Kukaku, and the group parted ways there. After sending the uncle off, Kukaku rubbed her stomach. After walking such a long way, I'm hungry. Wang Xuan looked at the sky, it was indeed nearing noon, and the gloom that had been pressing in his heart gradually dissipated. Looking at Kukaku's tired appearance, he clapped his hands. Let's go, Ichiraku ramen, my treat, as compensation for you not being able to eat yesterday. Really? Kukaku's eyes lit up. Follow me. Wang Xuan led Kukaku skillfully through several streets and arrived in front of a shop. The shop curtain had the words, Ichiraku ramen, written on it. It was lunchtime, and several tables of guests were already seated inside. Here. Kukaku was a bit surprised, it doesn't look like a big shop. Try it, you won't be disappointed. Wang Xuan smiled. The two walked into the shop, and a middle-aged man wearing a headscarf greeted them enthusiastically. Welcome. Yo, young master Wang Xuan, how do you have time to come by today? Brought a friend. 2 bowls of signature tonkatsu, large bowls, with extra toppings. Wang Xuan said familiarly. Coming right up. The two found a table by the window and sat down. Kukaku curiously looked at the environment inside the shop, then at the familiar way Wang Xuan and the shop owner interacted, and couldn't help but ask. Do you come here often? I suppose so. Wang Xuan smiled lightly and didn't explain much. After all, it was his own business. Having transmigrated to Soul Society for 5 years, besides getting into Shino Academy, Wang Xuan hadn't been idle in Rukongai. Relying on his ability to pick up attributes, he had built some reputation in Rukongai and accumulated some wealth. So, he used the time he spent investigating in Rukongai to invest in a shop. He provided the initial capital and some management suggestions. The head chef uncle was responsible for shop management and daily operations, and Wang Xuan took the lion's share of the profits. In just 2 years, this shop had become quite famous in West Rukongai, and even opened a branch. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served. The rich aroma of bone broth wafted over, and the bowl was covered with char siu, crunchy cartilage, soft-boiled eggs, seaweed, and green onions, looking very tempting. Kukaku's eyes lit up, and she impatiently picked up her chopsticks. I'm digging in. She picked up a mouthful of noodles and put it into her mouth, her eyes widened instantly. Delicious. The soup was rich and delicious, the noodles were chewy and smooth, the char siu was salty and tasty, and the soft-boiled egg melted in her mouth. Kukaku ate until her mouth was oily, completely disregarding her image. Wang Xuan smiled as he watched Kukuku gorge herself, but his mind was thinking about the experience in the valley earlier. My performance was natural enough, just an ordinary person interested in special plants. Leaving so smoothly at the end really made me breathe a sigh of relief. Soul Society is indeed still too dangerous. Wang Xuan, what are you thinking about? The noodles are going to get soggy. Kukuku's voice interrupted his thoughts. Wang Xuan came back to his senses and found Kukuku staring at him, with a little soup on the corner of her mouth. Nothing, just thinking about what happened earlier. Wang Xuan naturally pulled out a tissue and handed it over, corner of your mouth. Oh, oh. Kukuku took the tissue and wiped her mouth, her face turning a little red. She looked at Wang Xuan, her eyes flickering. This boy in front of her was different from all the wild kids in Rukongai. He was clearly a student of Shino Academy, yet he didn't have the arrogance ingrained in the bones of those Shinigami and Seireitei. He was generous with money but didn't show off. He was good-looking, yet didn't deliberately put on airs. And, the way he handed her the tissue just now was very gentle. Looking at Wang Xuan's slightly lazy eyes, Kukuku felt her heartbeat quicken. She cleared her throat, attempting to hide her awkwardness. This ramen is really good. How did you discover this place? The chef and I are old acquaintances, Wang Xuan said, glossing over the details. If you like it, you can come often. Mention my name and you'll get a 20% discount. Really? Kukuku's eyes lit up. It's a deal. After leaving the ramen shop, Kukuku walked alongside Wang Xuan on the roadside in Rukongai. Come to think of it, Kyan has very high talent. Kukuku nodded, a proud smile appearing on her face. My big brother will definitely be fine. With his strength, he might even be able to skip a grade. As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived at a fork in the road. Let's stop here, Wang Xuan said, stopping in his tracks. Thanks for your help today. Kukuku waved her hand, hesitating for a moment. Can I come find you again in the future? I mean, if I want to eat ramen. Of course you can. Looking at the somewhat incoherent Kukuku, Wang Xuan replied with a smile. I'm usually at the Shino Academy most of the time, though I occasionally come out on weekends. If you want to find me, you can have your brother let me know. Okay, I'll come find you again. Kukuku smiled happily. She turned to leave, but after a few steps, she turned back and waved at Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan watched her go until she was far away, then turned and walked in the direction of the Seireitei. After a long while, finally returning to the familiar campus environment, Wang Xuan's mood relaxed slightly. But he knew that some things had already changed. From now on, he had to be even more cautious. Hide his strength, keep a low profile. At least until he possessed enough ability to protect himself, this was how it should be. Outside the window, the setting sun slowly sank below the horizon, and the lights of the Seireitei lit up once again. Inside the 5th Division barracks, Aizen Sosuke sat at his desk, handling the day's paperwork. His movements suddenly paused. On the desk, a roster from the Shino Academy lay there. Aizen's finger slowly traced over a name on the list. Wang Xuan. 5th-year student, elite class student, grades are above average in all areas, no record of special performance. He adjusted his glasses, the corners of his mouth curling into an imperceptible arc. Aizen set the list aside and continued processing the files. As if the pause just now was merely a routine break from work. The night deepened, and the Seireitei sank into silence. The next morning, Wang Xuan went to the library as usual. It hadn't been long since he last went to the training ground to collect fragments, so he planned to wait a few days before going again. The freshman entrance exam was about to end, and a new school year was about to begin. In the corner of the library, Naneo's petite figure was sitting there as always. Today, Naneo was wearing her neat Shino Academy uniform, and her short black hair shimmered with a soft luster in the morning light. She was focused on flipping through a thick tome, yet the gaze behind her glasses was, for some reason, somewhat unfocused, glancing towards the door from time to time. It wasn't until her peripheral vision caught that familiar figure that a flash of joy appeared in her eyes, though she quickly turned her head away. Wang Xuan softened his footsteps as he walked over and sat down across from her. Morning, Naneo. Naneo didn't even look up, just gave a soft hum and continued flipping through the pages. Wang Xuan sensed something amiss, the little girl's reaction today seemed a bit cold. What's wrong? Wang Xuan asked tentatively. Didn't you sleep well last night? It's nothing. Naneo replied briefly, though the motion of her flipping the page was a bit more forceful than usual. Wang Xuan blinked, took out the souvenir he had brought back yesterday from the bag he was carrying, and gently pushed it in front of Naneo. I went to Rukongai yesterday and found some nice snacks, so I brought some back for you to try. Naneo's gaze finally moved away from the pages and landed on the snacks. She adjusted her glasses, her tone calm. Did you buy them with that girl from the Shiba clan? Ah, this. Wang Xuan secretly thought, not good, but remained calm on the surface. What are you saying? I only bought these for you. Really? Naneo scrutinized Wang Xuan suspiciously. Why would I lie to you? Wang Xuan smiled and picked up a pastry. Try it, I think you'll like it. Naneo stared at the pastry for a moment, then finally reached out and took it. She took a small bite, and the rich milky aroma melted in her mouth. It was sweet and delicious without being cloying, exceptionally tasty. It tastes good. Thank you. Naneo ate in small bites, and her tone finally softened a little. She paused, then looked at Wang Xuan. Was your trip successful this time? Well, there were some minor situations, but it went fairly smoothly, though I didn't find anything. Is that so? Seeing that Wang Xuan didn't want to go into detail, Naneo lowered her head and continued flipping through her book. The library was quiet for a moment, with only the sound of pages turning. By the way, Naneo suddenly spoke up, her voice returning to its usual calm. The schedule for the new semester's initial assessment is out. Oh, when is it? Next Wednesday. Every major academic test was a time when Wang Xuan could collect fragments on a large scale. It was just a pity that as his level increased, the efficiency of gaining experience became lower and lower. However, for Wang Xuan, it was still good news overall. Naneo pulled a notice from her bag and pushed it in front of Wang Xuan. This test is as important as always, it will determine the personnel adjustments for the elite class, and also. She paused, her voice lowering slightly. It's said that those who perform exceptionally well have the chance to obtain the qualification to apply for early division entry assessment, but it seems no one has achieved that in recent years. Perhaps someone will achieve it in these next 2 years. That kid named Shiba Kyan, with his aptitude, definitely won't obediently finish all 6 years. Wang Xuan took the notice and scanned it quickly. The beginning of term test was divided into 2 parts, a theoretical assessment and a practical assessment. The theoretical assessment included soul burial in the human world, history of the soul society, characteristics of hollows, and some written exams on cultural subjects. The practical assessment was a comprehensive evaluation of the 4 basic abilities: Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, Kido. My Asachi still hasn't changed to this day. Naneo said softly. Although her talent for Kido was among the best in the entire Shino Academy, and her practical grades were consistently ranked first year after year. But when it came to the awakening of her Zanpakuto, it was truly something that stumped her. I've thought about it, and next year I'm planning to try applying for the Kido Corps. Wang Xuan looked at Naneo, who had a hint of worry between her brows. Don't worry, Wang Xuan said earnestly. While a Zanpakuto is important, it's not absolute. Your talent for Kido is so strong that even without a Zanpakuto, you are enough to become an outstanding Shinigami. But, Naneo bit her lip. Alright, don't think too much about it. Wang Xuan picked up a pastry and held it to Naneo's lips. There are still a few days until the test, so hurry up and prepare. If you need to, I can accompany you for training. Naneo looked at the pastry held in front of her, her face slightly flushed. She instinctively wanted to open her mouth, but hesitated for a moment. She quietly scanned her surroundings and, finding that no one was paying attention to this area, gently took a bite. The two chatted for a while longer about the specific details of the test, going over possible questions in advance. Wang Xuan looked at her focused profile and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This girl, at such a young age, already knows how to get jealous and throw a tantrum. What will it be like when she grows up? The final few days of preparation before the early term assessment passed by in quietude. Wang Xuan went to the training ground again to collect a round of fragments, and all his abilities rose steadily. Name: Wang Xuan. Ryutsu. 9th class. Experience: 305 5000. Swordsmanship. LV2. Experience: 1922,000. Hakuda. LV2. Experience: 1845 2000. Shunpo. LV2. Experience: 1785 2000. Kido. LV3. Experience: 1705 3000. Zanpakuto. Asachi Resonance. 82%. Special abilities. Holification. LV1 Experience 10 1000ths. Hogyoku Awakening 0.05%. Wang Xuan scanned the panel. At this rate, by the time of the large-scale fragment collection during the early term assessment, all his abilities except for Shunpo should be able to break through to LV3. That afternoon, when the two finished training and walked out of the Kido practice grounds, the setting sun had already dyed the buildings of Seireitei a golden hue. The early term assessment is tomorrow, Nanao said, flipping through her notes as she walked. I should review the part about the functions and workflows of the various divisions again. Wang Xuan yawned and rubbed his hungry stomach. But for now, shouldn't we go get something to eat first? Nanao only then realized that she hadn't eaten anything since noon, and her stomach let out a soft rumble at that exact moment. Seeing Wang Xuan winking and making faces, her face instantly turned red. A wave of embarrassment and annoyance welled up, and Nanao made a move to pinch Wang Xuan's waist. She was still small in stature, her height barely reaching Wang Xuan's waist, so it was a bit troublesome for her to reach up, and Wang Xuan took the opportunity to dodge. Just as the two were fooling around, a slightly lazy voice came from the side. Yo, long time no see, Wang Xuan. The two turned their heads to look. A young man wearing a Shino Academy uniform was leaning against a maple tree. His long black hair was tied loosely behind his head, with a few strands hanging casually over his forehead. His features were handsome to the point of being effeminate, his phoenix eyes slightly upturned, and a playful smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Most striking was the undergarment faintly visible beneath his uniform jacket, a piece of clothing made of expensive flowing brocade, with intricate family crests embroidered on the cuffs. Tsunayashiro Tokunada. One of the current four great noble families, a direct descendant of the Tsunayashiro clan, and Wang Xuan's classmate in the elite class. Classmate Tsunayashiro. Nanao nodded politely, but a hint of wariness flashed in her eyes. The little girl from the Eyes clan is still so serious. Tokunada chuckled and turned his gaze to Wang Xuan. Chat for a bit. Nanao looked at Wang Xuan, and Wang Xuan scratched his head and smiled apologetically at her. Sorry, Nanao, you go to the cafeteria first. We won't be eating together today. Nanao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and left, clutching her books. After walking for a distance, she couldn't help but look back. She saw Tsunayashiro Tokunada and Wang Xuan standing side by side under the tree, looking relaxed, as if they were just chatting idly. What is this guy looking for Wang Xuan for again? She muttered, feeling inexplicably unhappy. They were supposed to eat together. Nanao walked away slowly. Under the maple tree, Tokunada took out an exquisite gold cigarette case from his bosom and shook out a slender cigarette, holding it in his mouth. Want one? It's a rare item I got from the human world. Wang Xuan shook his head. No thanks, I don't have much interest in that. What do you want with me? A spark of spirit energy ignited at Tokunada's fingertips. He lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. Do you know, in the entire elite class, you're the person I'm most interested in. Tokunada flicked the cigarette ash. Those who are desperately showing off their abilities are complete fools in my eyes. And you, that matter I asked you about before, are you really not going to consider it? I'm just an ordinary person with average strength. I'm not as unfathomable as you imagine. Watching Wang Xuan's calm expression, Tokunada curled his lip. You must have heard that among the nobles in Seireitei, the Tsunayashiro clan has the most flourishing population, and it is also the noble clan with the most intense internal competition. I've been able to read people since I was 3. The people around me are either sycophants or backstabbers, I can tell what's real and what's fake at a glance. Wang Xuan clicked his tongue. This guy was indeed not easy to fool. Do you know how I figured it out? Tokunada shrugged. Mainly because I was bored. My family insisted I come here to study for a few years, saying it would look good on my resume. I'm not going to the Gote 13 to fight and die, so what do I need this resume for? He spoke lightly, but Wang Xuan could hear the helplessness within. As a direct descendant of one of the current 4 great noble families, being sent to the Shino Academy to study with commoners was indeed a form of torture for someone with low talent like him. To find some amusement, I started observing the people around me. Tokunada took another drag of his cigarette. And then I discovered you. Everyone else is training desperately from the bottom of their hearts, but you're a lot like me, deep down you look down on hard work. But I can tell that you crave strength. Especially when you look at those in the elite class, there is a light in your eyes, whereas those mediocre people who train hard, you never pay attention to them. Wang Xuan felt a bit helpless. This was true, because if their strength was too far below his, it was hard to get attribute fragments to drop. He just didn't expect this to be noticed by someone. My confidence comes from the clan behind me, but what is your confidence? Tsunayashiro Tokunada stared into Wang Xuan's eyes. Secondly, your attitude toward me, toward them, and toward all noble descendants is the same. Neither humble nor arrogant, neither fawning nor distant, this is rare in Seireitei. Wang Xuan sighed, he truly hadn't expected anyone to study him like this. Sharp observation, but everything you said is just speculation, it doesn't prove anything. Tokunada chuckled and casually extinguished his cigarette butt. Really not coming to the Tsunayashiro clan. He stared straight at Wang Xuan. Come be my retainer. I'll give you the treatment of a lieutenant. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, cultivation resources, access to the library, whatever the Tsunayashiro clan has, you will be able to enjoy. Wang Xuan was stunned. This offer was even higher than what had been mentioned before. Lieutenant-level treatment meant a salary of at least several million KON per year, and access to resources and knowledge that only nobles could enjoy. For a Shinigami of commoner birth, this was practically a class leap, let alone for a student at the Shino Academy. But these meant little to Wang Xuan. He had businesses in the Rukongai, he wasn't short on money. Moreover, on the surface, he would be climbing the noble ladder, but in reality, the benefits he could obtain would be very limited. Resources that truly involve the core would never be open to an outsider like him. Most importantly, the rules and regulations among nobles would limit his efficiency in collecting fragments in the Gote 13. It wouldn't be worth the loss. A very tempting offer. Wang Xuan looked up at the night sky. But sorry, I would still prefer the Gote 13. Is that so? Tokunada's tone carried an expected understanding. The more Wang Xuan acted this way, the more it solidified the conjecture in his heart. No need to rush your reply. There's still over a year until graduation. Take your time to consider it, perhaps you'll change your mind. During this time, if you encounter any problems, like if some short-sighted noble gives you trouble, just use my name. Wang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Is that appropriate? Tokunada relit a cigarette. People elevate each other. Even if you stick to your choice in the end, I'm willing to make you my friend. I trust my judgment. He exhaled a smoke ring and looked toward the setting sun sinking into the distance. No more chatting, I'm off. Tokunada waved his hand. Good luck with the test tomorrow, try your best to remain a mediocre genius. He turned and left, his black hair fluttering gently in the evening breeze. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and winked at Wang Xuan. By the way, I don't suggest you get too close to that girl from the Eyes clan. If you have time, go learn about her family background. Wang Xuan stood where he was, ruminating on the conversation just now. Tsunayashiro Tokunada. This man was far more complex than he had imagined. As for the conversation just now, aside from the invitation and the benefits, Wang Xuan didn't take the rest to heart. It was a mixture of truth and falsehood, designed to win people over. Wang Xuan didn't even know if Tsunayashiro Tokunada had truly seen through his disguise. Just as the Tsunayashiro clan had said, having grown up in that kind of environment, he might appear to be pouring his heart out to you, while in the back of his mind, he had already decided where to bury you. As for what he said about dropping his name, Wang Xuan didn't take that to heart at all. If Wang Xuan really did that, he would inevitably be labeled with the Tsunayashiro clan, and he didn't know if that would trigger any butterfly effects. Being a retainer for a noble might seem glamorous, but there were too many rules and regulations, and the risks were high. Wang Xuan would not accept this invitation, but in the future, there might still be places where their paths would cross. After all, they were the top Brahmins of the Seireitei. Moreover, in Wang Xuan's memory, the Tsunayashiro clan had always been secretly conducting some strange research. In the end, they even managed to craft a semi-finished artificial spirit king by hand. As for his final words regarding Naneo, Wang Xuan naturally knew about it too. The Eyes clan, as a family of priests who enshrined sacred treasures, had always been led by women, with the family line continued through marriage, but they were cursed to bring misfortune to their husbands. The men who married into the Eyes clan would die early after planting their seed, without exception. The reason was something one couldn't dwell on too deeply. But it seemed a bit too early to consider these things now. Who could say what would happen in the future? Wang Xuan opened his panel and looked at the special ability column at the bottom. Hogyoku Awakening Level 0.05%. That tiny fragment was currently inside his body, as if it had grown from within him, completely fused with his soul. But Wang Xuan could perceive that as long as he didn't actively trigger it, this fragment was as if it didn't exist. Just like the hollow spiritual pressure provided by the hollowification skill, it lay silently dormant within his body. This set Wang Xuan at ease, so he didn't have to worry about being suddenly discovered by Aizen and taken away to be sliced up for research. It was just that Wang Xuan still didn't know what this Hogyoku fragment could provide him. Wang Xuan remembered that a fully evolved Hogyoku was a power capable of realizing the desires of one's heart. The future was promising indeed. Ever since returning from that valley, the past few days had been very peaceful, which truly let him breathe a sigh of relief. If the person hiding in the shadows back then had been Kazuki Urahara, that would be fine, perhaps he just didn't want to expose his research on the Hogyoku. But if it had been Aizen, then the problem would be huge. Surely he wouldn't be suddenly sliced into mincemeat one day. Watching the darkening sky, Wang Xuan sighed. It is what it is, thinking about it more was useless. Let's eat first. He turned and walked toward the cafeteria. When Wang Xuan arrived at the cafeteria, only a small number of students were sitting scattered about. After all, it was past mealtime. Unexpectedly, a petite figure was still sitting inside the cafeteria, quietly flipping through a book. Wang Xuan looked at Nanao in surprise and walked over with his meal. Why haven't you gone back yet? I am eating dessert. Nanao pointed to the small cake and fruit in front of her. Is it really just for dessert? Of course. Seeing Wang Xuan sit down with a smile, Nanao slightly averted her gaze. Why did you talk for so long? Nanao looked back, her tone seemingly casual, but the curiosity in her eyes was hard to hide. Well, Tsunayashiro Tokunada wanted to recruit me to be his retainer. He hadn't mentioned it to Nanao before. Wang Xuan thought about it, and since it wasn't anything worth hiding, he just said it directly. Upon hearing this, Nanao's movements paused. An invitation from one of the four great noble families was a rare opportunity for some lower-ranking nobles. But for Wang Xuan, why? I don't know, maybe he thinks I have potential. Nanao was noncommittal. Did you agree? No, I feel like that kind of life doesn't suit me. That's true, you're used to being lazy. I can't even imagine you being someone's lackey. Is that a compliment? Where did you hear that? Nanao rolled her eyes at Wang Xuan, but she also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Eating her dessert in small bites, she soon furrowed her brows again. The Tsunayashiro clan is one of the four great noble families. Will you get into trouble for rejecting his invitation? It shouldn't be a problem. Wang Xuan shook his head, looking unconcerned. He seemed quite easy to talk to. Being easy to talk to was not a reason. Nanao stared at Wang Xuan for a few seconds and whispered, as long as you know what you're doing. Speaking of which, Wang Xuan, is there any division you want to apply for? Although he was only a fifth-year student now, he was in the elite class, so the entrance exam wouldn't be a problem. It wasn't too early to consider such questions now. Wang Xuan thought for a moment. You know I like to move around and can't sit still. I might go to the 8th Division, which is responsible for intelligence gathering, or the 10th Division, which handles security patrols. Is that so? If I also had a Zanpakuto and could go to the same division, that would be nice. Nanao muttered softly. After all, she had already decided to apply for the Keto Corps. Wang Xuan looked at Nanao, who seemed a bit down, and felt puzzled. This little girl used to be very strong-willed. I don't know what's been up with her lately, she's become a bit sentimental. Wang Xuan clicked his tongue. Hey, tomorrow after the exam, I'll treat you to some Ichiraku ramen in the Rukongai. Ichiraku ramen, your shop. Yes, it's been a while, hasn't it? This time, the new branch has opened, and there are many new dishes on the menu. Upon hearing this, Nanao's eyes lit up, but she immediately looked at Wang Xuan with suspicion. You're paying. Of course. You said you were paying last time too, but in the end, I was the one who paid. Did that happen? Wang Xuan paused for 2 seconds, and his memory rushed back. That was a few months ago. The second branch of Ichiraku Ramen opened in West District 2, and he had specifically taken Nanao to taste it. After the meal, Wang Xuan checked his pockets, but he hadn't brought any money. The proprietress of the second branch was a shrewd and capable older sister who stood by the table with a smile. Young Master Wang Xuan, this shop operates on a small scale. You know the rules. No credit. I'm the owner, do I still have to pay to eat? Even the owner has to pay. If the owner doesn't have to pay, and then every customer who comes in claims to be a friend of the owner, this one wants credit, that one wants a free meal, how are we supposed to do business? Looking at the smiling older sister, Wang Xuan suddenly felt like he was cheating on an exam and had been caught by the teacher. At the time, he had chosen her to be the manager because he valued her immense sense of pressure and firmness. She could hold her own in the chaotic and diverse Rukongai. He hadn't expected it to be used on himself. Then can you give me a discount? I am the owner, after all. Sure. From now on, mention the owner's name in this shop and get a 20% discount. So, what about the money? Abba. Seeing that Wang Xuan was about to be dragged to the kitchen to wash dishes, Naneo sighed and counted out the meal money from her own pocket, effectively saving Wang Xuan's life. Ah, I remember now. That time I just forgot my wallet. I didn't expect to almost get stuck in my own shop. Don't worry, Naneo-chan, it won't happen this time. Wang Xuan patted his chest in assurance. The next day, at the Shino Academy training ground, sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Scattered students walked out of the exam hall, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chattering as they compared answers. After finishing the day's theoretical test, Wang Xuan stretched. Studying cultural knowledge didn't drop fragments, so Wang Xuan had actually put in the effort to learn it. Fortunately, with Naneo, the little honor student, around, just tagging along during review was both worry-free and effortless. How did you do? Naneo looked at the relaxed-looking Wang Xuan. Simple. Don't be careless. This only accounts for a small part of the final grade. The comprehensive assessment of Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, Kido over the next 2 days is what really matters. I remember your comprehensive scores have never been high. You never train hard, and you do everything half-heartedly. What will you do if you fail the squad entrance exam in the future? I won't fail. Don't worry. Wang Xuan always had this laid-back attitude, making Naneo feel like she was punching cotton again. Although Wang Xuan's comprehensive scores weren't high, he had never dropped out of the elite class, that point was exceptionally stable. This couldn't help but make Naneo wonder, if this guy had a diligent nature and trained hard, could he also become very powerful? Naneo tried to imagine it, Wang Xuan with outstanding strength, topping the elite class, with every division scrambling to recruit him. If that were true, with his outstanding appearance, there would surely be many girls surrounding him. Naneo shook her head, shaking those distracting thoughts from her mind. Looking at the lazy white-haired slacker beside her with his arms crossed, Naneo tightened her grip on her bag. Forget it, this way is fine too. Tomorrow's Kido test is still Shakuho, the same old project, but this year's curriculum should cover some higher-level Kido. I see your Shunpo level seems to have improved a bit, maybe you can use Shunpo to pull your score up a little this year. Zanjutsu and Hakuda are both combat assessments, but you always lose quickly, surrendering after just a few exchanges. Naneo kept chattering away, and Wang Xuan occasionally replied, the two of them strolling through the crowd like this. Senior Wang Xuan. A bright greeting came, and Wang Xuan and Naneo turned to look. Oh, it's the Shiba kid. Haha, what a Shiba kid. Just call me Kyan. Shiba Kyan was wearing the Shino Academy uniform, holding a package, and walked over with a grin. Senior Eyes is here too. Yes, hello, Shiba-kun. Shiba Kyan looked much older than her, and being called a senior, felt strange. But out of politeness, Naneo still returned the greeting formally. Have you finished your enrollment? We'll be classmates from now on, please take care of me. Haha, yes, please take care of me too. Speaking of which, Senior Wang Xuan, I don't know what's gotten into my little sister Kukaku, but recently she has been per fond of eating Ichiraku ramen. Kyan leaned in, winking and nudging Wang Xuan's arm with his elbow. Oh, is that so? That's a good thing. Wang Xuan raised an eyebrow. The next moment, he felt a chill coming from his side. Oh. Kyan clearly hadn't noticed the subtle shift in atmosphere and continued to say with a smile. Exactly. That girl Kukaku has been running to the ramen shop every few days recently. I was wondering when she started loving ramen so much. Later, I heard her say it was a shop you recommended, senior. Wang Xuan felt the temperature beside him drop another few degrees. That's enough, stop it, you guy who can't read the room. Kyan seemed not to see the message Wang Xuan was trying to convey with his eyes and enthusiastically put his arm around Wang Xuan's shoulder. Speaking of that girl Kukaku, she's been wild since she was little, and I've never seen her pay this much attention to any guy before. Ahem. Wang Xuan coughed violently, trying to interrupt Kyan. But it was already too late. Beside him, Naneo pushed up her glasses, her voice terrifyingly calm. Oh. So Shiba-kun is so interested in Wang Xuan's affairs. Exactly. Kyan seemed completely unaware of the danger, still wearing a goofy grin. If I were you, Senior Wang Xuan, if you have time today, why don't we have dinner together? Come to think of it, Kukaku would probably be very happy to have you there. Kyan looked at the hopeless-looking Wang Xuan, then at the gloomy-faced Nanao beside him, and finally realized what was going on. Ah, that. He scratched his head. Kukaku seems to be calling me. You two seniors must be busy, so I won't disturb you. I'll be going now. After saying that, he waved to the two of them and vanished in the blink of an eye. Only Wang Xuan and Nanao remained in place, the air seemingly frozen. Nanao. Wang Xuan spoke tentatively. Nanao looked up, her face wearing a calm expression Wang Xuan had never seen before, it was terrifyingly calm. Why is your expression so solemn? Wang Xuan. A vibrant voice came from afar. Wang Xuan and Nanao turned their heads at the same time and saw Shiba Kukaku running toward them. She was wearing casual clothes today, her long black hair flying behind her, and her face was beaming with a bright smile. That's strange, I clearly saw Big Brother here just now. Where did he go? Yo, little Nanao is here too. Kukaku ran up to the two of them, looked at Wang Xuan, then at Nanao, seeming to sense that the atmosphere was a bit subtle. What's wrong? Why do you look so serious? It's nothing. Nanao quickly resumed her usual calm expression and replied flatly. Kukaku, why are you here? Wang Xuan looked at Kukaku, trying to change the current atmosphere. To find you. Kukaku said with a smile. Big Brother came to pick up the enrollment items for the Shino Academy freshmen today, so I tagged along. It might not be this convenient to come here later. I heard you had a test today, so I thought I might run into you at the gate, and I actually did. Kukaku smiled and stepped closer. Her breath was still hot from running over, and the fine sweat on her forehead was glistening. Nanao stared at the cleavage rising and falling with her breath, her eyes almost glazing over. What is this? The next second, Nanao's gaze turned as sharp as a hawk's, her peripheral vision locked onto Wang Xuan, who was sitting on pins and needles. If Wang Xuan's gaze shifted even a little, she would strike without hesitation. These eyes that have fallen into the abyss without knowing it, I will personally. Fortunately, Wang Xuan's gaze was drifting around and did not touch the minefield. Kukaku didn't seem to perceive the strange atmosphere in the air, she carelessly leaned in close to Wang Xuan, her eyes shining with joy. Hey, Wang Xuan, do you have time in a bit? Kukaku's smile was bright and direct, her eyes filled with anticipation. To be honest, Kukaku was very beautiful. Her entire being not only exuded an aura of youthful beauty, but also possessed a sense of uninhibited and bold allure. Under normal circumstances, Wang Xuan would have been more than happy to respond to that anticipation. But now, Wang Xuan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. It was a physiological reaction to being locked onto by danger. Kukaku. He spoke tentatively, catching a glimpse of Nanao's gaze, which was fixed on him like a hawk's. Actually, I already have plans today. I'm sorry. After saying this, Wang Xuan felt the killing intent beside him weaken slightly. Kukaku looked at Wang Xuan's slightly tense expression, then glanced at the expressionless little one next to him who was secretly sizing her up, and understood everything clearly. The disappointment in her eyes lasted only a moment before being replaced by a hint of cunning and understanding. Oh tilde, so you have plans. Kukaku drawled. Well, that can't be helped. Let's do it another time when there's a chance. She waved her hand generously, her smile still bright. Forget about today, I'll go find my big brother first. With that, she turned around decisively and walked away with a light step. After turning a corner, Kukaku secretly looked back, glancing behind her. In the sunset, Wang Xuan seemed to heave a sigh of relief, his shoulders slumping slightly, and the gaze of eyes Nanao beside him was no longer so sharp. The corners of Kukaku's mouth curled into an amused arc. That little girl named Nanao didn't look very old, but her thoughts were quite obvious. But well, Kukaku didn't mind. After all, she was just an undeveloped little one and posed no threat to her. Someone like Wang Xuan should appreciate a more mature and voluptuous type, right? Kukaku weighed her own heavy assets and felt full of confidence. She hummed an off-key tune and soon disappeared around the street corner. On the other side, seeing Kukaku's figure disappear, Wang Xuan finally felt the pressure of feeling like he was being watched from behind dissipate. He quietly let out a breath. Nanao, shall we go too? We agreed yesterday to go to the new Ichiraku ramen, my treat. Nanao paused for a moment before softly agreeing. On the way to the ramen shop, the atmosphere was a little more relaxed than before. The newly opened Ichiraku Ramen was located in the West First District, with better facilities and environment, and much more foot traffic. It was also frequently visited by Shinigami from the Seireitei. Approaching mealtime, the shop was already a bit crowded. The individual tables were already full, so Wang Xuan and Nanao sat at the counter. Just after they ordered their meal, a familiar voice rang out with surprise. Huh, Wang Xuan, Nanao, what a coincidence. Wang Xuan looked up at the sound and saw Shiba Kukuku walking over from the side, a look of undisguised pleasant surprise on her face. She was followed by Shiba Kyan, who paused when he saw Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan was startled and subconsciously glanced at Nanao beside him. He saw Nanao's hand holding the teacup pause, then she nonchalantly lowered her head and took a sip of tea. But Wang Xuan clearly saw her eyes behind her glasses narrow slightly, her gaze sweeping over the approaching Kukuku. Kukuku, however, had already familiarly crowded over. Did you two just order too? My big brother and I just arrived as well. What a coincidence indeed. Wang Xuan could already feel the low pressure coming from his side. Kukuku smiled brightly, her eyes darting between Wang Xuan and Nanao. Nanao looked up, calmly meeting Kukuku's eyes, and pushed up her glasses. It is indeed a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Her tone was polite but carried a faint coldness. Exactly, Kukuku said with a smile. There are no other seats around, let's just squeeze in together. With that, Kukuku sat down next to Wang Xuan, while Kyan sat down next to Kukuku with an awkward smile, raising his hand to greet Wang Xuan. Soon, the ramen they ordered was served. Kukuku looked at the ramen in Wang Xuan's bowl, a glint flashing in her eyes. Is this the new ramen flavor? I wonder how it tastes. Can I try some? As she spoke, her chopsticks were already reaching out eagerly, her eyes shining as she looked at Wang Xuan with a touch of coquettishness. Is it okay? Before Wang Xuan could respond, another pair of chopsticks moved with lightning speed, steadily picking up a mouthful of noodles from Wang Xuan's bowl, placing them on a small dish, and handing it to Kukuku. The movement was smooth, precise, and carried an unquestionable nonchalance. After doing all this, Nanao said calmly, use the dish. It's hygienic. Kukuku blinked, looked at the noodles on the dish, then looked at Nanao's expressionless little face, and burst into a giggle, finding it extremely amusing. The rest of the meal proceeded in a strange and somewhat noisy atmosphere. Kukuku remained lively, occasionally finding topics to chat with Wang Xuan and Kyan, and would also occasionally nudge Nanao. Nanao mostly ate her noodles quietly, responding briefly only when necessary, but Wang Xuan could feel that a part of her attention was always on Kukuku. Whenever Kukuku's body got too close to Wang Xuan, or when she looked at Wang Xuan with too bright a smile, Nanao would slow down her chewing and increase the frequency of picking up her teacup. Kukuku looked at Nanao's feigned calm profile and found it amusing, but didn't think it was anything to be wary of. This little Nanao was clearly dying of concern, yet still had to pretend to be calm. However, it was quite cute. In her view, Nanao was more like a little sister who had developed possessiveness over the brother she relied on, nothing to worry about. This battle will definitely end in my victory. Hee hee. Finally, the meal ended in an atmosphere of surface harmony but actual undercurrents. Wang Xuan finally settled the bill first, and the group walked out of the shop together. Thanks for the treat, Wang Xuan. Kukuku waved with a bright smile. Next time it's my and my big brother's turn to treat, little Nanao has to come too. Kyan also waved goodbye, and the two siblings left side by side. Until their figures merged into the night, Wang Xuan's tense nerves finally relaxed. How did eating this meal feel more tiring than a day of high-intensity training? He looked at Nanao beside him. In the night, her petite figure seemed a bit thin, and she was quietly looking in the direction Kukuku had left. Nanao turned her head, moonlight and streetlights reflecting a faint glimmer on her glasses. Miss Shiba is very beautiful and very lively. She seems quite interested in you. Wang Xuan scratched his chin, not knowing how to respond. Without waiting for Wang Xuan's response, Nanao skipped the topic. We have an exam tomorrow, let's go. Let's head back early. Wang Xuan followed beside Nanao, and they walked side by side. Nanao secretly turned her head to look at the boy beside her. In the night, the strong lines of his profile were clearly visible, but for some reason, his expression seemed exceptionally haggard. The moonlight shone on his white hair, casting a soft luster. Nanao's heart was in a mess at this moment. A strange, sour, astringent, yet warm feeling quietly spread in the bottom of her heart. Why was I just like a little cat protecting its food? And that feeling of not wanting to see others get close to him. A vague thought flashed through her mind, making her heart tremble slightly, before being forcibly suppressed by her. No, that's not it. I'm just used to having him by my side. Yes, that must be it. Hado number 31, Shakaho. The flames surged like a meteor, but they grazed the edge of the target, nearly missing completely. Focus your mind, do not let your attention wander. Hearing Wang Xuan's voice from behind her, Naneo steadied herself. Who do you think is the reason my head is filled with random thoughts right now? The next moment, anger welled up uncontrollably in Naneo's heart. She hallucinated Wang Xuan's face onto the target, and a shakaho filled with fury instantly blasted it to pieces. Good. The proctor, seeing the excellent power and accuracy of that shakaho, couldn't help but praise her aloud. Turning back and seeing the approving gaze Wang Xuan cast her way, a warmth rose in Naneo's heart. But recalling yesterday's experience, her mood fluctuated again, and she immediately gave a light huff, deliberately turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Wang Xuan was a bit confused. How did she awaken a Tsunere attribute? Before long, this batch of examinees left the field one after another, and it would soon be Wang Xuan's turn. He hadn't skimped on preparation for today's test over the past few days. Wang Xuan looked around. Dozens of students from the elite class were gathered at the edge of the training ground, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. At this moment, a commotion suddenly came from the entrance of the training ground. Several teachers hurried toward the entrance, their expressions instantly becoming respectful upon seeing who it was. The students also turned their heads to look, and the sound of whispering rippled outward. That is, Lieutenant Aizen of the 5th Division. Wow, so handsome. Why would Lieutenant Aizen come to the Shino Academy? I heard he occasionally comes to inspect the freshmen and guide their studies. Under everyone's gaze, a figure walked slowly into the training ground. Aizen, dressed in a black shihakusho, appeared accompanied by several teachers. The proctoring teachers bowed in salute, and the students currently being tested subconsciously straightened their backs. A lieutenant from the Gote 13 coming to inspect in person, this was a rare honor. Aizen smiled and nodded to the teachers, his gaze slowly sweeping over the students on the training ground. His gaze was very calm, as if he were just browsing casually. But when that gaze swept over the position where Wang Xuan was, it paused imperceptibly. On the surface, Wang Xuan maintained the same respect and curiosity as the other students, though he felt a bit uneasy inside. Aizen, why did he come? Although Aizen did occasionally come to the Shino Academy to observe classes before, he seemed to rarely appear at this kind of beginning of term assessment. Aizen spoke a few words in a low voice to the teacher in charge of the test, and then they walked to the side of the field together. His posture was leisurely and relaxed, as if he had really just come to watch this test by chance. The test continued. When it was Wang Xuan's turn, he deliberately controlled his performance. He performed this shakaho in a standard, by-the-book manner, keeping both his spiritual pressure output and accuracy at an average level. This was a steady shot he had carefully rehearsed over the past few days to maintain a below-average to average level. Acceptable, the proctoring teacher recorded in a notebook. Next. Wang Xuan retreated to the side of the field, feeling a gaze land on him. He turned his head to look, and happened to meet Aizen's gentle gaze. Aizen smiled slightly at him and nodded, as if in affirmation. Wang Xuan bowed his head humbly in return. But his heart was not very calm, and he didn't know if it was just a preconceived notion. Although Aizen was casting his gaze at the examinees randomly, Wang Xuan always felt that the frequency with which he looked at him was higher. Was Aizen's attention on him a bit too much? When the morning test came to a pause and the students were taking a break, Aizen walked down from the viewing platform. He walked slowly across the training ground, chatting with several teachers, occasionally stopping to ask about a certain student's test performance. That gentle attitude made quite a few students feel flattered. Then, he walked in the direction where Wang Xuan was. Wang Xuan was chatting with Naneo, whose mood had somewhat eased, when he suddenly noticed a commotion around them. Naneo turned her head, saw Aizen walking over, and hurriedly bowed in salute. Lieutenant Aizen. Wang Xuan also bowed in greeting. No need for formalities, Aizen's voice was gentle and magnetic. You are 5th-year students, right? Your performance in the test just now was not bad. Aizen's gaze turned to Wang Xuan. What is your name? Wang Xuan, Lieutenant Aizen. Wang Xuan looked at the smiling Aizen, feeling a chill in his heart. At this moment, he was finally certain. Aizen was coming specifically for him. I just watched your keto test. Aizen pushed up his glasses. The incantation for Shakuho was very standard, and your spiritual pressure control was very stable, but. He paused, then smiled. It gave me the feeling that you didn't use your full strength. I wonder if that's just my illusion. Wang Xuan's heart tightened, but on the surface, he showed a slightly embarrassed expression. You make me blush, Lieutenant. My mastery of Shakuho is not yet proficient enough, and I was worried about making mistakes during the test, so I chose a more stable form. Caution is a good thing, Aizen nodded. However, Shinigami sometimes have to take certain risks in battle. Being too conservative might also cause you to miss opportunities. You were right to lecture me, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to criticize, Aizen said with a smile, and, being able to restrain one's edge to achieve a goal is, in itself, a talent. He paused, his gaze becoming more profound. Student Wang Xuan, what plans do you have for the future? Which division do you want to join after graduation? This question made Nanao, who was nearby, perk up her ears. Wang Xuan pondered for a moment, then answered cautiously, I don't have any concrete ideas yet. After all, there is still some time until graduation. A very pragmatic attitude. Aizen nodded in approval. The Gote 13 each have their own characteristics. Finding the path that suits you is very important. He looked straight into Wang Xuan's eyes, his voice gentle yet carrying a certain irresistible attraction. The 5th Division has always been committed to cultivating promising newcomers. If you are interested, you can consider coming to us after graduation. The air around them seemed to freeze for a moment. Nanao widened her eyes in surprise, and the other students who were eavesdropping also showed expressions of envy or astonishment. These words could already be considered a personal invitation from the lieutenant of the 5th Division. For a Shino Academy student, this was a tremendous honor. Wang Xuan's internal alarm bells were ringing wildly. For no reason, why would Aizen extend an invitation to him, a 5th-year student with an average performance? Recalling the encounter in the valley in West District 2 a few days ago, Wang Xuan could almost conclude that the person hiding in the shadows at that time was none other than Aizen. He had noticed him after all. Thank you very much for your appreciation, Lieutenant. However, as I just said, there is still time until graduation, and I would like to think it over more before making a decision. There is no need to feel pressured because of my words, just follow your heart. Aizen looked at him, his face still wearing a gentle smile. Then, I look forward to your future performance. He patted Wang Xuan on the shoulder and turned to leave. Wang Xuan stood in place, watching Aizen's back. That brief exchange just now, every word, every look, felt like dancing on the tip of a blade to him. What a rough fate. Wang Xuan, Lieutenant Aizen seems to think very highly of you, he even hopes you'll go to the 5th Division. Do you have any thoughts on that? Nanao's voice from the side brought Wang Xuan back to his senses. He pondered for a moment. I'm scared to tears. Nanao. 5th Division Barracks, Lieutenant's office. Aizen Sosuke sat alone at his desk. The moonlight outside the window shone through the paper screen, reflecting a cold light on his lenses. His fingers tapped lightly against the desk, making a rhythmic sound. Wang Xuan. He murmured this name softly. The conversation at the training ground this afternoon replayed clearly in his mind. That white-haired student's flawless expression, subtle movements, and cautious answers. Ryutsu is controlled around level 12, but the fluctuations are slightly inconsistent. It's hard to say if he is deliberately hiding something. The incantation for Shakuho was rigorous, but the Ryutsu output was slightly insufficient. It seems he intentionally lowered the power. Faced with a lieutenant's invitation, showing joy before hesitating and refusing, it doesn't rule out him having his heart set on another division, yet it seemed a bit deliberate. Aizen picked up his teacup and took a light sip. What are you hiding, student Wang Xuan? He stood up and walked to the window, looking toward Shino Academy. Aizen's thoughts drifted back to many years ago. At that time, he was just an ordinary member of the 5th Division. Possessing outstanding talent, yet never flaunting it. Every mission was completed just right, neither bad enough to cause dissatisfaction, nor good enough to attract attention. He carefully controlled his performance, like a spider lurking in the shadows, quietly weaving its own web. Until he mastered Kyoka Suigetsu. Until he discovered the secret of the Hogyoku. Come to think of it, he is somewhat like me. Aizen murmured to himself, his eyes profound. Hide, observe, and make the appropriate response at the appropriate time. I just wonder, how deep your capacity truly goes. Aizen returned to the desk and turned to another page of the report. It recorded all the grades of Wang Xuan since he enrolled 5 years ago. His historical grades in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, Kido, as well as his theoretical and cultural course grades, were all listed in detail. Comprehensive assessment. Lower middle in the elite class, but with potential for steady improvement. Aizen chuckled. He recalled the encounter in the Valley of West District 2 a few days ago. Did he really not notice us at that time? Aizen had always held doubts. If he truly had noticed, how did he discover it? Is his perception of Kido Ryutsu fluctuations unusually sharp? No, that doesn't seem like it. Could it be that he has some reaction to the power of the Hogyoku? Aizen adjusted his glasses, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. Regardless of which it was worth further observation. And observation requires closer proximity. It also requires a small test. The moonlight shifted, illuminating his calm profile. The expression remained gentle as ever. Yet it held a hint of playfulness. The principal of Shino Academy is concurrently held by the third seat of the 5th Division, so as the lieutenant of the 5th Division, it was natural for Aizen to easily review some of the Academy's arrangements. He pulled out the semester schedule for Shino Academy. Human World Soul Burial Internship, 5th year student elite class, 3 weeks from now. The human world, where the appearance of hollows is unpredictable, is the most suitable place to arrange an accident. Aizen picked up a pen and wrote something on a sticky note. With a creak, the office door was pushed open. Aizen inconspicuously set the note aside, and when he looked up at the person entering, that gentle smile was already on his face. Captain Hiroko, not resting yet this late. Hiroko Shinji leaned against the doorframe, his long golden hair shimmering with a cold light in the moonlight. He tilted his head, sizing Aizen up with that unique, slightly lazy yet sharp gaze of his. You're not asleep either, Lieutenant Aizen. Shinji Hiroko drawled, walking in slowly. What kind of paperwork requires dragon of paperwork, to work so hard through the night? Do you need my help? He walked to the desk, picked up the file recording the current arrangements for Shino Academy, and began to browse through it. Just some routine arrangements for the Shino Academy internship, Captain Hiroko. Aizen smiled. You shouldn't have to trouble yourself with these trivial matters. Shinji Hiroko flipped through it, and indeed, there was nothing unusual. His eyes flickered, he placed the file back on the desk, yet turned a blind eye to the conspicuous note on the side of the desk. Just like Kyoka Suigetsu. Shinji Hiroko withdrew his hand and tucked it into the sleeve of his shihakusho. Trivial matters. There are no trivial matters when it comes to student safety. He huffed. Furthermore, neither Rukongai nor the human world has been peaceful lately. The number of souls disappearing without reason has increased, and I don't know if those idiots in the 10th Division responsible for guard patrols are actually working seriously. He walked half a circle around the desk, finally stopping opposite Aizen, and leaned over. Those eyes that were always half closed were now wide open, staring directly at Aizen. I heard that there was a big fire in West District 2 of Rukongai, and the 12th Division sent people to investigate and found abnormal Ryutsu fluctuations. But unfortunately, they couldn't find out who did it. Aizen's brow furrowed slightly, his expression serious. That is indeed unfortunate, perhaps it was caused by some Shinigami training Kido privately over there and being careless. That's also possible. Shinji Hiroko straightened up, his tone lacking any obvious direction. Come to think of it, the number of cases where hollows have attacked Shinigami and souls in Rukongai has been much higher than usual lately. The strange thing is, our support team always receives the messages inexplicably late. This is indeed our dereliction of duty, the head captain even specifically called me over to scold me. Tell me, why would this happen, Aizen? I apologize, Captain Hiroko. I will do my best to investigate which link had the oversight, this kind of thing will not happen again. A brief silence fell between the two, the air in the office seemed to freeze, with only the clock on the wall ticking. Shinji Hiroko stared at Aizen for a long time, then suddenly clicked his tongue. Forget it. He turned and walked toward the door. Aizen, you had better remember. As long as you do your work steadily and honestly, I won't give you any trouble. He stopped at the doorway and turned his head. The moonlight illuminated one side of his face, while the other half was buried in shadow. But if you are truly plotting something detrimental to the Soul Society, then I will definitely drag you out myself. After saying this, he opened the door and walked out. Aizen sat where he was, the smile on his face gradually fading. He took off his glasses, took a velvet cloth from his pocket, and wiped the lenses in a leisurely manner. The lenses were as clean as new, reflecting his calm eyes. Captain Hiroko, Aizen murmured softly, your intuition is as sharp as ever. It's just a pity that intuition cannot serve as evidence. He put his glasses back on, finished writing the note, folded it carefully, and placed it into a specially made envelope. There were no markings on the surface of the envelope, but he knew that this letter would appear in the hands of someone he could deploy tomorrow morning. The special arrangements for the fifth-year student Human World internship had already been drafted. After finishing all this, Aizen walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the office. The version of himself in the mirror was dressed neatly with a gentle expression. Anyone who saw him would think he was a humble and reliable leader and companion. The moonlight shifted, illuminating the entire mirror surface. The Aizen in the mirror curled the corners of his mouth into a subtle arc. The Aizen outside the mirror still wore that gentle smile. Inside and outside the mirror, they overlapped and merged. Indistinguishable from each other. On the training ground of Shino Academy, the morning light was faint. Wang Xuan stood at the edge of the training ground, practicing along with the students inside. Aizen's appearance had brought him considerable pressure. His own training could also increase experience points. Although the gains were low, as the efficiency of picking up fragments within the school became increasingly lower, the experience points gained from training were actually not insignificant. It was just a pity that he still could not exert his full strength in the school's training ground, so he could only suppress his power and do some basic training. Underneath his loose academy uniform, Wang Xuan had strapped several steel bars to his body for added weight, drilling along with the students in the training ground. After half a day of training, the system subtitles appeared. Obtained Shunpo Insight, Shunpo Experience plus 5. The system panel unfolded in his consciousness, with all data clearly visible. Name: Wang Xuan. Ryutsu. 9th grade, experience, 505 5,000ths. Zanjutsu. LV3, experience, 55 3,000ths. Hakuda. LV3, experience, 23,000ths. Shunpo. LV3, experience, 10 3,000ths. Kido. LV3, experience, 1,755 3,000ths. Zanpakuto. Asachi Resonance 91%. Special abilities. Holofication. LV1, experience, 10 1,000ths. Hogyoku, awakening, 0.05%. Because the experience for Shunpo was lagging behind, he had worked hard on Shunpo training and finally caught up with the other skills. Some time had passed since the beginning of term assessment. During this period, Wang Xuan had finally raised Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido to LV3. It was a kind of natural, effortless mastery. Besides that, although the increase in Ryutsu was slow, it was steadily rising. If he were to apply for early graduation assessment with his true strength at this moment, he would definitely pass. Furthermore, there was a high probability that he could take a position as a seated officer upon joining a squad. He felt he could probably be an 8th or 9th seat. Besides that, another pleasant surprise was the Zanpakuto resonance. With the comprehensive improvement of his own strength, especially after his Ryutsu broke through to the 9th grade, he could more clearly perceive the sleeping will within the Asachi at his waist. It was a hazy response, although vague, it was real. He wondered what his Zanpakuto's ability would be. Exhaling a breath of stale air slowly, Wang Xuan gradually stopped and walked to the side of the field to catch his breath. In the interval while wiping sweat with a towel, a familiar voice came from beside him. You're actually training hard today. There was obvious surprise in Neneo's tone. She was carrying a few books, looking like she had just come from the library and was passing by the training ground on her way. Wang Xuan turned back and saw Neneo pushing up her glasses, looking him up and down as if observing some rare phenomenon. With graduation approaching, I'm feeling the pressure. Wang Xuan smiled and unscrewed his water bottle to take a sip. By the way, have the arrangements for this year's Human World Soul Burial internship been released? Unhun, Neneo walked to the steps beside him and sat down, placing her books on her lap. There are still 2 weeks left. This year we are 5th-year students, and we have to be responsible for leading the lower grade juniors. The group list should be announced next week. Wang Xuan nodded. For this soul burial internship, as a member of the elite class, he would be together with Neneo and another 5th-year student, leading a group of 3 lower-year students and responsible for guiding the process. It would be the same next year when they advance to being 6th-year students. This, seniors leading juniors, model was a tradition of Shino Academy, aimed at letting elite senior students nearing graduation accumulate team experience. The scenes from when he went in previous years appeared in Wang Xuan's mind. Narrow Machia streets, kerosene lamps emitting a dim, yellowish light. Pedestrians wearing traditional kimonos or new-style clothing walking along the streets, and in the distance, large chimneys billowing thick black smoke were faintly visible. It was an era of intense collision between tradition and modernity. Electricity had begun to become widespread, horse-drawn carriages were still the main means of transportation, but Western culture had begun to impact the ancient traditional society. The clothing, speech, and even the obsessions of the deceased souls were deeply branded with the marks of that period. By comparison, the soul society at this time appeared even more developed and advanced. The place we are going this time is still the same one as last time, it should be the same as last year. Naneo pulled out a sketch tucked in her book, and Wang Xuan took it, looking at the introduction and explanation of the destination on it. At the same time, he had other thoughts. Ever since Aizen's seemingly casual inspection, these days had been unusually calm. Aizen had never appeared again, as if that conversation had truly just been an ordinary encouragement from a lieutenant to a student. But this did not dispel the unease in Wang Xuan's heart. Given Aizen's personality, if he had really taken an interest in him, it would never stop at just one meeting. This calmness was more like the suppression before a storm, or a hunter patiently waiting while observing the habits of their prey. The human world internship, far from the direct monitoring of the Seireitei, with a complex environment where hollows appeared from time to time, was simply an excellent stage for creating accidents. He had to be on guard. Wang Xuan. Naneo's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Lately, you seem to have a lot on your mind, and you've been training more diligently. Did something happen? Wang Xuan looked at Naneo's concerned eyes, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. But there were some things he couldn't tell others just yet. Nothing major. After all, I'm starting to lead a team this year, so the responsibility is heavier. Come to think of it, we haven't been assigned to the same group in the past few years, maybe this year we'll have a chance to be together. Naneo's face flushed slightly upon hearing this, and she turned her head away slightly, whispering, "What are you saying? Who wants to be with you?" Wang Xuan looked at her teasingly, but Naneo had already averted her gaze, pretending to tidy the books on her lap. Just then, an energetic voice came from far to near, "Senior Wang Xuan." The two turned their heads and saw Shiba Kaiyan striding over, with his signature hearty smile on his face. He had completely integrated into life at Shino Academy and was thriving among the freshmen. "Kaiyan, is training over?" Wang Xuan stood up. "Just finished." Kaiyan patted the dust off himself. "Yo, Senior Naneo is here too." He looked at Naneo beside him and nodded politely in greeting. Naneo nodded slightly. "You two talk, I'm going back first." She picked up her books and said to Wang Xuan, "Don't forget the notes for tomorrow afternoon's Keto seminar." "I remember." Wang Xuan replied. Watching Naneo's petite figure disappear at the exit of the training ground, Kaiyan leaned in closer, lowered his voice, with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. "Senior Wang Xuan, it's like this. My Kukaku has been pestering me, saying she wants to formally thank you for your previous care. After eating your ramen so many times, she insists on treating you back at least once." He scratched his head. "So, she asked me to invite you. If you have time this weekend, could you come over for a simple meal? It's not far in West Rukongai. Of course, if Senior Naneo is willing to come, she's welcome too." Wang Xuan's heart stirred upon hearing this. Kukaku, huh? However, Wang Xuan was actually more interested in Kaiyan in front of him at this moment. At this time, Kaiyan, with his 6th grade Ryutsu, was clearly stronger than Wang Xuan. If he could be used as a training opponent, his experience would probably see a big boost. Thinking of this, Wang Xuan responded with a smile. "You're too kind. Since you've invited me, it would seem inappropriate if I declined. Saturday works perfectly. As for Naneo, I'll ask her, but don't get your hopes up too high." Kaiyan clapped his hands happily. "Then it's settled. Saturday afternoon, I'll wait for you at the gate of Shino Academy." On Saturday afternoon, Wang Xuan arrived at the entrance of the Shino Academy as promised. He had shed his Shino Academy uniform and changed into a simple, plain set of casual clothes. Naneo did not come. Seeing Wang Xuan appear alone, Kaiyan understood the situation and did not ask further. After meeting up with Kaiyan, the two left the Seireitei and entered West Rukongai. After passing through several relatively busy streets, the surrounding buildings became sparse, and the terrain became slightly uneven. Eventually, they arrived in front of a spacious residence located on a low hill, far away from the bustling urban area. It's a bit messy at home, and there are two rowdy ones there. Please bear with us, senior." Alright, why are you being so polite with me? Let's go. Wang Xuan smiled, though he was also somewhat curious about the Shiba clan residence he was about to see. The first thing that caught his eye was the pair of extremely eye-catching, even somewhat exaggerated, giant stone arms on either side of the residence gate. They extended from the ground, with bulging muscles, looking lifelike, and held high a huge banner inscribed with 4 flamboyant characters, Shiba Kaiyan. Wang Xuan was momentarily stunned as he looked at this imposing decoration. Kaiyan rubbed his nose and gave a dry laugh. Ahem, this is a custom left by my father. He said that the Shiba clan might be in decline, but its spirit must not falter, so the family has kept it up. As they were speaking, a commotion and beast-like snorting suddenly came from the distance. Oh, big brother, you're back. I just happened to buy the groceries. A sturdy wild boar with exposed tusks, carrying a rugged-looking youth, came thundering towards them. The wild boar charged recklessly, kicking up dust along the way, and was on the verge of crashing into Wang Xuan and Kaiyan who were standing outside the gate. Ganju Shiba. Kaiyan's vision went dark. The next moment, he flashed beside the wild boar, grabbed the back of the youth's collar with one hand, and pressed down on the wild boar's head with the other. The seemingly reckless beast was actually forced to its front knees by his single-handed pressure, stopping with a snort. Kaiyan put his younger brother down and raised his hand to knock him on the head. How many times have I told you to watch where you're going? You almost hit a guest. Apologize. Wrong, I was wrong, brother. Apologize to the guest. Ganju Shiba clutched his head, only then noticing Wang Xuan, who was standing to the side with a subtle expression, and bowed stammeringly. I'm sorry, Wang Xuan-san. It's fine, you're very energetic. Wang Xuan waved his hand to indicate it was alright. Wang Xuan, you're here. A vibrant voice came from inside the gate. Hearing this, Wang Xuan looked over, and Kukaku ran out quickly. She had changed into a simple red outfit today, with a bright smile on her face, looking at Wang Xuan with sparkling eyes. Yo, Kukaku. Come in quickly, don't just stand at the door. Ganju Shiba, chase this stupid pig of yours to the backyard. Kukaku kicked Ganju Shiba in the lower back, sending him stumbling. Bonnie isn't a stupid pig. Ganju Shiba clutched his lower back, muttering as he pushed the wild boar toward the backyard. Walking into the Shiba clan residence, the interior looked even more strange than the outside. After opening the door, there was actually a staircase extending underground. One had to go downstairs upon entering. Our family is in the fireworks business. We often accidentally blow up the house due to mistakes, so we just built it underground. Kaiyan explained to Wang Xuan with a smile. After walking to the reception room and sitting down, Kukaku shouted outward. Koganehiko, Shiroganehiko, a guest is here. 2 tall, serious-looking middle-aged men, dressed in gold and silver outfits respectively, emerged in response, their movements synchronized as they bowed to Wang Xuan. Welcome to the Shiba clan. Their presence was steady, and their spiritual pressure was condensed. Although they intentionally restrained it, Wang Xuan could feel that these two were quite formidable. Thank you for having me. Wang Xuan returned the bow. He could feel a hint of scrutiny in Koganehiko and Shiroganehiko's respectful gazes, but there was no malice. These two have been with our family since my siblings and I were young. They are called servants, but they are actually no different from family. Kaiyan introduced them to Wang Xuan. Hearing this, the two hurriedly waved their hands. We dare not overstep. Head of the house, please say no more. Sigh, you two. Wang Xuan understood. These two must have been around when the Shiba clan was still in the Seireitei as nobles. After the introductions, Kaiyan invited Wang Xuan to sit, and Kukaku quickly brought out tea and snacks. Ganju Shiba had also finished tidying up and ran over, curiously eyeing Wang Xuan. Dinner was cooked by Koganehiko and Shiroganehiko. After the group chatted for a while, several quite sumptuous home-cooked dishes were brought out. Kukaku sat down next to Wang Xuan very naturally, occasionally picking food for him. You should try this, it's Koganehiko's specialty stew. I also watched over the making of this fried fish, the heat was just right. A small mountain piled up in Wang Xuan's bowl, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Ganju Shiba was burying his head in his rice bowl nearby, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. Kaiyan looked at his happy-go-lucky younger brother, and recalling what happened earlier, his anger flared up instantly. Ganju Shiba, you're not a child anymore. Running around the streets all day on a wild boar, what kind of behavior is that? You can't learn the family's fireworks techniques, and you only like hanging out with a bunch of wild kids. Didn't you almost knock over someone's vegetable stall last time? Hearing this, Kukaku chimed in from the side, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Exactly. Our Shiba clan was once wealthy, even if now, well, we've never had anyone like you who finds joy in riding a pig all day. Big brother is worried sick about this. 2 days ago, he even told me that if there's no other choice, he'll send Bonnie to a farm far away for a while to help you settle down. Ah. No, big brother. Upon hearing that his beloved pig would be sent away, Ganju Shiba became anxious, unable to even eat his meal, his face twisted in distress. Bonnie is very well behaved, and we haven't done anything bad, we're just a bit fast. Can't I just be more careful? His voice grew quieter and quieter, clearly lacking confidence, but his eyes were full of stubbornness and conflict, unwilling to lose this joy. Seeing him like this, Kyan was both annoyed and helpless, rubbing his temples. Whether it's a bad thing or not is beside the point. Tell me, what serious thing can you do? Asking you to calm down and learn something is harder than reaching the heavens. Ganju Shiba opened his mouth but couldn't refute, so he could only lower his head dejectedly, subconsciously scratching his hair. He knew his older brother meant well, but he really couldn't muster any interest in those skills that required quiet study. The vast Rukongai and the freedom of running with the wind were what he truly longed for. Kyan sighed softly. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Just eat your dinner for now. Ganju Shiba replied, but he had clearly become much more dejected. Kyan cast an apologetic smile at Wang Xuan, and Wang Xuan shook his head to indicate it was fine. He observed this scene, his thoughts racing. He hadn't expected to encounter this kind of conflict over family values. Ganju Shiba's problem was that he was passionate about his own interests, which simply didn't align with his family's expectations. He trained pigs and rode them, able to make a pig feel like a motorcycle, and even gathered a bunch of lackeys to ride pigs with him. To ordinary people, it was nonsense, but from another perspective, how did it seem to align with one of his own ideas? He put down his teacup and spoke softly. Kyan, Kukaku, I actually think that Ganju Shiba's hobby might not be unusable for a proper purpose. I've always had an idea, and I don't know if you would be interested. Upon hearing this, the group found their interest piqued by Wang Xuan's words. Ganju Shiba, in particular, looked at Wang Xuan in surprise, he hadn't expected Wang Xuan to speak up for him. Wang Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking softly. A few restaurants in Rukongai accept delivery orders, but due to limitations in manpower and transportation efficiency, the delivery range is restricted to just the nearest few districts, which is why this service has never really taken off. Wang Xuan said unhurriedly. It's embarrassing to admit, but I am actually the owner of Ichiraku Ramen. I manage the few Ichiraku Ramen branches in Rukongai, and business is decent. Ichiraku Ramen, you're actually the one who opened it. The group's eyes widened at this. That's amazing. Kukaku's eyes sparkled, and she excitedly leaned in toward Wang Xuan. It wasn't my intention to hide it from everyone, it's just not really something worth bragging about, so I never brought it up. Kyan also exclaimed, I understand. I just didn't expect that you, senior, would know how to run a restaurant and make the business so successful. Wang Xuan smiled and shook his head, then continued where he left off. Actually, I've had an idea recently. I want to deliver piping hot ramen to customers in more distant districts, and do it faster. Uncle Ichiraku and I have looked into it, and we've roughly devised a method to separate the soup from the noodles, as well as a pre-ordering system for customers. When customers receive their pre-ordered meal, they can pour the hot soup into the noodles. While it might not compare to dining in, it's enough to maintain the texture of the noodles as much as possible when eaten. He looked at Ganju Shiba and smiled. Ordinary employees rely on their own two legs, so their speed is limited and their range is small. But if there were a special delivery person who knew all the shortcuts in the districts, was quick on their feet, and was reliable, the coverage and efficiency of this business would be completely different. Ganju Shiba's eyes grew wider and wider. Although he was thick-skinned and impulsive, he was sharp enough. A vague yet exciting picture slowly unfolded in his mind. Kyan and Kukaku were also stunned. After a moment of thought, Kyan was the first to react. Senior Wang Xuan, do you mean to have Ganju Shiba participate in building this logistics and delivery system? That's right. This is just the beginning. The key lies in what comes after. After all, if we can deliver food, we can naturally deliver other things as well. From my observations, there are many peddlers and laborers in Rukongai who rely on manual labor for pay, people helping move things or transporting goods, but it hasn't been systematized yet. This is still an unexplored field. The important point actually lies in how to build this logistics network and coordinate the personnel. Of course, that's a topic for another time. After finishing, Wang Xuan turned his gaze to Kyan, who was deep in thought. This isn't a simple employment relationship. Ganju Shiba provides unique transportation abilities and a familiarity with the terrain of Rukongai. These are his unique advantages. We can adopt a collaborative approach and try it for a period of time. He would be responsible for fast delivery in designated areas, and receive a portion of the earnings from this new business's remuneration. The more he does, and the better he does it, the more he earns. In this way, he'll be doing something he is interested in and skilled at, and he can also create real value. Of course, this is just my idea and proposal, the final decision rests with you. Kyan immediately understood the key to it. This wasn't just about having him do odd jobs for a senior, it was about transforming Ganju Shiba's unique skills into valuable capital to participate in the business. It not only gave Ganju Shiba proper work to do but also provided him with enough motivation and dignity, while subtly cultivating his sense of responsibility. Ganju Shiba was stunned at this moment, trying to imagine it. Himself riding Bonnie to lead the way, followed by a group of lackeys riding pigs, weaving through the streets and alleys in an orderly fashion under his command, delivering meals and items to customers. It was so cool. Ganju Shiba looked longingly at the deep-in-thought Kyan, then turned to look at Wang Xuan, feeling a bit confused and his throat feeling particularly dry. He wanted to do this, and he could do this. He needed to say something now to prove that he could do this. Just as Wang Xuan and Kyan were drinking tea, Ganju Shiba, who had been silent for a long time, looked straight at Wang Xuan and spoke in a deep voice. Brother-in-law, Wang Xuan, Kyan, Kukaku. Wang Xuan, who was drinking tea, coughed twice, nearly choking. Kyan spat out a mouthful of tea and then gave Ganju Shiba a hard whack. What are you blindly calling him, you brat? That's right. Wang Xuan and I are not, in that kind of relationship. Kukaku blushed as she refuted it, but as she spoke, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan felt like he had fallen into a trap. To hide his embarrassment, he had no choice but to hold his teacup and pretend to drink, using it to divert his attention. A moment later, the topic finally ended amidst the chaos. Kyan was silent for a long while, looking at the spirit and determination in his younger brother's eyes that he hadn't seen for a long time. He let out a soft sigh, the helplessness on his face finally melting away, revealing a look of relief. Since you really want to try, and Senior Wang Xuan is willing to take you on, then I won't object. Kyan bowed solemnly to Wang Xuan. Senior, you have not only pointed Ganju Shiba toward a proper path but also preserved his dignity and interests. If this brat causes you any trouble due to his mischievousness or recklessness, feel free to beat or scold him. Or just let me know, and I will definitely punish him severely. Kyan, you don't need to do this. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration. If it weren't for Ganju Shiba having this talent, I wouldn't have brought this up. Kyan turned to look at Ganju Shiba, his expression exceptionally serious. Ganju Shiba, Senior Wang Xuan has shown you a clear path and has given you a huge amount of respect. It also concerns the reputation of Senior Wang Xuan's business. The rules must be strictly followed, and deliveries must be reliable. Remember, you represent not only the Ichiraku ramen brand but also the face of the Shiba clan. Ganju Shiba looked at Kyan's solemn face, and his face, which had been flushed with excitement, gradually calmed down. Don't worry, big brother. I've been hanging around Rukongai for so many years, no one knows better than me which road is the shortest and which alley can be used. This task is best left to me. Watching Ganju Shiba, who seemed to have matured quite a bit, a hint of gratification appeared in Kyan's eyes. The meal ended in a harmonious atmosphere. Watching Ganju Shiba excitedly planning for the future, and Kyan, who looked relaxed and raised his glass in gratitude, Wang Xuan knew that his proposal was correct. Watching the Shiba siblings laughing and bickering before him, Wang Xuan felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. The shadows that Aizen had brought upon him seemed to have been dispelled quite a bit in this lively atmosphere filled with the scent of everyday life. After the meal, Koganehiko and Shiroganehiko began to clear the dishes. Seeing Ganju Shiba still wanting to pester Wang Xuan with endless questions, Kukaku reached out and dragged him to the side room, leaving some rare leisure time for Wang Xuan and Kyan. The two came to the backyard on the ground level. Kyan brewed a pot of fresh tea, and they began to chat in the courtyard as the moonlight began to rise. As they chatted, the topic naturally turned to cultivation. Wang Xuan's heart stirred slightly. Kyan, this is a rare opportunity. Would you like to spar? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Bleach. I'm picking up attributes in Seireitei. Part 2. Oh, that's a pretty good suggestion, senior. Though, having said that, I'm actually quite strong, you know. Let's treat it as a bit of post-meal digestion, a simple spar to see the gap between myself and a genius. Kyan scratched his head. I'm no genius, but I do know a good spot. It's a bit of a distance, though. Want to check it out? Sure. Kyan went back into the house and brought out 2 wooden swords. Senior, shall we warm up with some shunpo? That works. Wang Xuan nodded. Their eyes met, and as their voices faded, their figures vanished from the spot simultaneously. The next moment, they appeared almost at the same time on opposite sides of the flat mountaintop. This time, Wang Xuan did not hold back. There was no need to hide his skills when sparring with an opponent as talented as Kyan. The more he could force Kyan to use his full strength, the higher the efficiency of acquiring experience fragments would be. Putting forth his full effort, his shunpo speed was not slow, and he followed closely behind Kyan. Kyan looked back. Although he was holding back his strength, he hadn't expected Wang Xuan to keep up so easily. It made sense. After all, he was a senior from the Shino Academy, so how could he be left behind by me so easily? Kyan's expression turned serious. He finally began to take this spar seriously. His speed suddenly increased, leaving behind a glowing fragment on the spot that only Wang Xuan could see. Seeing this, Wang Xuan adjusted his route without changing his expression, his fingers brushing through the air imperceptibly the moment the afterimage dissipated. Obtained Shunpo Insight, Shunpo Experience plus 25. Shiba Kyan's training insights regarding Shunpo instantly merged into Wang Xuan's body. The 2 figures chased one another. This time, Kyan finally gained the advantage. Kyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Although Wang Xuan's speed was a bit inferior to his, he was tailing him very closely, and it wouldn't be easy to widen the gap. Strangely, he felt that Wang Xuan's shunpo style seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Although the core remained the Shino Academy style he was familiar with, certain details in the turns and acceleration faintly carried the shadow of his own training. Was it just an illusion? It was unknown how much time had passed, but the 2 finally stopped, less than 10 meters apart. As Wang Xuan caught his breath, a flash of surprise crossed Kyan's eyes. Senior, your shunpo is quite fast. This is MT. Rifu. There are no houses around here, it's where I usually train, and it's a very suitable place for sparring. Mount Rifu had gentle slopes, sparse trees, and an open flat area on the summit. Bathed in moonlight, it was indeed a good place for a spar. Kyan took out the 2 wooden swords from his back and tossed one to Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan caught the wooden sword, weighed it in his hand, and found the weight to be appropriate. He slowly assumed the most basic Chudan stance of swordsmanship. Kyan also grew serious, gripping the sword with both hands and assuming a starting stance. A steady and sharp aura naturally emanated from him. Senior, watch out. Without a signal, both figures moved simultaneously. The sound of wooden swords clashing was crisp and loud, carrying far across the silent mountaintop. The next moment, the sound of wooden swords colliding became continuous, and the 2 figures moved and intertwined rapidly under the moonlight. The longer they fought, the more Kyan felt alarmed. Under the tutelage of Koganehiko and Shiroganehiko, his swordsmanship was sufficient to suppress most of his peers. Regardless of how surging his wave-like attacks were, Wang Xuan could always receive them steadily and find openings to counterattack. Senior Wang Xuan, is he actually this strong? Obtained Swordsmanship Insight, Swordsmanship Experience plus 40. Obtained Swordsmanship Insight, Swordsmanship Experience plus 30. Watching the fragments continuously burst out, Wang Xuan felt incomparably exhilarated. Kyan was simply like a walking treasure trove of experience. While dealing with Kyan's attacks, he greedily absorbed those high-quality combat fragments. Kaien's swordsmanship experience was rapidly assimilated and absorbed by Wang Xuan. His sword techniques began to show subtle changes. As the sparring deepened, Kaien became increasingly alarmed. He discovered that some of his habitual combos and force application techniques were actually starting to be imitated by Wang Xuan, intentionally or unintentionally, and integrated into his defensive counterattacks. This ability to learn and adapt was simply unfathomable. Good. Kaien shouted, no longer holding back. His Ryutsu erupted, and a faint glimmer even appeared on the wooden sword as he delivered a powerful, heavy diagonal slash. Wang Xuan's eyes narrowed. He didn't meet it head-on, instead activating Shunpo under his feet. As he slid to the side, his wooden sword scraped against Kaien's blade, slashing upward toward his wrist. Kaien hurriedly changed his stance to block. Crack. With a crisp sound, the two wooden swords, infused with Ryutsu, couldn't withstand the collision of such power and snapped in the middle simultaneously. Amidst the flying wood splinters, both of them discarded their swords almost at the same time, their fists and palms meeting. The battle transitioned into Hakuda. Kaien's Hakuda was equally excellent, fierce and powerful. Combined with the force application techniques he had summarized through years of training, the power of every punch was not to be underestimated. Wang Xuan's punches and kicks didn't look as fierce as Kaien's, but his techniques were unpredictable, and he always had a countermeasure. Under the moonlight, the two figures traded blows, with the muffled sounds of impact echoing continuously. Dust was kicked up, forming a hazy halo in the moonlight. The longer they fought, the more alarmed Kaien became. At this moment, he finally confirmed it. Wang Xuan was just like a sponge, constantly absorbing his combat experience and converting it into his own at an astonishing speed. This kind of learning from an opponent during battle and being able to apply it immediately was something he had never heard of before. As the fierce battle raged on, Wang Xuan, in a close-quarters exchange, keenly captured a fleeting opening between Kaien's technique transitions. This was thanks to the fact that the fragments he had absorbed contained a large amount of predictive data formed from the opponent's combat habits. An opportunity. Kaien's combat intuition was extremely sharp, and a sense of crisis surged, but it was too late to dodge when Wang Xuan's heavy punch came striking. Bang! After a duller thud than before, both of them stepped back a few paces simultaneously, their feet leaving shallow pits in the ground. Kaien touched his waist. At the final moment of the strike, Wang Xuan had pulled his punch. Impressive. The two caught their breath for a moment, then looked at each other, their fighting spirit burning even brighter. This was the feeling of meeting an evenly matched opponent. Although Kaien's overall strength was a notch above Wang Xuan's experience was clearly richer than his, though slightly mixed, it was practical. It was unknown where senior Wang Xuan had managed to scrape together so much combat experience during his years of study at the Shino Academy. Again. Kaien shouted, and the two fought again. Watching the sky full of fragments, Wang Xuan's experience bar skyrocketed. Until he felt his Ryutsu was about to be exhausted and his body felt extremely fatigued. At this moment, Wang Xuan suddenly froze. Perhaps it was the high-intensity pressure on his spirit and Ryutsu brought about by the high-intensity battle, or perhaps it was stimulated by the process of this fierce confrontation. The strand of dark red Ryutsu deep within Wang Xuan's soul, which had always been dormant and belonged uniquely to a hollow, suddenly stirred restlessly. A cold, violent, and strange sensation filled with a desire to devour suddenly slithered into Wang Xuan's heart like a viper. Wang Xuan frowned slightly, instantly suppressing the surge of restless Ryutsu. At the same time, he took a few steps back to create some distance, breathing slowly. Senior. Kaien noticed the change in Wang Xuan's expression and immediately stopped his attack. What's wrong? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Wang Xuan calmed his churning blood and the restlessness of that trace of Ryutsu. I just suddenly felt a bit tired. Sorry, Kaien, let's call it a day. Kaien looked at Wang Xuan's complexion and felt ashamed. Sorry, senior, it's my fault. I didn't realize we'd been fighting for so long. It's no problem. I benefited greatly from this sparring session. We can continue next time we have a chance. Feeling that his body was no longer acting up, Wang Xuan's heart regained its calm, and he replied with a smile. Kyan looked at Wang Xuan's condition, and his expression instantly relaxed. He rubbed the sore spots on his body. Tonight was truly exhilarating. I didn't expect you to be this strong, senior. His tone was sincere, carrying a hint of admiration. With your strength, senior, you should be able to join the Gote 13. Why are you still staying obscure in the Shino Academy? Kyan was somewhat curious. I have indeed been hiding things at the Shino Academy. Because I pursue a stable life, I have no desire to stand out. You are the first person to know my true strength. I hope you can help me keep this secret, Kyan. Looking at the trusting expression in Wang Xuan's eyes, Kyan felt moved. Everyone has different beliefs. Since this is the path Wang Xuan chose, he would not say anything unnecessary. Kyan patted his chest. Don't worry, senior, I will. Wang Xuan looked at Kyan. Although the other's breathing had returned to normal, he clearly still had energy to spare. Wang Xuan gained a huge amount from this sparring session. Wang Xuan checked the system. Apart from Kido, the experience points for everything else had increased significantly. Ryutsu experience plus 580. Zanjutsu experience plus 320. Hakuda experience plus 380. Shunpo experience plus 350. Sparring with a genius like Kyan once yields rewards far exceeding daily training or picking up ordinary fragments. The two tidied up briefly, then headed down the mountain to return to the Shiba clan estate. When they returned to the Shiba clan estate, the night was already deep. Kukaku was sitting at the courtyard entrance, with a warm yellow lamp left on under the veranda. Big brother, Wang Xuan, you're back. Seeing the two return, travel-worn, Kukaku yawned and waved at them. Kyan gauged the time. Senior, why don't you stay the night here? We can go back together tomorrow. That sounds good. Then I shall impose on you. Haha, there's no need for such polite words between us. Watching the two, whose relationship had clearly grown closer, Kukaku was a bit confused. Since when did Big Brother get so close to Wang Xuan? Alright, it's cold out, let's go inside. Under Kyan's arrangements, Wang Xuan stayed in the guest room. Lying on the bed, Wang Xuan quietly reviewed what he had gained today. The experience gained today was more than he had anticipated. It seems he could look for Kyan every few days from now on. A breakthrough in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, Kido to LV4 is just around the corner. By then, his strength would be enough to rival mid to high-ranking seated officers. But the strange movement of that hollow-like Ryutsu during today's sparring session was something he had to take seriously. In his memory, for a Shinigami to complete hollowification, they needed at least lieutenant-level Ryutsu to remain stable. His current Ryutsu level wasn't high. Although he had the system to back him up, he still didn't know what would happen after triggering hollowification. But if there was an extremely remote place that could isolate Ryutsu, he might be able to try it out. But this required careful planning and preparation. There were very few people in the Seireitei capable of achieving this goal. The next day, Wang Xuan returned to the Shino Academy with Kyan. In the days that followed, Wang Xuan's life returned to its regular track, yet it was slightly different. In the eyes of others, he was still that average fifth-year student. But Nanao noticed that some changes had occurred in Wang Xuan. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but Wang Xuan seemed much more diligent than before. Especially a while ago, she had seen him training seriously at the training ground, which was unprecedented. Although he had recently returned to that lazy, scattered appearance. On the other hand, interaction between Wang Xuan and Shiba Kyan became frequent. Wang Xuan had been hanging out with Shiba Kyan a lot lately, and the two often snuck out of school, not knowing what they were up to. Especially on days off, Wang Xuan would disappear early on. The time spent with her at the library had been reduced significantly. This made Nanao quite resentful. This guy, he wouldn't be secretly going to find Shiba Kukaku, would he? Whenever she thought of this, Nanao felt extremely irritated, just feeling a bit congested in her heart. Although Wang Xuan had said he was training with Kyan recently, this reason couldn't convince Nanao. She decided to follow him secretly. After class that day, she flew back home to change into casual clothes, brought her Seireitei pass, and secretly lay in ambush near the White Road Gate. Before long, she indeed saw Wang Xuan and Qian come out together. The two crossed the bustling streets and walked into a secluded forest. The next second, the two simultaneously disappeared from the spot using Shunpo. Nanao's pupils constricted. Their speed was extremely fast, so fast that even she, a member of the elite class, could only barely catch a glimpse of them. This speed was even faster than the teachers who lectured in class. Nanao wouldn't be surprised that Shiba Qian displayed such strength. After all, for a guy with grade 6 Ryutsu, it would be unreasonable if he didn't have this level of strength. But, Wang Xuan. Nanao rubbed her eyes to prove she wasn't seeing things. Her mind was in a mess right now. Could it be that what Wang Xuan said about training with Shiba Qian was all true? Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, a finger poked her shoulder. Huh. Nanao was startled. She turned around and saw Wang Xuan standing behind her with a beaming smile. Seeing it was Wang Xuan, besides being startled, Nanao felt the embarrassment of being caught tailing him, which then evolved into a trace of anger. Nanao stood stunned for a moment, her face flushed red, and then she reached out with her small hand and pounded Wang Xuan twice. That's for scaring me, that's for scaring me. Alright, Nanao, why are you following us secretly? Watching Nanao, whose anger had finally subsided and whose complexion was gradually returning to calm, Wang Xuan asked softly. Hearing this, Nanao turned her face slightly to the side, but her voice sounded a bit awkward. It's nothing, I just wanted to know what you were doing. Lately, you rarely spend time with me. Ah, no. I didn't mean it like that. Watching Nanao, who was blushing and flustered, Wang Xuan found it amusing, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Recently, he had been obsessed with grinding experience with Qian, and had indeed neglected Nanao a bit. He gently patted Nanao's head. I'm just doing some private training with Qian, don't overthink it. It'll be dark soon, let's go back early. Don't worry, after the soul burial internship, I'll go to the library with you just like before. Although Nanao didn't understand the meaning of what Wang Xuan had been doing lately, at this moment, looking into Wang Xuan's eyes, she felt as if her heart was filled with something. Nanao pursed her lips, and finally nodded gently. I'll wait for you. Time flew by in an instant, and the soul burial internship was approaching. Qian was visibly haggard. Seeing Wang Xuan at the academy today, Qian's gaze was noticeably evasive. Wang Xuan senpai, are we continuing again today? Qian, you are a grown man, why are you acting so coy? It's not that, senpai. We've been sparring at high intensity for days now, and I really can't take it anymore. Could we take a break? Qian's face was full of exhaustion, he really hadn't expected Wang Xuan to have such boundless energy. Looking at Qian, who seemed completely drained, Wang Xuan felt a rare, tiny twinge of conscience. These past few days, he had indeed been working Qian a bit too hard. With the constant refreshing of system notifications, Wang Xuan could clearly feel himself steadily growing stronger. The resonance of his Zanpakuto was also slowly but firmly climbing to a higher percentage amidst this constant practical tempering and growth in Ryutsu. The Human World Soul Burial internship was the day after tomorrow. He was just about ready. Wang Xuan patted Qian on the shoulder. You've worked hard these past few days, Qian. Get some good rest for the next 2 days. When I get back from the Human World Soul Burial internship, I'll treat you to something good at Ichiraku Ramen. Our new yakitori is delicious. Thank you for your understanding, senpai. To be honest, your progress is truly immense. Sparring with you now, I'm already finding it a bit difficult to keep up. Upon hearing this, Qian let out a clear sigh of relief. After sending off the relieved Qian, Wang Xuan opened his interface. Name: Wang Xuan. Ryutsu. Level 8 Experience, 88,000. Kendo. LV4 Experience, 125,000. Hakuda. LV4 Experience, 85,000. Shunpo. LV4 Experience, 75,000. Kido. LV3 Experience, 1,883,000. Zanpakuto. Asachi Resonance 98%. Special Abilities. Holofication. LV1 Experience, 10,000. Hogyoku, awakening. 0.05%. Now, all of Wang Xuan's basic skills except Kido had reached LV4. This meant that, aside from Kido, his mastery in any single skill was comparable to that of an experienced seated officer in the Gote 13. His Ryutsu level had also broken through to level 8. As his Ryutsu level increased, the resonance of his Asachi became higher and higher. Perhaps soon, he would be able to complete the release of his Zanpakuto and achieve Shikai. Unfortunately, after his skills reached LV4, the experience gained from sparring with Kyan began to decrease, and the efficiency dropped significantly. This level of improvement was already the limit of what he could achieve during this time by squeezing Kyan dry. He just hoped that this soul burial internship wouldn't encounter any emergencies he couldn't handle, and that it would pass peacefully. The final preparations before the soul burial internship were underway in full swing. The previous grouping results had been released, and this time, he was actually assigned to the same group as Nanao. Wang Xuan met up with his two companions for the trip, Nanao and Hirata Haida, in the designated classroom. Hirata Haida was a fifth-year student with an ordinary appearance and an introverted personality, but he was reliable in his work, though his strength wasn't strong and he always hovered in the lower tier. Seeing Wang Xuan, he nodded politely, looking somewhat reserved. Seeing this behavior, one didn't even need to guess, he was definitely from the Rukongai and was used to being ostracized by those noble students in class. Nanao had already entered work mode, taking out a small notebook recorded with the location of this soul burial and some basic information. This is our group's designated activity area. She pushed up her glasses and looked at Wang Xuan and Hirata. The procedure is the same as before. It's a one-day soul burial internship. We operate at night and return at dawn. We are all familiar with the normal soul burial procedure. What follows is some work guiding the juniors. If we encounter a hollow, Wang Xuan, your comprehensive strength is the strongest, so you will contain it from the front. Hirata, you provide support from the rear using Kido, and I will be responsible for reconnaissance, early warning, and coordination on the flank. As for the three third-year students, we need to give clear instructions for them to be responsible for the relatively safe rear flank vigilance. We absolutely cannot let them out of our sight or act on their own. After Nanao finished speaking, Wang Xuan nodded approvingly. Nanao was indeed very capable when it came to this kind of paperwork. Agreed. Hirata, what do you think? Hirata looked a bit nervous. San's plan is very comprehensive, I agree as well. Good. Wang Xuan summarized it one last time. Nanao's arrangement is very reasonable. We are a team, so we look out for each other. Remember teacher Hasagawa's words, safety first, mission second. If you encounter any anomalies, prioritize ensuring the safety of the third-year students. The three of them carefully checked the equipment list again. Each equipped with their asachi, dry rations and water, a temporarily issued Denryashinki, and an area map. After the preparations were finished, Hirata left first, leaving only Wang Xuan and Nanao in the classroom. Nanao looked up at Wang Xuan. I didn't expect that we would really be assigned to the same group. Yeah, I don't know if it will go smoothly. How is it? Has the training with Kyan been effective lately? Nanao looked at Wang Xuan. Although Wang Xuan didn't show it much, she could detect the trace of fatigue hidden beneath his relaxed expression. Seeing the look of concern in Nanao's eyes, Wang Xuan felt a little warmth in his heart. It's fine, I'll just rest for a couple of days. Come to think of it, thanks to Kyan, I've gotten a lot stronger. I'll protect you all during this human world internship. Nanao nodded gently, then her eyes showed a hint of suspicion. Speaking of which, you and that girl from the Shiba clan. I'm so hungry, isn't it almost time to eat? Wang Xuan rubbed his stomach and made a quick escape. Nanao watched Wang Xuan's retreating back and could only sigh softly, her gaze filled with a touch of helplessness. On the day of departure, at the central square of Shino Academy. Over 100 students lined up in formation, the freshmen filled with the novelty and excitement of going to the human world. The upperclassmen participating in the guidance internship looked much more serious. Wang Xuan stood in the ranks, with the focused Nanao on his left. On his right was the slightly nervous but trying to stand straight Hirata Haida. Behind them, the three third-year students, Yoshida, Kobayashi, and Sato, stood there with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Their gazes occasionally drifted toward the backs of the three upperclassmen in front. The supervising teacher, Hasegawa, stood at the front of the line. He was burly, with eyes like lightning, scanning every young face. Is everyone here? His voice was loud and clear, suppressing all the subtle noise. I will emphasize the key points of this internship one more time. First, safety. The human world is not the Seireitei, and it is certainly not a playground. Hollows are dangerous threats that devour souls. Everyone must absolutely obey orders, no unauthorized actions are allowed. Second, the mission. The primary goal is to guide wandering souls back to the Soul Society and purify the area. Each person must complete at least 3 soul burials to pass. Third, cooperation. You are not lone wolves. You are in groups of 3, and with upperclassmen leading, you must act as each other's hands, feet, eyes, and ears. If you encounter a hollow, assess the risk, prioritize containment, evasion, and request reinforcements. Do not try to be a hero, and do not pursue without orders. The Danryashinki in your hands is not just for show. He paused, his voice reaching everyone's ears. Finally, remember your identity. You are the elite of Shino Academy and the future Shinigami. During this internship, you must not only complete the mission, but more importantly, protect the juniors behind you, the companions beside you, and protect yourselves. Do you all understand? Understood. The students' voices rang out across the square. Wang Xuan took a deep breath and placed his hand on the asachi at his waist. The spiritual light of the Senkaimon began to circulate, and the vortex leading to the human world slowly took shape. Groups, prepare. Move out. At Hasegawa's command, the Senkaimon emitted a dazzling spiritual light. Groups 1 through 5, follow the hell butterflies and enter in order. Maintain your formation and keep your composure. Hasegawa's voice cut through the hum of spiritual pressure, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Wang Xuan's group moved immediately. He glanced back at Nanao and Harada, as well as the 3 nervous third-year students behind them, nodded, and stepped into the light first. The moment he passed through the Senkaimon, a familiar sensation of weightlessness and spatial distortion washed over him, as if passing through a layer of viscous water membrane. This was followed by a brief moment of darkness and silence, as if suspended in an infinite void. This was the Dongai, the space connecting the Soul Society and the human world. Here, the flow of time was different from the outside, and perceptions became blurred. Only by relying on a firm will and stable spiritual pressure could one carve a path forward and find their bearings in the chaos. For Wang Xuan, none of this was unfamiliar. He calmly guided his own spiritual pressure to form a path beneath his feet while keeping an eye on his teammates behind him. Nanao and Harada both stabilized themselves successfully, and although the 3 third-year students felt some discomfort, they were able to barely keep up with the team. After rushing for several minutes, a speck of light finally appeared ahead, rapidly expanding until it filled their entire field of vision. As their feet touched solid ground, an atmosphere completely different from the Soul Society rushed toward them. Human world. The first thing they felt was the slightly thinner concentration of reishi in the air, which made the third-year students, accustomed to the environment of the Soul Society, slightly uncomfortable. What came into view next was a city block slightly different from those in the Soul Society. Low wooden houses stretched on endlessly, and the streets were quite wide but were merely packed dirt roads, with dark puddles accumulating in the potholes. As far as the eye could see, there were almost no lights, only the cold moonlight outlining the contours of the buildings. In comparison, the orderly buildings and reishi lamps within the Seireitei seemed much more advanced. So this is the human world. It seems about the same as the Soul Society. The few third-year students looked around, their eyes filled with novelty. Alright, focus. We can start looking for wandering souls now. Do you still remember the soul burial process? Hearing Wang Xuan's voice, they quickly snapped back to attention. We remember, senior. Calm the soul's emotions, confirm basic information, issue a soul burial ticket, then use spiritual power to guide it to the hilt of the sword, imprint it on the soul's forehead, and complete the soul burial ritual. If you encounter a soul with deep obsessions that refuses to cooperate, how should you handle it? First, try to communicate and resolve it. If that's ineffective, you may, depending on the situation, use Bakudo to slightly restrict them and assist in completing the soul burial process. Your theory is correct. Wang Xuan nodded. Then, your soul burial internship begins now. Perform well, and we will grade your performance at the end. After saying this, Wang Xuan signaled everyone to concentrate their spiritual pressure at their feet, leapt lightly, and landed on a higher roof nearby, where the view suddenly opened up. The others behind him followed suit. Good, then let's follow the plan. First, clear the souls in this area. Pay attention to your surroundings and keep communicating. Wang Xuan gave the order, and the soul burial work commenced immediately. The process of guiding souls was not complicated. Most wandering souls were ordinary people whose obsessions had not faded after death, causing them to wander here in a daze. Even a freshman from the Shino Academy could describe the Soul Society as a wonderful place in a few words, getting them to comply obediently. One only needed to gently touch their forehead with the end of the Asachi's hilt and inject a trace of spiritual pressure to complete the ritual, and their souls would turn into specks of spiritual light. They would then attach themselves to the hell butterflies prepared in advance, led by the hell butterflies to finally arrive at the Soul Society. Wang Xuan and the other two were mainly responsible for guarding, guiding, and handling any unexpected situations. The third-year students learned the process and techniques of soul burial through practical application. Aim for the center of the forehead, and try to be as gentle as possible with your technique, otherwise the soul will feel uncomfortable. Watch your back. You must maintain basic vigilance even while performing a soul burial. Nanao and Hirata patiently guided the few who were a bit flustered. Wang Xuan patrolled the perimeter of the group, remaining vigilant against any potential dangers. Under the guidance of Wang Xuan and the others, the few third-year students all successfully completed their first soul burial. The work proceeded very smoothly. Several hours passed, and the group they led had successfully performed soul burials on over 10 souls, with quite high efficiency. The third-year students gradually relaxed from their initial nervousness, and their words and actions became proficient. Occasionally, when a soul refused to leave and prepared to put up a stubborn resistance, Wang Xuan would directly use it as a moving target for the juniors to practice low-level Bakudo. Watch closely. For this kind of rascal, it doesn't matter if your technique is a bit rough, just remember to toss him over 60 districts away. Wang Xuan brought the hilt of his sword down, nearly crushing the skull of the swearing guy. However, as the freshmen watched Wang Xuan's brutal technique, their eyes twinkled with little stars of admiration. Nanao looked at the eager juniors, feeling slightly helpless. Although his method isn't wrong, you should try not to imitate him. Remember to be gentler. A long time passed, and the juniors appeared somewhat exhausted as their spiritual pressure was depleted. Wang Xuan led them to find a relatively flat roof to rest for a while, eating the dry rations they had brought to replenish their energy. So this is the human world. It feels less prosperous than the Rukongai. Sato said in a low voice. That's because you haven't been to the higher numbered districts. Once you see the situation there, you won't have such sighs. Yoshida's tone seemed a bit somber. Kobayashi did not respond. As one of the only two girls in the team, she leaned quietly against Nanao, eating her food in small bites. Alright, hurry up and rest. We'll sweep one more time in a while. If there are no more souls in this area, we can head back. Wang Xuan interrupted their musings at the right moment. We're very lucky this time, we haven't encountered any hollows. Hearing Nanao's voice, Wang Xuan's heart stirred slightly. The density of souls in this area was not low. Logically, there should have been souls transforming into hollows, or hollows attracted to the area. It was indeed a bit strange. It's a good thing there are no hollows. Hirata Haida nervously looked around the pitch-black alleys, gripping his Asachi tightly. But I just feel, it's too quiet. Wang Xuan looked at the pitch-black night, the string in his heart remained tense. If today's internship could end this smoothly, that would be fine. But if some unforeseen event were truly to occur, then there wouldn't be much time left. After the rest was over, they stood up, preparing to sweep one last time. Even if there were no wandering souls left around, their soul burial count had already reached the target. According to the plan, they could already move toward the assembly point. However, at this moment, the Danryashinki in Neneo's pocket suddenly sounded an alarm. After Neneo took it out to check, her voice carried urgency and gravity. Attention, we just received a notification. There is an abnormal spiritual pressure reaction nearby, it's a hollow. Before she could finish her sentence, a roar filled with violence and hunger tore through the night sky like a thunderclap. Boom. As if to verify her words, a dull, thunderous roar suddenly erupted from inside a two-story wooden warehouse about 100 meters to the front right. The fragile walls and slanted roof could no longer hold up, and amidst the sound of shattering, they collapsed inward with a boom. Wood chips and dust shot into the sky, kicking up rolling clouds of debris under the thin moonlight. A shadow, so massive it was startling, slowly straightened its body behind the veil of dust. This hollow stood over 5 meters tall with a burly physique, dark cyan skin, and disproportionately thick limbs ending in claws that glinted with a cold light. Its face was covered by a hideous, pure white bone mask, the lower edge of which was cracked, revealing jagged fangs. Most heart-stopping of all were the pair of crimson eyes behind the mask's eye sockets, leaking madness. It's a large hollow. Prepare to engage. Everyone stared at the massive hole in its chest and instantly drew the Asachi at their waists, bracing for battle. However, the next moment, a surging and chaotic spiritual pressure spread like a tangible tide, filled with a nauseating malice. Under the oppression of this spiritual pressure, the few third-year students instantly turned pale as paper, their breathing becoming difficult. Their legs shook uncontrollably, and they could barely hold onto the Asachi in their hands. No, it's impossible. Harada Haida's voice trembled, filled with incredulous fear. With this level of spiritual pressure, this body size and these features, this is no longer just an ordinary large hollow, this is a Manos Grande on the verge of evolving. His voice already carried a near breakdown sob. How could we run into a monster like this? It's over. We're dead. The third-year students were nearly overwhelmed by fear, their psychological defenses on the verge of collapse, some even slumped to the ground, their eyes unfocused. Even the usually calm Neneo felt her heart gripped by a cold hand, her fingertips instantly turning icy. Data flashed rapidly through her mind, she knew what a monster approaching the Manos Grande level meant. Such a massive gap in spiritual pressure was a chasm that could never be bridged by courage and teamwork alone. Wang Xuan, what do we do? Neneo turned her head in a panic, but there was no surprise or fear on Wang Xuan's face. Not even a hint of tension could be seen. The moonlight was cold, outlining his exceptionally calm profile. Really, speak of the devil. Wang Xuan muttered to himself, his right hand already resting casually on the hilt of his sword at his waist. He hesitated, wondering whether to make a move. All his previous hiding and disguising were merely to avoid the attention of those dangerous people. But since Aizen had already discovered him, continuing to hide like this seemed a bit like self-deception. Maintaining a low profile wouldn't guarantee that Aizen wouldn't target him again. Might as well just let it all out. Before meeting Kayan, his strength at best could be considered top tier among the elite class, nothing that outstanding. It was thanks to Kayan that his strength had increased significantly during this period. If he were to slightly tweak his persona, from a seemingly ordinary fifth-year student with hidden secrets to a low-key genius hiding his strength. In this way, Aizen shouldn't continue to test him for a while. A student who no longer hides and just possesses a bit of strength would likely seem uninteresting in Aizen's eyes. After figuring this out, Wang Xuan felt enlightened. There were still more than 10 years before Aizen's development of the Hogyoku approached perfection and he made his move against the captains. That should be enough time for him to improve. Wang Xuan looked at the fearful expression in Neneo's eyes, then at the hollow in the distance. He had already made up his mind. The spiritual power contained within the students of Shino Academy was a great tonic for hollows. The massive hollow had already discovered them, and the desire to devour in its eyes was no longer concealed. Its crimson eyes locked onto the people on the roof, it let out a vague and greedy roar, and its thick hind legs kicked off the ground violently. Boom! The ground where it had been standing exploded into a shallow pit, and its massive body, with a speed inconsistent with its size, rushed forward like a cannonball, carrying a foul wind. Its claws tore through the air, emitting a shrill scream, about to tear the roof where everyone stood, along with them, to shreds. Fine cold sweat beaded on Neneo's forehead. The cold touch of death seemed to have pressed against her skin, and she couldn't even think. However, a warm and familiar hand gently pressed onto her slightly chilled little head. Don't be afraid. The next second, Wang Xuan's figure disappeared from where he stood. That large hollow, which had been charging with aggressive momentum and destructive power, suddenly froze in midair. Its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and its crimson eyeballs rolled upward in disbelief. A blade tip flashing with cold light had pierced precisely through the top of its head. Wang Xuan's figure had appeared behind this hollow, though no one knew when. If not for the sharp blade protruding from its head, it would have seemed as if Wang Xuan had just inadvertently brushed past it. A low roar came from the Manos Grande's throat, and the crimson light within the eye sockets of its bone mask rapidly dimmed. Its massive body began to twitch violently, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its gnarled skin, and its spiritual pressure began to dissipate along with it. Wang Xuan flicked his wrist gently, and the blade was withdrawn smoothly. The Manos Grande's movements froze completely, its massive body lost all strength, and it fell heavily in front of Neneo and the others, maintaining its forward-lunging posture. After falling to the ground, its body quickly shattered into reishi fragments, leaving behind only a white mask covered in cracks that rapidly dimmed. The next second, with a soft sound, the mask shattered into several pieces and dissipated. From the moment the Manos Grande lunged to the attack, to Wang Xuan drawing his sword. The entire process took only an instant. The surroundings were dead silent. No one saw clearly what had happened. The few third-year students slumped on the ground, the fear still etched on their faces, which was then immediately covered by a deeper bewilderment. They stared blankly in the direction where the Manos Grande had dissipated, then stiffly turned their eyes to look at the white-haired senior who had already sheathed his sword, their minds completely blank. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely their hallucination. Their emotions at this moment were like a roller coaster, experiencing violent fluctuations before slowly returning to calm. What welled up immediately after was an indescribable, complex emotion. Did you all see the practical demonstration just now clearly? Wang Xuan's voice broke the silence, his tone as steady as usual. When killing a hollow, especially this kind of humanoid hollow with a large mask, remember, try not to slash at its mask head-on. Hearing this, the few people subconsciously looked at Wang Xuan's upright back in the moonlight. Because there is a high probability that through the shattered mask, you will see the distorted and painful face that originally belonged to a human. If that momentary shock causes you to hesitate or soften for even a second, that instant of hesitation might cost you your life. He walked over to the dazed Hirata Haida and patted him on the shoulder. All right Hirata, snap out of it. The crisis is resolved, follow the procedure to count the numbers and check for injuries. He turned to Neneo, who was also looking bewildered. Neneo, use the Denryashinki to contact the instructor, Hasagawa, and report the situation. Hirata Haida gave a jolt, suddenly snapping back to reality, and looked at Wang Xuan with eyes like he was looking at some prehistoric monster, stuttering. Wah, Wang Xuan, you just. Oh, just good luck. Wang Xuan waved his hand casually, his tone understated. That guy just looked intimidating, but it was actually quite easy to kill. Leaving the bewildered Hirata behind, Wang Xuan didn't explain any further. At this moment, his gaze was drawn to a dark red fragment. Is this, left behind by that hollow? Wang Xuan touched the fragment calmly. Obtained hollow spiritual pressure fragment, Hollowification Express plus 450. Hollowification. LV1 Express 461 thousandths. Wang Xuan raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. Wang Xuan had killed hollows before, but never had any fragments dropped. To think it was a hollow spiritual pressure fragment. Was it because he unlocked the hollowification ability, causing hollows to drop fragments when killed? Just as Wang Xuan was pondering this, the few third-year students behind him finally regained their senses, the reality of having survived the disaster sinking in. Sato's mouth hung open, his gaze darting back and forth between Wang Xuan and the empty space where the Manos Grande had dissipated, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Where's the hollow? That huge hollow, where did it go? Sato's voice was filled with a sense of absurdity. As a third-year student with decent grades who aimed to join the Gote 13, he knew full well what that hollow meant. It was a formidable enemy that he might only be able to defeat in the future after becoming an official member of a squad, by coordinating with multiple teammates and engaging in a bitter struggle after careful planning. Yet, in front of this fifth-year student senior, it had been as fragile as a block of tofu. Sato stumbled, only managing to steady himself by grabbing onto Yoshida beside him. His face was pale as paper, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He saw Yoshida beside him staring fixedly at Wang Xuan's back. The lingering fear in his eyes had been replaced by an almost fanatical admiration. Senior Wang Xuan is so strong. Yoshida's voice trembled slightly with excitement. On the other side, Kobayashi, who was slumped on the ground, was completely bewildered. She was the youngest, and the fear from the Manos Grande's attack just now had almost shattered her psychological defenses. At this moment, the exhaustion of surviving the ordeal and the inconceivable reality before her eyes intertwined, turning her brain into a complete mess. She slumped on the ground, her fingers unconsciously clawing at the roof tiles beneath her, her eyes unfocused. Suddenly, she shivered violently, as if she had just been pulled from ice water. She looked at Wang Xuan, then at the place where the hollow had disappeared, suddenly covered her mouth, her shoulders beginning to shake uncontrollably, and tears gushed out like a broken dam. We survived. By comparison, the fifth-year students Hirata and Nanao reacted much more steadily. After the initial shock, Hirata forcibly suppressed the horror in his heart, took a deep breath, and steadied his emotions. He then began to fulfill his duties as a senior, starting to comfort the few juniors who were still shaken. Nanao did the same, walking to Kobayashi's side and gently patting her shoulder to help stabilize her emotions. However, the hearts of the two were far from as calm as they appeared on the surface. Hirata was also a fifth-year student, and his overall grades in class were even higher than Wang Xuan's. He could not comprehend the strength Wang Xuan had just displayed. This cognitive shock left him feeling lost. Nanao, in particular, had a feeling of almost unfamiliarity toward this guy she had spent every day with for over 4 years. She suddenly recalled Wang Xuan's frequent disappearances a while ago, and his supposed training with Shiba Kaiyan. At that time, she had vaguely sensed that Wang Xuan's strength was increasing. But, could he be this strong? At this moment, Nanao's heart wavered slightly. She seemed to not know the real Wang Xuan. This thought quietly emerged, making Nanao's heart pause for a moment. But the next instant, Wang Xuan in the distance seemed to notice her gaze, met her eyes, and returned it with a slightly lazy smile. Wang Xuan's usual lazy appearance overlapped with the powerful and composed figure before her. It was as if a warm touch still lingered on top of Nanao's head. At this moment, the fear and confusion in her heart were instantly dispelled. Warmth and security, mixed with a hint of indescribable palpitation, quietly spread in the depths of her heart. Wang Xuan hadn't changed. He was still him. He was the one who protected them. Nanao took a deep breath, cold air rushing into her lungs, helping her suppress the heart that was still pounding in her chest. Nanao forced herself to focus, letting her reason quickly return. Now was not the time for wild thoughts. She had to complete the task she needed to do now. As for Wang Xuan, once they returned to the Seireitei, she would naturally make him explain everything he had been hiding. With this thought, Nanao immediately gathered all her superfluous emotions, her face recovering a bit of its usual calmness. Only her slightly pale cheeks revealed the waves that had not yet settled in her heart. She quickly took out the Danryashinki from her bosom and began to contact their instructor for this soul burial internship, Hasegawa. After finishing her report to Hasegawa, she put away the Danryashinki and looked at Wang Xuan again. Under the moonlight, his white hair seemed to shimmer with a faint halo. Nanao's heart stirred slightly, and that complex feeling from before surged up again. After soothing Kobayashi's emotions, she silently stood up and subconsciously walked a few steps toward Wang Xuan's side. It was as if, in her subconscious, she was drawing closer to the source that gave her peace of mind. Not far from this area, in the shadows that the moonlight could not fully illuminate, Hasegawa turned off the device in his hand and looked to his side. Lord Aizen, that student is much stronger than expected. It seems I do not need to intervene. Aizen Sosuke stood quietly to the side, his eyes behind his glasses calmly watching everything happening in the distance, as if enjoying a meticulously choreographed play. The wind of the night sky brushed his brown hair. He hadn't expected that the surprise Wang Xuan brought him would be more than he had anticipated. Lord, Captain Hirako has been making many secret moves recently. I'm afraid he will soon track it down to me, some things will no longer be able to be hidden. Hasegawa's voice sounded again. At this moment, Aizen's gaze finally landed on him. What do you intend to do, Shinjiro? Hasegawa looked at Aizen, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back when I was just a small fry in Rukongai, it was you who saved me from the oppression of the nobles. You even promoted me, a lowly person from Rukongai, all the way to this position. With my arrangements, my older brother got a guard job within the Seireitei, and my younger sister also found a good family. These are things we never dared to imagine before. I am already very satisfied with this life, your kindness is something I can never repay. Hasegawa knelt on one knee and lowered his head slightly. You wish to test the depth of this student, Lord. If this hollow cannot achieve that, then let it be me. Sixth seat of the 5th Division, Hasegawa Shinjiro, due to dissatisfaction with noble exclusion, colluded with Hawako Mundo to harm colleagues, attacked Shino Academy students in the human world, and then seized an opportunity to defect, dying in the Dongai. All clues will end with me, there will be no proof of death. For the time after this, please try to act low profile, and do not be too hasty with the Hogyoku experiments. As for Captain Hirako, forgive my bluntness, but he should be eliminated as soon as possible. Aizen looked quietly at the person before him and sighed softly. You are a good assistant, it is a pity. Aizen raised his head slightly and looked into the deep night sky. The stars in the sky twinkled, though bright, they were distant. He turned to the side and gently patted Hasegawa's shoulder. I will remember your contribution, Shinjiro. Upon hearing this, Hasegawa bowed his head deeply. I only hope that you, Lord, will ultimately stand proudly upon that throne in the sky. Not long after, a faint sound of air being cut approached from afar, and a figure landed swiftly on the roof. The newcomer was none other than the 6th seat of the 5th Division, and one of the instructors leading this internship, Hasegawa Shinjiro. With a grave expression, he scanned the scene, his gaze lingering briefly on the spot where the giant hollow had dissipated and on Wang Xuan, before he spoke in a deep voice. I have already roughly understood the situation through Aizen Nanao's report. Encountering a large hollow approaching Jillian class is a major accident, and this place is not suitable for staying. He looked at the shaken students, his tone turning into a command. Harada, eyes, you two are in charge. Immediately lead all the third-year students along the predetermined retreat route to the assembly point to rendezvous with the other groups. I will notify the instructors in other areas to strengthen vigilance and gradually move toward the assembly point. Yes, Instructor Hasegawa. Hasegawa turned around to face Wang Xuan, the formulaic sternness on his face fading slightly, replaced by a complex scrutiny. Wang Xuan, I heard you handled that hollow alone, and the process was very swift. Well done, far exceeding my expectations for a 5th-year student. Just luck, Instructor Hasegawa. No need to be overly humble. Hasegawa waved his hand, his gaze cast into the deeper darkness. An accident occurred during the soul burial internship, and I have already reported it to the Seireitei. Letting the students evacuate first is the priority now. As for clearing up any subsequent risks. He looked at Wang Xuan, his eyes sharpening. In Aizen's report, you possess the strength to deal with threats of this level. I am now conscripting you to form a temporary squad with me to conduct one final quick sweep and cleanup of this area to ensure the safety of the human world residents. The reason was sufficient, logical, and carried the authority of a superior. Wang Xuan's gaze landed calmly on Hasegawa. I understand. But, Nanao glanced at Wang Xuan, who was left behind alone, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Shinigami conscripting students from the Shino Academy seemed a bit against the rules. But Wang Xuan nodded slightly at her. Seeing the look Wang Xuan gave her, Nanao felt at ease. She trusted Wang Xuan's judgment. After the students' figures disappeared quickly into the night, only Hasegawa and Wang Xuan remained on the roof. The night wind brushed through the ruins, bringing with it a wailing echo. Hasegawa gave him a long look, then said no more, turned around, and leapt in another direction. Keep up. The two moved one after the other, speeding silently through the air above the town. They were very fast, with only the sound of the wind and the faint rustle of their clothes cutting through the air. Until they passed through the town and reached a forest, Hasegawa suddenly stopped. Wang Xuan also stopped, landing behind him. Hasegawa did not look back, his back to Wang Xuan, his hand already resting on the hilt of his zanpakuto. The next moment, his figure vanished suddenly, and he lunged forward at a speed far exceeding that of their travel earlier. The blade cut through the air with a sharp, whistling sound, aiming straight for Wang Xuan's throat. This strike was ruthless and decisive, with no reservations. It was completely the opening move of a life or death struggle. Wang Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly drew his sword to block. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing exploded in the empty ruins, sparks flying. Hasegawa was jolted back several steps, his arm holding the sword feeling slightly numb. Wang Xuan also retreated, but his hand was as steady as a rock. Hasegawa stared at Wang Xuan. For some reason, he felt a sense of pressure from this student who had not yet graduated from the Shino Academy. Excellent defense. It seems you knew I was going to attack you. When did you discover it? From the moment you appeared, I felt something was wrong. Instructor Hasegawa, have you already betrayed the Soul Society? The decay of the Soul Society has long been deep-rooted. How can one speak of betrayal for a place I have never sworn loyalty to? So that's it, your faith is very noble. Then why attack a small student like me? HMPH, trying to get information out of me. Go back and train for 30 years first. Hasegawa lunged forward again. His footwork was agile, his swordsmanship sharp and seasoned, with every strike aiming for vital points. Combined with skillful shunpo, his offensive was continuous like a tidal wave. However, Wang Xuan's response was equally airtight. Every block and dodge was perfectly timed, precisely blocking all of Hasegawa's attack routes, and his strength and speed were steadily superior to his opponent's. After dozens of rounds, Hasegawa showed signs of fatigue, sweat visible on his forehead, and his breathing became rapid. Hasegawa leapt backward to create distance, panting heavily. Looking at the calmly breathing Wang Xuan opposite him, the self-deprecating look on his face deepened. Hey, how pathetic. Ever since my Zanpakuto was released, I have relied on its abilities to face enemies for years, neglecting the refinement of my own swordsmanship. I didn't expect that without using Shikai, I would struggle so much against a student. I fear Lord Aizen, who is watching, will also be disappointed by my performance. He slowly raised his sword, holding it vertically in front of him. His eyes became focused and solemn, and his ryutsu began to climb, emitting a fluctuation completely different from before. Disrupt, Meishinkawa. With the low chanting of the release command, the form of the Zanpakuto in Hasegawa's hand changed. The blade did not change significantly, but was covered in a layer of flowing, light gray, mist-like luster. The next moment, the sword vanished abruptly, leaving only the hilt in Hasegawa's hand. Wang Xuan's eyes narrowed. You're using Shikai against me. Hey, Instructor Hasegawa, aren't you going to explain your Zanpakuto's ability to me? This is a bit bullying, isn't it? Hasegawa let out a cold snort and swung the hilt toward Wang Xuan. The next instant, a sharp blade edge slashed out silently from Wang Xuan's side and behind. Wang Xuan managed to dodge sideways by relying on his perception, but the corner of his clothes was slashed. Following that, Hasegawa's offensive became increasingly bizarre and unpredictable. He stood in place swinging his sword, but invisible attacks struck Wang Xuan from all directions. Wang Xuan had to heighten his vigilance and dodge with all his might. This kind of attack where the direction could not be predicted indeed caused Wang Xuan some trouble. He could no longer predict and block as easily as before. He needed to expend more mental energy to perceive and deal with those elusive attacks, and inadvertently, several wounds appeared on his body. The ability of a Zanpakuto is truly troublesome. It's effective, Hasegawa said, slightly out of breath, but his voice was resolute. Then, it's time to end this. Bakudo number 21, Sekienton. A massive smoke screen dispersed, instantly blocking Wang Xuan's line of sight. At the same time, Hasegawa poured all his ryutsu into the blade, preparing to launch a thrust. The speed and power of this blade would be his strongest strike. Wang Xuan's eyes became sharp. Under this interference, he could not fully lock onto the trajectory of this strike. But he did not panic. His body sank slightly, ready to use Shunpo to break out at any moment, his Asachi held in front of him, and his ryutsu began to climb. However, at the very moment Hasegawa was about to strike. Stop! Hasegawa! What are you doing? Several ryutsu, accompanied by sharp shouts, approached rapidly from the distance. It was the other team leading Shinigami who had received the message and noticed the abnormality. Hasegawa's sword momentum clearly stalled, and then a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. He gave Wang Xuan a long look, his eyes complex and unreadable, then retreated without hesitation, fleeing quickly under the cover of the smoke. Pursue. The arriving Shinigami were shocked and furious. One remained to watch Wang Xuan, while several others immediately pursued in the direction Hasegawa had fled. That Shinigami came to Wang Xuan's side, watched him vigilantly for a moment, his eyes full of disbelief. He had seen clearly just now that 6th seat Hasegawa had already used Shikai, yet he couldn't take down this student. Put away your weapon. What just happened here, and why were you fighting? Wang Xuan sheathed his sword and looked toward the direction where Hasegawa had disappeared, at the experience fragments quietly drifting down. I don't know either. 6th seat Hasegawa attacked me for some unknown reason. If you can catch him, interrogate him properly. Don't move. What do you think you're doing? Seeing Wang Xuan take a few steps, the Shinigami instinctively gripped the hilt of his blade. Wang Xuan raised his hands, signaling that he had no ulterior motives. He was simply picking up his spoils of war. During the fierce battle just now, quite a few fragments had fallen from Hasegawa. Wang Xuan gathered most of the fragments and, under the nervous gaze of the Shinigami instructor, came to a halt. Obtained spiritual power fragments times 22, Ryutsu Express plus 220. Obtained Kendo Insights times 6, Kendo Express plus 60. Obtained Shunpo Insights times 4, Shunpo Express plus 40. Obtained Kido Insights times 1, Kido Express plus 10. Seeing the system notifications, Wang Xuan understood. Other than Hasegawa's ryutsu being higher than his own, he wasn't much stronger in other aspects. After this practical test, Wang Xuan had a clear understanding of his current strength. Excluding the Shikai of his Zanpakuto, his overall strength was already on par with a standard high-ranking seated officer. It might be strong for a student at Shino Academy, but in this vast Seireitei, he still didn't rank highly. By the way, teacher, my classmates left earlier. Are they safe now? Have you seen a petite girl named Ais Naneo? I didn't pay attention to that, but rest assured, the students have all gathered at the rendezvous point, except for one named Wang Xuan. What is your name? My name is Wang Xuan. Oh. Wang Xuan and the Shinigami guarding him just stood there, staring at each other. Before long, a commotion came from the distance. Immediately after, several well-organized Shinigami arrived. The person leading them had long blonde hair and scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze. Where is Hasegawa? The Shinigami beside Wang Xuan instantly straightened up and reported to him excitedly. Reporting, Captain Hirako. 6th seat Hasegawa left in the 1 o'clock direction, and the accompanying instructor Shinigami have already given chase. Alright, take this student back, and leave a few people to patrol the area. After arranging for a few Shinigami to stay behind to handle the scene, the figure of Hirako Shinji vanished from where he stood. Led by the group, Wang Xuan finally returned to the Soul Society through the Senkaimon. The moment they emerged from the Senkaimon, the area was very empty. Apart from a few stationed Shinigami, there was only Ais Naneo, Harada Haida, and the few third-year students they were guiding. The moment she saw Wang Xuan emerge, the first thing Nanao noticed was his tattered Shino Academy uniform. Nanao stepped forward and grabbed Wang Xuan's arm. You're hurt, what happened? Looking at Nanao, who appeared worried and somewhat agitated, Wang Xuan waved his hand with a smile. It's just some superficial wounds, if I had come back any later, they would have already healed. At this moment, a Shinigami from the 5th Division reached out and separated Wang Xuan and Nanao. A major incident occurred during this soul burial internship, but fortunately, there were no casualties. As eyewitnesses to the scene, you need to cooperate with us for some investigation. This student is injured, although it's not serious, we still need to take him to the 4th Division for a checkup. You few, go ahead to the 5th Division first. Nanao pursed her lips upon hearing this. Can I go with him to the 4th Division first? Alright, Nanao. Listen to this Shinigami's arrangements first, let's not cause them any trouble. Before the Shinigami could speak, Wang Xuan spoke up to persuade her. The leading Shinigami heard Wang Xuan's words and cast an approving look at him. A sensible kid. Let's go. At his signal, Wang Xuan separated from the others and, led by 2 5th Division members, headed towards the 4th Division. This incident involved the defection of a high-ranking seated officer from the 5th Division, which was nothing short of a scandal for them. This was also the reason why the captain of the 5th Division had personally mobilized and acted so swiftly. Before the facts were clarified, Wang Xuan, the only eyewitness to the event, would obviously be kept under strict supervision until the matter was settled. Wang Xuan couldn't help but ponder on the way. He just didn't know what Aizen was doing now. If all of this was arranged by him, then why have a seated officer in a fairly high position take action? Could it be a discarded pawn? By the way, I saw Captain Hirako earlier, but I didn't see Lieutenant Aizen. Did he come today as well? Hearing Wang Xuan's voice, the 2 Shinigami beside him exchanged glances. Why do you ask? Just curious. One of them thought for a moment, it wasn't something worth hiding. Lieutenant Aizen received another rescue mission from the human world and had set out earlier. Wang Xuan nodded upon hearing this. No need to think about it, Aizen must have been watching from the sidelines just now. Still as flawless as ever. A moment later, the group arrived at the 4th Division. After receiving simple treatment at the 4th Division, Wang Xuan was placed in a separate room within the 4th Division. Outside the door, the 2 5th Division Shinigami did not leave their post. A day passed quietly. The sudden Manos Grande attack during the soul burial internship in the human world, as well as the defection of 6th seat Hasagawa, were like a stone cast into a calm lake, stirring up ripples within the Gote 13. However, these 2 events did not spread within Shino Academy, and very few people knew about them. The 5th Division issued a gag order to Aizen Nanao, Harada Haida, and others who knew the inside story. Before the official announcement, this matter was not to be spread recklessly. Therefore, the students of the Shino Academy who returned in a hurry from the human world soul burial internship did not know exactly what had happened. Only the incident of the Manos Grande attacking students was known to a small number of people within a limited circle. However, none of this had anything to do with Wang Xuan. He was currently lying comfortably on a medical bed in the 4th Division, while Aizen Nanao beside him was peeling an apple with a small knife. After more than half a day of questioning, Nanao and the others were allowed to return to the Shino Academy and move about freely. Nanao had come to the 4th Division at the first opportunity and found the room where Wang Xuan was staying. The 2 guards at the door saw that it was Aizen Nanao and discussed it privately. After warning Wang Xuan not to reveal anything about Hasagawa, they allowed Nanao to visit. However, the 2 of them kept their attention firmly fixed inside the room. Nanao stared at Wang Xuan, who looked relaxed, and her slightly uneasy heart gradually relaxed as well. Didn't you say you weren't hurt? Why do you still need me to peel an apple for you? The ones you peel are sweeter. Seeing Wang Xuan's incredibly serious gaze, Nanao felt speechless, but she still earnestly peeled one for him. Consider it a reward for you. After peeling it, she gently held it to Wang Xuan's mouth. Ah tilde. Nom. Wang Xuan snatched it up, because he opened his mouth too wide, his lips accidentally touched Nanao's fingers. Naneo felt as if her fingertips had been electrocuted. She pulled back abruptly, her face rapidly flushing red. A moment later, she wiped her hand on Wang Xuan. Gross. Wang Xuan. After resting in the 4th division for a night, the next morning, Wang Xuan's door was knocked on rhythmically. Wang Xuan got up to open the door, and outside stood a petite girl, whose posture was as straight as a pine tree. She was wearing a form-fitting black combat uniform, with a black cloth covering her face, revealing only the upper half. Her short black hair was neat and tidy, her features were delicate yet exceptionally cold, and her frigid eyes were calmly watching Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan recognized this attire. It was the standard uniform of the 2nd Division's Stealth Force, the 1st Division, the Stealth Force. 5th-year student of Shino Academy, Wang Xuan. That is me. Wang Xuan nodded. By the order of the 2nd Division Captain and Commander-in-Chief of the Stealth Force, Lady Yoruichi, you are immediately summoned to the 2nd Division Barracks. You are to undergo a formal inquiry and fact-checking regarding the encounter with an unconventional Manos Grande during your internship in the human world, and the incident where the former 6th-seated officer of the 5th Division, Hasegawa Shinjiro, attacked the team members. Follow me. Wang Xuan noticed that when she mentioned Lady Yoruichi, a trace of extremely subtle, almost devout reverence flashed in her eyes. Thank you for your trouble. Wang Xuan replied, closed the door, and followed half a step behind her. The girl looked at the 5th Division Shinigami standing by the door. This person is now under the custody of the 2nd Division. Captain Hirako is also at the 2nd Division barracks right now, so you may return to your division. Upon hearing this, the two rubbed their sore necks, finally able to relax. Walking on the quiet street, Wang Xuan sized up the girl and asked with some curiosity. I didn't expect the stealth force to personally come to summon a student. Is Captain Shihoin very concerned about this matter? The girl walking in front paused almost imperceptibly, without turning her head, but her voice came through. It involves a seated officer defecting and attacking a student of the Shino Academy. The nature of the incident is severe, and it involves a hollow, so the Onmitsukido naturally has a responsibility to clarify all the details. She answered stiffly. I see. Wang Xuan smiled slightly. Thank you for your hard work. May I ask how to address you? The girl finally glanced at him sideways this time, a trace of thought flashing in her frigid eyes, but it quickly returned to stillness. Do not ask about irrelevant matters. If you have the energy, you'd be better off picking up your pace. Do not keep Lady Yoruichi waiting. Wang Xuan stopped talking after hearing this and followed the girl as they quickly passed through the streets of the Seireitei, arriving at the 2nd Division barracks, known for their speed and stealth. The internal structure of the barracks seemed more complex and profound than it appeared from the outside. Led by Sui Feng, they passed through several quiet corridors and finally arrived at a rather spacious, luxuriously decorated, and brightly lit meeting room. At this moment, there were already people in the room. The first person Wang Xuan saw was a man with long golden hair, a tall and thin build, and wearing a captain's haori. It was the 5th Division captain, Hirako Shinji, whom Wang Xuan had met once in the human world. At this moment, the usual playful smile on his face had faded significantly. His gaze was slightly deep as he looked at the empty ground in front of him, talking to the man beside him. This is our 5th Division's business. Why are you sticking your nose into it? The man beside him wore a conical hat and a patterned kimono, with a somewhat decadent and uninhibited demeanor. Wang Xuan recognized this person as the 8th Division captain, Captain Kyoraku Shunsui. A seated officer defecting is no small matter. As the 8th Division is an intelligence unit, it's only normal to come and understand the situation. TCH. Hirako Shinji clicked his tongue and cast his gaze elsewhere. Captain Kyoraku Shunsui pressed his conical hat with one hand, while the other seemed to habitually want to reach for the wine flask at his waist, but he hesitated and held back. Then he glanced sideways, observing the newly arrived Wang Xuan with a curious gaze. Oh my, here he is. Captain Kyoraku Shunsui spoke first, his tone relaxed, attempting to ease the overly serious atmosphere. You must be Wang Xuan, right? I am the 8th Division captain, Captain Kyoraku Shunsui, and this is Captain Hirako. This matter is a bit complicated, which is why we asked you to come. But don't be nervous, we're just here to understand the situation. Hiroko Shinji turned his gaze to Wang Xuan, his eyes quite complex. Hasegawa was my subordinate. He did such a thing, and I have a responsibility. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Can you recount the detailed events of that time again? Especially the details when he attacked you, what he said, what he did. The more detailed, the better. His tone was very serious, carrying an urgency to uncover the truth, yet Captain Kyoraku Shunsui interjected again. Don't be in such a rush, Captain Hiroko. Captain Shihoin hasn't arrived yet. Just then, a window on the side of the room was pushed open silently, and a black figure, agile as a cheetah, flipped in lightly and landed without a sound. The person had healthy light brown skin, a dazzling long purple ponytail, and golden eyes filled with cat-like craftiness and curiosity. She wore a form-fitting shihakusho designed for movement, with her captain's haori worn loosely open. Yo, looks like I'm not late. The 2nd Division Captain and Commander-in-Chief of the Stealth Force, Yoruichi Shihoin, appeared with a hearty smile. Her gaze immediately fell on Wang Xuan, looking him up and down with great interest. Yoruichi did not walk to the main seat to sit down, but instead walked to the side of the girl who had brought Wang Xuan and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. As expected of little Sui Feng, you brought him here so quickly. Great, great tilde. Lady Yoruichi. Sui Feng's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling that Lady Yoruichi was being a bit too casual and not quite following protocol, but she was powerless to stop her. Alright, enough of that. Now, Wang Xuan, you may continue answering Captain Hiroko's questions. Yoruichi's expression returned to seriousness as she looked at this 5th-year student at the center of the vortex. But what I'm more curious about is why Hasegawa would order that Manos Grande to attack you, as well as the reason he attacked you personally. If you have any ideas, you can report them as well. After Yoruichi finished speaking, she leaned against the wooden table at the main seat and snapped her fingers at Sui Feng. Sui Feng, record this. Yes, Lady Yoruichi. Sui Feng immediately and skillfully took out paper and pen from her pocket, ready to record at any moment. Wang Xuan felt the scrutinizing and inquisitive gazes around him, whether overt or covert, but remained calm inside. He faced Hiroko Shinji and Yoruichi Shihoin and nodded slightly. The real investigation, or rather, the first formal contact with these high-ranking figures of the Seireitei, had just begun. Wang Xuan looked at the captains in front of him, thinking to himself, what would happen if he exposed Aizen right now? But unfortunately, without substantial evidence, he couldn't convince these captains with just his empty words. Furthermore, what if he alerted the enemy by speaking too much? Given Aizen's caution, he would never let someone who intended to harm him go. Even now, Wang Xuan wasn't sure if the conversation in this room would eventually reach Aizen's ears. Therefore, he needed to carefully choose his words and recount the events he experienced this time from a completely objective perspective. Then, captains, I will begin my report starting from the Soul Burial internship. From the encounter with the Manos Grande to Hasegawa's attack, and finally his escape, Wang Xuan's account was clear and logical. It was a pity, however, that Hasegawa was very cautious and did not leave behind any useful information. After Wang Xuan finished his description, the meeting room fell into a brief silence. Hiroko Shinji's golden bangs hung down, obscuring most of his expression, as he spoke in a low voice. Hasegawa used his Zanpakudo to open a Senkaimon and escape. I pursued him into the Dongai and found him at the edge of the turbulent current. He had been severely wounded by several Shinigami pursuing him. He paused, as if recalling that unpleasant scene. He told me that it was because he was dissatisfied with the nobles holding high positions and felt resentful about his own circumstances. In a state of despondency, he was seduced by an Ijukas in Hawako Mundo, leading him to leak intelligence and plot against Shinigami. Upon realizing that I was investigating this matter, he attempted to attack students in the human world to create chaos and escape. In the end, he refused to surrender and took his own life with his blade. His body fell into the turbulent void of the Dongai. Hiroko raised his head to look at Wang Xuan, then swept his gaze over the others. His tone carried a hint of imperceptible fatigue, yet also a kind of gnashing anger. What you described basically matches the traces at the scene. In certain matters I had previously asked Captain Shihoin to investigate in secret also pointed to him. With his death, the trail has gone cold. This statement was profound. Those in the room who understood could hear that he was not just referring to Hasegawa's defection. There were many other issues involved behind this. Captain Kyoraku Shunsui adjusted his hat. His eyes, which were usually half closed, now revealed a sharp glint as they landed on Wang Xuan. I see. However, student Wang Xuan, the strength you displayed is far beyond the level expected of a fifth-year student. Is there any particular reason for hiding your true capabilities like this? With your strength, you should be able to apply for early graduation and join the Gotei 13, right? At this moment, Captain Kyoraku Shunsui's lazy gaze contained a sense of pressure that seemed capable of seeing through a person. Wang Xuan's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this. Captain Kyoraku, my strength has only increased significantly in recent days. Shino Academy freshman Shiba Kyan can prove it. I have a good personal relationship with him, and for some time, I have often trained with him privately, which is why I was barely able to deal with the attack from Hasegawa. If it weren't for the other Shinigami instructors arriving in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be standing here in one piece. Bringing up Shiba Kyan was a safe excuse. That kid Kyan, huh? That makes sense. Yoruichi heard this, and a hint of interest flashed in her eyes. When the Shiba clan was still in the Seireitei, she would often visit, and she was well acquainted with both Kyan and Kukaku. However, after the Shiba clan moved out of the Seireitei, it had indeed been a long time since they had met. When she learned that Shiba Kyan had decided to enroll in the Shino Academy and become a Shinigami, she had paid attention for a while. Hirako and Kyoraku exchanged a private look. They were naturally aware of the genius freshman from the former great noble family. They hadn't expected Wang Xuan to have this connection. This could explain part of the problem, but the fundamental motive for hiding his strength had not been fully explained. Wang Xuan caught the doubt in Captain Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes. He was silent for a moment, as if having made a decision, then looked up to meet their gaze and slowly uttered a name. Tsunayashiro Tokunada. He has been trying to recruit me. This name was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring up waves in the hearts of the captains. The Tsunayashiro clan, one of the current four great noble families, the pinnacle of the Seireitei's prestigious houses. Wang Xuan's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of obvious helplessness. He offered very generous terms, hoping I would become his retainer, but I have no intention of getting involved in the disputes between nobles. If I revealed abilities beyond those of a student, it would only cause me to be drawn sooner into a vortex I do not wish to face. There are already enough troubles in the Seireitei. I just want to graduate safely and join the Gotei 13 quietly based on my own strength, nothing more. The reason he gave was reasonable and logical. Recruitment by a noble is both an honor and a shackle. It makes perfect sense for a student without a background to choose to hide their edge to avoid becoming a pawn in the nobles' game before graduation. Hirako Shinji's gaze lowered, and Captain Kyoraku Shunsui also reined in his playful smile. Since it involved private recruitment by one of the four great noble families, the situation became delicate. They could question a student's statement, but they could not ignore the weight of the name Tsunayashiro clan. If what Wang Xuan said was true, his reason for acting low-key was sufficient. Matters involving nobles are indeed not easy to interfere with, let alone comment on publicly. So there was this connection. Captain Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes shifted, and he seemed to temporarily accept this explanation. Yoruichi, on the other hand, was not very interested in these convoluted political considerations. She was now more interested in Wang Xuan himself. All right, let's talk about those messy noble affairs later. She waved her hand, interrupting the slightly heavy atmosphere, leaned forward, and stared at Wang Xuan with great interest. Whatever the reason, your strength is the real deal, and I appreciate that. Are you interested in following me? If you join the stealth force, I will make an exception and let you join the stealth force, From then on, you will be my direct subordinate, and the brat from the Tsunayashiro clan won't dare to do anything to you. Her act of poaching someone directly in such an exceptional manner made Sui Feng widen her eyes in disbelief. Well, Wang Xuan hadn't expected Yoruichi's recruitment. Seeing this, Captain Kyoraku Shunsui, who was standing to the side, had a flash of sharp light in his eyes beneath his hat. Captain Kyoraku Shunsui's purpose in coming to the 2nd Division this time, besides his concern regarding the defection of the 5th Division seated officer, was, more importantly, to personally scrutinize Wang Xuan. The reason was simple. It was because one of the members of Wang Xuan's Human World Soul Burial Internship team, Is Naneo. She was the only daughter of his late older brother, his own niece. However, apart from a few people in the know, he had never actively spoken to anyone about this relationship. Even Is Naneo did not know that she had such a high-ranking uncle. This was a form of protection Captain Kyoraku Shunsui provided for Naneo. Once Naneo graduated from the Shino Academy, he would transfer her to the 8th Division, allowing her to grow up safely under his protection. He just hadn't expected such a major oversight to occur during this Human World Soul Burial internship. When he learned that Is Naneo's team had encountered Amanos Grande, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, in the end, Naneo was unharmed. After obtaining the detailed account of the incident, his gaze naturally fell upon Wang Xuan. After a day of investigation and inquiries, he finally learned that Naneo and this kid actually had a very close relationship. Just yesterday, Naneo had specifically gone to the 4th Division to visit this kid. Hiding in the shadows, he had watched their intimate interaction through the glass window, his eyes widening in shock. It felt very much like a father who had been working away from home for many years, only to return and find that his own cabbage had been snatched by an outsider. But more importantly, there was that fog shrouding Wang Xuan that he could not see through. Someone who possessed the strength of a high-ranking seated officer during his time at the Shino Academy, and who was simultaneously involved with both the Shiba clan and the Tsunayashiro clan. Hiding his strength, blending in, yet entangled with great noble families. If it weren't for this incident blowing his cover, no one would have known that such a person was hidden in the Seireitei. This kid, he's deeper than he looks. At this moment, in Captain Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes, Wang Xuan had already been labeled as a dangerous person. But during the soul burial internship, he had struck down a hollow and saved Naneo, which made Captain Kyoraku Shunsui's assessment of him a bit more positive. Perhaps having this kid leave the Shino Academy and join another division, thereby keeping him away from Naneo, wouldn't be a bad choice after all. In fact, Wang Xuan had already given some thought to the matter of which division he should join. With his ability to pick up fragments, his first choices were naturally the 8th Division, which was responsible for intelligence, and the 10th Division, which was responsible for guard patrols. Such positions, with their relatively high degree of freedom and wider range of activity, were clearly more conducive to his operations. Being able to visit other divisions under the guise of his duties and frantically picking up fragments while drifting between them, just thinking about it was exciting. Although the 2nd Division also had patrol units, their code of conduct centered on secrecy, efficiency, and absolute obedience. Furthermore, the rules within the division were strict, with a greater emphasis on covert surveillance and internal purges. A division operating under such a rigorous system offered more constraints than conveniences for him, so it was not his first choice. At this moment, facing Yoruichi Shihoin's straightforward and aggressive recruitment, Wang Xuan's mind raced. He cast a glance at the seemingly leisurely captain of the 8th Division, Captain Kyoraku Shunsui, standing to the side. Just then, Wang Xuan noticed that this captain, who always wore a laid-back smile, was also observing him with a thoughtful look. Their gazes met in midair, and strange sparks seemed to fly. Wang Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be, does Captain Kyoraku also intend to recruit me? Thinking of this, he steadied himself and cleared his throat. Regarding this matter, I have given it some thought myself. In terms of interest and suitability, perhaps the functions of the 8th Division. Oh my, that is truly a pity. The 8th Division is currently overcrowded and has no vacancies. Wang Xuan was slightly taken aback. Then, What about in the future? There won't be any then either. Captain Kyoraku Shunsui's smile remained unchanged, but his tone was firm and decisive. Hearing Captain Kyoraku Shunsui's cold words, a question mark slowly formed in Wang Xuan's mind. Then why were you looking at me like that just now? Watching the bewildered expression on Wang Xuan's face, Captain Kyoraku Shunsui felt a sudden sense of satisfaction. That little white-haired brat, actually dreaming of joining the 8th Division. Dream on. Good thing I caught it early. If I hadn't noticed and this kid actually ended up in the 8th Division, having to watch him get cozy with Naneo every day, right under my nose. Just thinking about that scene makes my blood pressure rise. It's better to use this opportunity to get him into the 2nd Division, out of sight, out of mind. With that in mind, Captain Kyoraku Shunsui began to chime in. Speaking of which, the stealth force is on the same level as the Kido Corps, a powerful organization independent of the Gote 13. To receive a personal invitation from the commander-in-chief of the Shihoin clan, such an honor, and you still want to refuse. Student Wang Xuan, aren't your standards a bit too high? Exactly tilde. Yoruichi's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze toward Wang Xuan carrying a sharpness that brooked no argument. Could it be that you have other ideas? Sui Feng, standing by her side, said nothing, but her petite frame straightened slightly. Her cold eyes instantly locked onto Wang Xuan, invisibly emitting a dangerous aura. Wang Xuan was startled. Oh no, why is that old geezer Kyoraku setting me up like this? So you're not a good guy after all. When did I offend him? Looking at the two women, one big and one small, staring fixedly at him, Wang Xuan felt immense pressure. He couldn't even consider the 8th Division anymore, the captain himself had blocked his path, and he had no acquaintances in the 10th Division to rely on. That meant no one was willing to withstand the pressure from the head of the Shihoin clan, one of the 4 noble families, to pull him out. If he refused now, his future path within the Gote 13 would likely be difficult. Thinking of this, Wang Xuan bowed slightly. Thank you for your favor, Captain Shihoin. However, I worry that graduating early and joining the 2nd Division might attract unnecessary attention and speculation. I hope to complete my remaining studies at the Shino Academy, and when I graduate, I will naturally apply to join the stealth force. Yoruichi looked at Wang Xuan, who had agreed, and the curve of her lips deepened. It's easy to handle once he agrees. Alright, I'm not an unreasonable person. Since that's the case, why don't we both take a step back? You can continue to stay at the Shino Academy to complete this year's coursework. Anyway, after the 5th year, it's mainly about guiding juniors and consolidating one's own cultivation. Given your qualifications, it doesn't make much difference whether you participate or not. After this year's courses end, you can apply for early graduation and take the 2nd Division's special entrance exam. Do you have any objections to that? Wang Xuan knew this was the greatest concession Yoruichi could make. Staying at the Shino Academy for another year really had no meaning for him. Joining the Gote 13 sooner would also allow him to increase his efficiency in acquiring fragments as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, he bowed again. Thank you for your understanding, Captain Shihoin. I have no objections. Good. When this year ends, I will be waiting for you in the 2nd Division. Sui Feng, see him out. Yoruichi clapped her hands. Wang Xuan then left under the guidance of Sui Feng. The inquiry regarding Wang Xuan was now settled. As for the result, Wang Xuan could accept it. When he decided to kill that hollow, he had already prepared himself to deal with all these subsequent changes. On the way out, Sui Feng stood by Wang Xuan's side, her gaze occasionally fixing on him. When Wang Xuan looked over, she would turn her gaze away. Sui Feng, I heard Captain Shihoin call your name just now. May I address you by that name as well? Suit yourself. You seem to have been looking at me the whole time. Is there something dirty on my face? Sui Feng finally met his gaze. I'm just curious why Lady Yoruichi would be interested in you. Hearing this, Wang Xuan sighed inwardly. He did have a slight guess about this matter. Perhaps it was because of his connection to Shiba Kyan that he mentioned. Or perhaps, Yoruichi felt that he was a guy worth observing. Just like how Shinji Hirako kept Aizen by his side, She also chose to keep him in the closest position she could see. They were all old foxes who had lived for hundreds of years, none of them were simple. At this moment, Sui Feng's voice sounded again. If you really enter the second division a year from now and join the stealth force, you had better seize every moment to improve yourself. The stealth force is mainly responsible for executing and assassinating rebellious Shinigami. It is the unit within the second division that faces the most heinous criminals directly and has the highest casualty rate. If you aren't strong enough, then you won't live long. Wang Xuan looked at Sui Feng's back, his heart stirred slightly. The dangers of the stealth force were something Wang Xuan had heard of. It truly required careful consideration. You're right. Thank you for the reminder. Sui Feng turned back and stared at Wang Xuan for a moment, then shifted her gaze away and said no more. As Wang Xuan and Sui Feng rounded a corner, a tall and broad figure approached them. The person wore a short, brown pompadour and was adorned with various gold accessories all over his body, dazzling to the eyes. It was the current 2nd Division Lieutenant, Lieutenant Marekio Omaeda. Yo, Sui Feng, is Captain Shihoin in the conference room? Yes, Captain Hirako and Captain Kiyoraku Shunsui are also there. Good, I brought the person here just in time. Omaeda stepped aside, revealing the person behind him. Aizen Sosuke stepped out of the shadows. When he saw Wang Xuan opposite him, a gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Student Wang Xuan, it has been a long time. Seeing Aizen greeting him, Wang Xuan was already feeling a bit numb. He couldn't even tell if this was a mere coincidence or a carefully orchestrated encounter. It was getting a bit creepy. Wang Xuan stopped, his face calm, and met Aizen's gentle gaze with a slight nod. It really has been a long time, Lieutenant Aizen. Aizen pushed up his glasses, his gaze landing on Wang Xuan with concern. I heard you just finished your soul burial internship in the human world. Did everything go smoothly? Looking at Aizen's seemingly heartfelt concern, he found it hard to tell if Aizen was genuinely worried about him. Wang Xuan secretly marveled at how masterful Aizen's acting was. If he had acting skills like that, perhaps he wouldn't have been caught acting strangely back then. Still need to practice. Thank you for your concern, Lieutenant. Wang Xuan bowed his head slightly, his tone steady with a hint of perfectly measured gravity. The internship wasn't exactly smooth. We encountered some unexpected trouble, which is why I'm here. I have already reported the specific details to the captains just now. Wang Xuan stopped at that point, not going into detail, and gently steered the conversation back. Unexpected trouble, you say? Aizen furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a perfectly measured look of worry. I hope it didn't cause too much loss for the students. Missions in the human world do sometimes have variables, so it's good that you returned safely. Thank you, Lieutenant Aizen. Hey, that's enough. The captains are still waiting inside. Lieutenant Marekio Omaeda spoke up at the right moment, breaking off their conversation. Let's get moving, Lieutenant Aizen. You're right. We shouldn't keep the captains waiting. Aizen readily agreed and nodded apologetically to Wang Xuan. Well then, student Wang Xuan, let's talk again sometime. Please, lieutenants. Wang Xuan stepped aside to let them pass. A polite kid. Omaeda patted Wang Xuan on the shoulder and left with Aizen, the group passing by each other. But Wang Xuan could feel Aizen's gaze linger on him for a brief moment as he passed by. He kept his eyes straight ahead and continued walking out under Sui Feng's guidance. It wasn't until he had walked quite a distance that the palpable feeling of being watched gradually faded. At the other end of the corridor, Aizen followed behind Omaeda, asking with some confusion. Lieutenant Omaeda, I just returned from the human world, and Captain Hirako called me over in such a rush, and to meet in the 2nd Division no less. Has something happened? Omaeda looked at the entrance of the conference room not far away without responding. Let's go inside and talk. You'll know soon enough. Inside the room, the slight buzz of lively atmosphere regarding the resolution of Wang Xuan's affiliation had already died down. Hirako Shinji leaned against the wall to the side, his arms crossed. His long blonde hair obscured his eyes, and his expression was murky in the shadows. Captain Kyoraku Shunsui gazed at the scenery outside the window, the playfulness gone from his eyes. Yoruichi sat in the main seat, her fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest, seemingly deep in thought. Captain Hirako, Captain Kyoraku, Captain Yoruichi. Aizen stepped into the room, his demeanor as humble and steady as ever. Regarding the rescue mission I led after receiving the distress signal from the 13th Division members in the human world, it has been handled properly. May I ask what Captain Hirako called me here for? Hirako Shinji finally raised his head slowly, his gaze shooting toward Aizen like nails, his voice somewhat hoarse. The rescue work was handled well. However, Aizen, there is something you might not know yet. Hirako Shinji paused, every word sounding as if it were squeezed through his teeth. Hasegawa Shinjiro has defected. He attacked students from the Shino Academy during the soul burial internship in the human world, then fled into the Dongai and committed suicide. What? The expression on Aizen's face froze instantly, then was replaced by incredulous shock. He widened his eyes slightly and, as if muttering to himself, subconsciously repeated it. Hasegawa, defected. Attacked students. How is this possible? Hirako Shinji stared fixedly at Aizen's face, trying to find even the slightest trace of a disguise behind those plain-rimmed glasses. His voice turned even colder. Indeed, how could it be? I remember back then, it was you who recommended him to me, saying that although he was from the Rukongai, his abilities were impressive, he was reliable, and worth cultivating. I did follow your advice and promoted him, raising him from an ordinary squad member all the way to the 6th seat. I always thought he was a subordinate worthy of trust. Shinji Hirako's gaze carried repressed anger, scraping across Aizen like a knife. Aizen, tell me, why would a seated officer who was recommended by you, promoted by me, and should have been loyal, suddenly become a traitor colluding with Hawako Mundo and attacking students? The direction of these words was already very clear, almost an interrogation of Aizen. Facing Shinji Hirako's nearly direct interrogation, Aizen's face showed a mix of gravity and self-reproach, along with a hint of dejection from being misunderstood. He remained silent for a moment, as if digesting the sharpness in Shinji Hirako's words, then slowly spoke. Captain Hirako, I understand your anger and disappointment at this moment. My recommendation of him was based on my recognition of his abilities and character at the time. If he truly harbored ill intentions all along, it only proves that he hid it too well. This is my oversight, and I am willing to bear the corresponding responsibility. He raised his head, his gaze meeting Shinji Hirako's scrutiny openly. As for why he reached this point, I truly have no idea. But regardless, he committed such a grave crime and betrayed the Soul Society, his crime is punishable by death. Perhaps he chose to take his own life because he couldn't face you. Hirako Shinji stared at Aizen for a long time, the air in the conference room seemed to have frozen. Yoruichi stopped tapping the armrest and watched this invisible confrontation quietly. Captain Kyoraku Shunsui also slightly lifted a corner of his hat, his gaze shifting between Shinji Hirako and Aizen, then he spoke to advise them. Alright, Captain Hirako, the matter has already happened. There's no point in blaming your lieutenant like this. Better to think about the follow-up work. If public opinion isn't controlled well, it won't be good if it causes an impact within the division. In the end, the light in Shinji Hirako's eyes dimmed bit by bit, like a burnt-out candle. He didn't say anything else, didn't even look at Aizen again, but simply straightened his body slowly and walked straight toward the conference room door. Captain Hirako. Aizen called out softly behind him, his tone filled with worry. Shinji Hirako didn't stop, as if he hadn't heard, and his figure disappeared outside the door. Aizen watched Shinji Hirako's departing back, a hint of apology appearing on his heavy and sorrowful face, and bowed slightly to Yoruichi and Captain Kyoraku. Captain Yoruichi, Captain Kyoraku, if there are no other instructions, I will take my leave. Go on, go on. Captain Hirako is just hot-headed, don't take it to heart. Yoruichi waved her hand, seemingly unconcerned about the subtle atmosphere. Captain Kyoraku Shunsui also nodded. Aizen bowed again and then left the conference room. Inside the conference room, Yoruichi stretched and looked at Captain Kyoraku. What do you think? Captain Kyoraku Shunsui lowered his hat again and smiled meaningfully. Who knows? After returning to Shino Academy from the 2nd Division, Wang Xuan finally felt that his life had returned to a familiar track. As the sun set, the students on the training ground gradually dispersed. Wang Xuan sat on the steps by the side of the field, watching Nanao sweat it out on the nearby Kido practice ground. The flames of her shakuho shattered the target, and Nanao let out a soft breath as she reached up to wipe her forehead. Wang Xuan clearly felt that since returning from the soul burial internship, Nanao had become even more diligent than before. Senior. A familiar voice came from behind him. Wang Xuan turned around to see Shiba Kyan strolling over. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, clearly indicating he had just finished training as well. Yo, Kyan. Wang Xuan shifted to the side, making room for him. How is it going? Did the soul burial internship go smoothly? So, it's come to an end for now. Wang Xuan brushed it off lightly. What about you? You've been training so hard lately. Kyan smiled, a complex look in his eyes. Compared to you, senior, I'm still far behind. It was your progress that inspired me. I feel like I should work harder, too, in hopes that I won't fall too far behind you. Hearing this, Wang Xuan thought Kyan was a man of character and patted his shoulder in encouragement. The harder you work, the more I progress. Wang Xuan highly approved of Kyan's diligence. By the way, how is Ganju Shiba doing? He should have connected with Uncle Ichiraku by now, right? Mentioning his younger brother, Kyan's expression immediately became one of amused frustration. Speaking of that, I have to thank you, senior. He's actually taking that delivery job you arranged for him quite seriously. Now, he takes his little gang out to run orders first thing every morning. They're doing quite well. Oh, that sounds like he's doing pretty well. Wang Xuan was a bit surprised. Yeah, that kid, Ganju Shiba, has never been so attentive to anything before. There was a sense of relief in Kyan's tone. Now that he has some real work to do, the house can finally be quiet, and Kukaku doesn't have to chase him around beating him up every day. Wang Xuan imagined the scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's good. The two chatted for a few more moments as the sky darkened, and Kyan stood up. I won't bother you anymore. If you're free this weekend, would you like to come over for dinner? This weekend? Wang Xuan thought for a moment. How about this? My treat on Saturday night. Let's call Ganju Shiba and Kukaku, and we'll go to Ichiraku to try their new yakitori. That works too. Kukaku will definitely be happy. It's a deal then, see you at Ichiraku on Saturday night. Kyan agreed with a smile. He nodded at Wang Xuan and left shortly after. Wang Xuan looked at Nanao, who was still training, picked up the water cup on the side, and walked over. You must be tired, take a break. Hearing this, Nanao did indeed feel quite exhausted. She stopped what she was doing, took the water Wang Xuan handed her, and took a couple of big gulps. Wang Xuan took the opportunity to absorb the fragments on the ground. Obtained Kido Insight times 12, Kido Express plus 60. Kido. LV3 Express. 2153 thousandths. The LV3 Kido looked out of place among his LV4 skills, making Wang Xuan click his tongue. It seems it's time to find Kyan and level up his Kido as well. The sun sank completely below the horizon, and the spirit particle lamps on the training ground lit up one by one. The Shino Academy students finished their day of training and left one after another, heading to the cafeteria for dinner, and the training ground emptied out for a moment. Nanao and Wang Xuan sat together on the steps to the side. A breeze blew by, carrying a hint of the evening's chill. Wang Xuan. Nanao suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. Nanao didn't look at Wang Xuan but stared quietly at the distant lights. Your strength, it's actually very high, isn't it? Wang Xuan remained silent for a few seconds. He knew this question would come sooner or later. Yes, he admitted candidly. I did hide my strength. But I wouldn't say it's very strong. At best, it's just the level of a seated officer. In this vast Seireitei, I don't even rank. Just a seated officer. Nanao didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Nanao bit her lip and whispered to herself. Over 4 years at Shino Academy, I've spent the most time with you. We attended classes together, trained, went to the library, but I just realized that there are still many things about you that I don't know. I also know that everyone has their own secrets and I shouldn't be curious about your affairs, but. She paused, her voice carrying a tremor she hadn't even realized. I just can't help but think about that person who always slacks off during training and only crams before exams, the person who would quietly hand me a cup of hot tea when I was engrossed in reading. Could all of this just be my own wishful thinking? Emotion turned into tears that fell from the corners of her eyes. Wang Xuan opened his mouth. Looking at Naneo like this, his heart felt touched. He slowly raised his hand, placed it on Naneo's head, and gently comforted her. Everything you know about me is real. Not liking training, being fond of slacking off, hating trouble, these are all true. He paused, his tone softening. It might sound a bit pretentious, but the daily life of being in the library with you is actually my happiest time at Shino Academy. It's just that regarding my strength, I need to be a bit cautious. Wang Xuan said softly. Naneo, you know what kind of place Seireitei is. If your talent is too high, you'll either be recruited by the nobility or targeted by people with ulterior motives. I just want to graduate safely, join an ordinary division, and live an ordinary life. When danger comes, I want to be able to handle it easily, just like during the soul burial internship. He looked up at the night sky, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I won't even mention Tsunayashiro Tokunada from before, you know about that. Now, because I revealed my strength, the captain of the 2nd Division has set her sights on me. She forced me to join the 2nd Division. I fought hard for it, but in the end, I was only allowed to finish this semester. While Wang Xuan was explaining, Naneo had quietly wiped away her tears and was listening silently. Finally, Wang Xuan sighed softly. I'm sorry, Naneo, it really wasn't my intention to hide it from you. For the time being, let's just continue to get along as we always have, okay? Just as Wang Xuan was speaking softly, Naneo gently rested her head against Wang Xuan's chest. Idiot, who asked you to apologize? Wang Xuan was stunned. He looked down and could only see Naneo's slightly reddening ears. For a moment, the air became quiet. The wind in the night sky seemed to grow much gentler. A moment later, Naneo moved her head away, rubbed her reddened eyes, her little face flushed. What are you smiling at? Seeing Wang Xuan's smiling face, Naneo suddenly felt a bit shy and annoyed, and nudged Wang Xuan's foot with her toe. Nothing. Wang Xuan brushed away the smile at the corner of his mouth. I just didn't expect the little bookworm to have a side like this. Who are you calling a bookworm? Naneo glared at him, then gave a soft huff and turned her head away. The two sat like that on the steps, quietly watching the night sky. Not long after, Naneo returned to her usual self, a flash of worry in her eyes. You said earlier that you were scouted by the captain of the 2nd Division and will join the 2nd Division after graduating this year, is that right? Yeah, Wang Xuan shrugged. Plans can't keep up with changes. But since it's already like this, I just have to keep moving forward. At least the outcome is good. The worry in Naneo's eyes did not diminish. She had heard of the reputation of the 2nd Division, it was not exactly a kind or gentle place. I imagine the missions carried out inside are very dangerous. You must be very careful when the time comes. Yeah, I know, I will be careful. Wang Xuan stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and reached out to Naneo. Let's go, it's time for dinner. Naneo's face flushed slightly, and she took Wang Xuan's hand and stood up. The two walked side by side. Just as always. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday evening, and a long queue had formed in front of the new Ichiraku ramen shop in West Rukongai. Strings of lanterns hung beneath the wooden sign, and within their warm yellow glow wafted the charred aroma of charcoal grilling and the sweet, savory scent of sauce, the distinct fragrance of the new yakitori dish. Before Wang Xuan even reached the entrance, he heard a few diners nearby excitedly discussing something. Have you seen it? Ever since this new Ichiraku ramen in West Rukongai launched their new yakitori dish, there's a huge line every single day. Don't I know it? I went to eat there last week, and the sauce was amazing. They even started some kind of delivery service recently, and the delivery guy actually rides a wild boar to make deliveries, it runs super fast. Riding a wild boar. Is that for real? Is he even human? Tisk. I saw it with my own eyes. A super sturdy wild boar with a spiky-haired kid sitting on top, running like the wind. Wang Xuan stood nearby and listened for a moment, finding it quite amusing. It seemed the delivery business he'd arranged for Ganju Shiba was thriving quite well. When Wang Xuan arrived, he saw Ganju Shiba standing at the shop entrance with a few lackeys beside him. They were wearing dark green clothes designed for easy movement, with Ichiraku Ramen printed on the back, and they were nimbly packing up takeout orders. The sturdy wild boar named Bonnie was lying nearby, snorting, with 2 rows of specially made insulated boxes secured to its sides. Ganju Shiba. Wang Xuan called out. Ganju Shiba looked up, saw Wang Xuan, and a smile instantly bloomed on his face. Oh. It's Big Brother Wang Xuan, you're here. He turned his head and shouted into the shop, Uncle, Big Brother Wang Xuan is here. The shop curtain was lifted, and Uncle Ichiraku poked his head out, beaming. Yo, young Master Wang Xuan, come on in. The 2 from the Shiba clan are already inside. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, Ganju Shiba, you should take a break soon and come eat with us. Alright, brother. Let me finish delivering these orders, and I'll be right there. The new shop's decor was much more refined than the old one. The tables and chairs were made of natural wood, and ukiyo-e style menu paintings hung on the walls. The shop was already full of customers, and almost every table had ordered the yakitori. Beside the long table at the very back, Shiba Kyan was waving at him. Kukaku was sitting next to Kyan. When she saw Wang Xuan come in, her eyes immediately lit up. Wang Xuan walked over and sat opposite Kyan. Seeing this, Kukaku raised an eyebrow. Her gaze darted back and forth between Wang Xuan and Kyan, and then she patted Kyan on the shoulder. Brother, let's swap seats. Kyan was a bit too lazy to move and clicked his tongue. Swap for what? Why don't you just sit opposite him? Kukaku scratched her head, her smile a bit shy. That's not impossible, but I don't want to sit opposite Ganju Shiba. It'll make me so disgusted I won't be able to eat. Kyan rubbed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. That's your own brother. It's precisely because he's my brother that he's annoying. Swap with me, big brother tilde. Sigh, fine, come on. Hee. Kyan couldn't win against Kukaku, and in the end, he stood up under her giggling expression. Kukaku sat opposite Wang Xuan, her eyes shining with joy as she looked at him. She was aware that Wang Xuan and Kyan had been training in private a while ago. But unfortunately, the 2 didn't pass directly by the Shiba clan estate, so Kukaku hadn't spoken to Wang Xuan for a long time. Now that she finally saw Wang Xuan again, Kukaku felt her heart beating a little faster. Long time no see, Wang Xuan. Yeah, long time no see, Kukaku. Looking at Kukaku's vibrant face, Wang Xuan felt his own heart lighten considerably. This shop is doing really well, Kyan remarked, pouring barley tea for Wang Xuan and Kukaku. Ganju Shiba says it's almost full as soon as the night shift starts. It's thanks to the yakitori, Wang Xuan smiled. After I proposed the idea for this dish, Uncle Ichiraku spent several months researching and finalizing the sauce recipe. Hearing this, a flash of admiration crossed Kyan's eyes. That's truly impressive, senior. I heard that Ichiraku started out as a very small storefront. I never expected it to grow this big. It certainly wasn't easy, but your family's fireworks business is also doing very well. When the next anniversary celebration comes around, I'll come to you to commission a batch of fireworks. Just say the word, senior. I've handed everything in that department over to Kukaku now. I'll let you see her craftsmanship when the time comes. As they were speaking, Ganju Shiba came over carrying a large tray piled high with various freshly grilled skewers. The charred aroma from the charcoal grilling mixed with the sweet and salty scent of the sauce rushed toward them. Come, try some. Ganju Shiba set the tray down and then, as if by magic, pulled several small jars from the pockets at his waist. This is chili powder, this is shichimi togarashi, and this is sancho salt, all specially blended by me. Kayan looked at his brother in surprise. You can do this too. Ganju Shiba scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I learned it in the kitchen. Uncle Ichiraku says I have a talent for cooking. Kayan was quite surprised to see his brother like this. A month ago, Ganju Shiba was still just a wild kid who only knew how to ride a pig and run around like crazy all day. Now, not only did he have a stable job, but he had also matured quite a bit. Not bad, Ganju Shiba, Kayan patted him on the shoulder. But don't get arrogant, keep working hard. Senior Wang Xuan gave you this opportunity, so you mustn't let him down. I know, Ganju Shiba nodded vigorously. Every morning, I wake up early to plan delivery routes with Bonnie. When I'm not busy, I help out in the shop, and sometimes I even study in the kitchen. Uncle Ichiraku says that when he opens another new shop, he might discuss it with big brother Wang Xuan and let me be the shop manager. Seeing Ganju Shiba's animated description, Kayan was truly a bit startled by what he heard. He wanted to say something, but suddenly didn't know how to begin. In the end, Kayan smiled with gratification. Be busy if you must, but don't overwork yourself. I'm not tired, it's really interesting. Ganju Shiba lowered his voice and leaned into his brother's ear. Brother, I'll be getting paid a good amount this month. I plan to buy my sister a new headband and get you a nice set of clothes. I'll save the rest for when we need it in the future. Kayan was stunned. He looked at his brother's profile, which had lost its childishness, and suddenly realized that the little brother who used to love causing trouble and needed him to worry constantly had already grown up. Oh, if we don't eat the meat now, it'll get cold. Ganju Shiba had already turned his head and grabbed 2 skewers of yakitori, stuffing them into Kayan's hands. Eat up, brother. I saw how exhausted you were a while ago, so eat plenty today and build your strength back up. Kayan took the steaming skewers and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the sweetness of the sauce perfectly highlighting the deliciousness of the chicken, and the aroma of the charcoal fire melting in his mouth. This deliciousness turned into a feeling of complete happiness, melting in his heart. Delicious, he said sincerely. Kayan ate a couple of bites, then suddenly remembered his sister and Wang Xuan on the side. He turned his head to look and discovered that the two of them had huddled together at some point, staring at him and Ganju Shiba, whispering about something. Look, Wang Xuan, my brother is acting so emotional today. Indeed, indeed. You have to admit, Kayan really does look like an old father. Exactly, exactly. Big brother raised Ganju Shiba all by himself, he must be feeling so gratified right now. It hasn't been easy for Kayan, he's finally made it through. Watching the two of them gossiping about him behind his back, Kayan felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. His fist tightened. If it were any other time, Kukaku would definitely have gotten a knock on the head. But today, forget it, he was happy today. Thinking of this, he raised his glass high, a bright, sun-like smile appearing on his face. The surroundings were filled with laughter and cheers, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. Come on, cheers. When the group walked out of the shop, the night was already deep. The streets of Rukongai were sparsely populated, with only a few shops still lit. Then we'll head back first, Kayan said, waving goodbye. Today was very enjoyable. You should head back early too, senior. Let's meet again next time. Alright. The group waved goodbye. After watching the Shiba siblings leave, Wang Xuan also prepared to return to Shino Academy. After walking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. He saw a cat crouching on the wall of a nearby courtyard. It was pitch black all over, with only its eyes glowing with a golden light under the moonlight, staring quietly at Wang Xuan. Its posture was elegant and composed, it didn't look like a stray cat, but rather like it was patrolling its territory. Wang Xuan paused for a moment. Then, he reached out his hand toward the cat. Psst, 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 kitty. The cat watched his movements quietly without any reaction. Wang Xuan clicked his tongue. No way. He thought about it, turned around, and headed back to the new Ichiraku shop. He asked the kitchen for a few skewers of freshly grilled yakitori, wrapped them in an oil paper bag, and walked back. The black cat was indeed still there. Seeing him return, it flicked its tail gently. Wang Xuan walked to the foot of the wall and held up the yakitori skewers in his hand. Do you want to eat? The black cat tilted its head, seemingly sizing him up. A few seconds later, it leapt lightly off the wall, then jumped onto a stone platform nearby, watching Wang Xuan quietly. Wang Xuan understood and placed the yakitori on the oil paper on the clean stone platform. Only then did the black cat step forward, lower its head to sniff, and then open its mouth to take a bite of chicken. It ate very slowly and elegantly, chewing every bite carefully. Its golden eyes narrowed, revealing a nearly human-like sense of satisfaction. After the black cat finished the whole skewer of yakitori, it licked its paws and then looked up at Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan crouched down and tentatively reached out his hand, wanting to pet its head. The black cat, however, nimbly stepped back, avoiding his hand. It took one last look at Wang Xuan. There seemed to be some profound meaning in that gaze, it looked both like scrutiny and approval. Then, it agilely picked up the oil paper bag still containing the remaining skewers, turned around, leapt onto the wall in a few steps, and disappeared into the night. Wang Xuan stood where he was, looking at the empty wall, a strange feeling rising in his heart. That cat was definitely not an ordinary cat. It couldn't really be her, could it? Well, it doesn't matter. Wang Xuan yawned, stopped thinking about it, and turned to leave. On a flat rooftop in the distance, a black shadow flashed by, fast as an illusion. The next moment, an athletic figure appeared on it, holding a skewer of yakitori, eating with great relish. The taste is not bad. Yoruichi Shihoin licked the sauce from the corner of her mouth, her golden eyes shining brightly under the moonlight. This kid is quite sensible. Beside her, Sui Feng was crouching there, holding Yoruichi's clothes, her face full of bitterness. Lady Yoruichi, acting like this, is beneath your dignity. What does it matter? Sui Feng, you care too much about worldly perceptions, be careful, or you'll become pedantic. Pedantic. Me. Sui Feng was dumbfounded. Yoruichi smiled and put on the clothes handed to her by Sui Feng. Alright, it's rare to be out for a stroll, I didn't expect to see this kid. Sui Feng was silent for a moment. Looking at Yoruichi's casual expression, she didn't think this was a purely coincidental encounter. Sui Feng spoke softly. What do you think of him? Yoruichi's smile remained, but her eyes became profound. He hides very deeply. Despite possessing the strength of a seated officer, he has been able to patiently pretend to be an ordinary student at Shino Academy for several years. His temperament, endurance, and acting skills are all top-notch. Then why recruit him under your command? The young Sui Feng appeared somewhat puzzled. Isn't a person like this even more dangerous? Sui Feng, only an unseen blade is the most frightening. At least now, I know where the blade is kept, and I know how sharp it is. It is precisely because he is dangerous that he must be kept under our noses. Besides, don't you think he is a perfect match for our stealth force? Yoruichi patted Sui Feng's shoulder. Moreover, we have yet to discover the reason why Hasegawa sought him out. You remember the testimony, right? Hasegawa left him behind alone. Do you think this is just a coincidence? Sui Feng's eyes sharpened. Although she couldn't fathom Lady Yoruichi's deeper meaning, it didn't prevent her from seeing the complex threads of this matter. Yoruichi flipped off the rooftop, her movements as light as a cat. She glanced in the direction of Shino Academy, then looked toward the direction where the Shiba siblings had left, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Alright, I'm going to visit some old friends in a while, you should head back first. Understood, Lady Yoruichi, but, please do not turn into a cat again. You should get going. Yes. Sui Feng turned and left. After walking a short distance, she secretly looked back. Yoruichi stood where she was, motionless, quietly gazing at her back. Sui Feng was startled and didn't dare to look back again, heading straight away. Seeing that Sui Feng had gone far away, Yoruichi's mouth curved slightly, her form shifted, and she transformed back into the form of a black cat. After hiding her clothes in the bushes nearby, she trotted lightly into the distance. Yoruichi traveled through the West Rukongai in the night until she saw the Shiba clan's iconic giant stone-carved arms, casting silent shadows under the moonlight. Deep within the residence, Shiba Kyan and Kukaku, who had just returned not long ago, were drinking tea and chatting in the hall, reminiscing about tonight's gathering. Ganju Shiba had already returned to his room to rest because he was exhausted from delivering food during the day. Suddenly, Koganehiko and Shiroganehiko, who were guarding the hall, raised their heads almost simultaneously, their gazes looking sharply toward the staircase leading to the ground level. As loyal servants of a former great noble family, their perception of Ryutsu was far keener than that of ordinary souls in Rukongai. There is a guest, Koganehiko said in a low voice, his tone steady. The movements are very light. Should we go check? Shiroganehiko replied. The two brothers looked at each other, stood up silently, and their bodies were already in a state of alert. They climbed the stairs and gently pulled open the heavy door. The moonlight poured onto the open ground in front of the door like liquid silver. And outside the door, an elegant black figure was sitting quietly, its golden eyes shining brightly in the darkness. Although it was looking up at the two, its expression carried a sense of looking down from above. Koganehiko and Shiroganehiko were stunned for a moment, then realization and respect appeared on their faces, and they immediately bowed slightly. So it is Lady Yoruichi. Koganehiko lowered his voice, his tone respectful. It has been a long time. Please forgive us for not coming to welcome you. The clan head and the second in command are inside, please come in. Yoruichi, in the form of a black cat, nodded gently as a response. She stepped down the stairs lightly, landing without a sound, and followed behind Koganehiko and Shiroganehiko at a leisurely pace, entering this peculiar residence built underground. Lord Kyan, Lady Kukaku, Lady Yoruichi Shihoin has arrived. Koganehiko announced in a loud voice. Kyan and Kukaku were both stunned upon hearing this. It was only when Yoruichi's figure appeared at the entrance of the hall that the two of them reacted. Yoruichi! Kukaku exclaimed in surprise, and the hand Kyan was holding the teacup with also paused slightly. Yo! Long time no see, Kyan, Kukaku. Kyan straightened his back slightly, returning the greeting with a calm expression. Long time no see, Yoruichi. He glanced at Yoruichi's current form, a hint of nostalgia appearing in his eyes. Why did you come so late? I was passing by and smelled a familiar scent of fireworks, so I thought I'd drop by to see you two little ones. What, not welcome? How could that be? Kukaku's voice revealed a hint of happiness. Koganehiko, go get some snacks. Shiroganehiko, serve tea. Yoruichi sat down naturally on the cushion to the side, her posture free and easy. Her gaze swept over the somewhat simple yet lively hall, finally landing on Kyan. I heard you entered the Shino Academy and made quite a stir, level 6 Ryutsu. Shiroganehiko respectfully placed the tea in front of Yoruichi. Yoruichi looked at the freshly served hot tea, blew on it, and gave it a few light licks. So, the current head of the Shiba clan intends to go through the Shino Academy and follow Captain Commander Yamamoto's path to return to the Seireitei. The expression on Kyan's face grew more serious, followed by a resolute and bright look in his eyes. Yes, so what? Yoruichi took a light sip of tea, not immediately expressing her stance. Wanting to return to the Seireitei, that path is not easy to walk, Kyan. Yoruichi's voice was calm, carrying the clarity of someone who had been through it all. The infighting and dirty tricks among the nobles are more complex than you think, and being forgotten or ostracized happens particularly quickly. The Shiba clan has been gone for too long. If you want to return, the resistance you face will be immense. It might even, not necessarily be a good thing. Are you prepared? Kyan clenched his fists silently, his voice low but powerful. The Shiba clan was once one of the families standing at the pinnacle of the Seireitei, yet now we can only use secret arts that serve the Soul King to run a fireworks business here in the Rukongai. I am not resigned to this. I know the reasons for the family's decline are complex, the joint suppression by several great noble families, the mismanagement by the elders, but I do not believe the Shiba clan's bloodline and dignity will be extinguished just like that. He looked at Yoruichi, his gaze burning. I want to become stronger, strong enough to gain a firm foothold in the Gote 13 and take back the respect and status that should belong to the Shiba clan. I will also find a way to persuade my uncle to come back. His abilities should not be buried here in the Soul Society. Kukaku listened quietly from the side, watching the fighting spirit in her older brother's eyes, a spirit that was rarely shown and now seemed almost ready to burn. She pursed her lips, not interrupting, but her eyes were equally resolute. Kyan took a deep breath. I know the road ahead is difficult, but I must try. I am the head of the Shiba clan. This is my responsibility and my choice. Yoruichi looked at the unwavering determination in Kyan's eyes. After a long while, a smile appeared on her face again. That smile carried appreciation and a hint of imperceptible emotion. Good. Since you have decided, then go ahead and do it. I, Yoruichi, sincerely wish you success. If you need help, as long as it is within my power and does not violate my principles, you can come to me. Thank you. After this topic passed, the group chatted about the past in the Seireitei when they were children, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Yoruichi seemed to suddenly remember something and asked casually. By the way, a while ago, a big fire broke out in the area near the forest in West District 2. One of my seated officers mentioned to me that the residual ryutsu was a bit strange. Kukaku, you should be well informed in the Rukongai. Have you been there recently? Did you notice anything unusual? Kukaku didn't expect Yoruichi to suddenly ask about this. She blinked, then recalled the matter. Ah, you mean that place. I actually did go there a while ago. Oh. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow, feigning interest. Did you go alone? Did you discover anything? No, I went with Wang Xuan and an uncle, but when we went, the fire hadn't started yet. Kukaku answered naturally. When Yoruichi heard this name, her golden pupils constricted slightly for a moment. This Wang Xuan you mentioned is. Oh, he's a senior of Big Brothers at the Shino Academy. He was very interested in some wild fruit brought by an uncle selling fruit, so we followed him to see where the fruit grew. Fruit. Yeah, a small, dark purple fruit. It tasted pretty good, about this big. Kukaku gestured with her hand. But we've already finished them, it was quite a long time ago. Yoruichi's figure paused imperceptibly. She had an impression of this fruit, it seemed like a long time ago. Kazuki Urahara, a third seat in her squad, had sent her some. Kukaku continued to recall. But when we got there, we didn't find anything special, just looked at those few trees. But Wang Xuan felt something was off and urged us to leave quickly. Later, he said something about feeling it wasn't safe, like there were other people around. Yoruichi lowered her head to drink tea. At this moment, her assessment of invigilance toward Wang Xuan quietly rose a notch. Is that so? It seems that student Wang Xuan has quite sharp perception. Uh-huh. And then that big fire happened. Wait, you don't think I did it, do you? Kukaku's eyes gradually widened. Upon hearing this, Yoruichi's gaze became sharp. Was it you? Kukaku waved her hands. Not this time. Oh, then it's fine. Kukaku began looking around, while Yoruichi lowered her head in thought, feeling like something was not quite right, and a strange silence fell between the two. Yoruichi remembered what Kazuki Urahara had told her. Kazuki Urahara had been uncharacteristically concerned about the matter after hearing about the fire in that area. He seemed to have specifically visited the surrounding area and learned from a household that an uncle had once brought a man and a woman there. The girl was somewhat famous in the Rukongai. It was Shiba Kukaku, who made fireworks, and there was also a student from the Shino Academy. Yoruichi truly hadn't expected that person to be Wang Xuan. She nonchalantly ended the topic of the valley and chatted with the Shiba siblings about their recent situations. A moment later, Yoruichi stood up, preparing to take her leave. Alright, it's getting late, I should go. Yoruichi stretched out her front paws, her fur beautiful, and her graceful body curves were fully visible. Seeing that you two siblings are in good spirits, I am relieved. Kyan, work hard. And Kukaku, don't just spend all day researching fireworks and beating up Ganju Shiba. As a girl, pay more attention to your image. Haha, mind your own business. By the way, where is Ganju Shiba? Why haven't I seen him? He was sleepy and went to bed early. Do you want me to call him? Hey, Gon. Watching Kukaku, who was about to shout the name of Ganju Shiba, Yoruichi waved her paw hastily. Forget it, no need. It'll be the same when we meet next time. Tilde alright. Kukaku's expression looked a bit disappointed, though Yoruichi didn't know what she was disappointed about. After seeing Yoruichi to the door, she waved her paw, and Yoruichi walked out of the Shiba clan's gate. Under the moonlight, she turned back one last time to look at Kayan and Kukaku seeing her off at the door. Then, with a few light leaps, she completely blended into the deep night of the Rukongai. After moving some distance away from the Shiba clan, she stopped on a quiet rooftop. She sat on the roof ridge, looking toward the Seireitei, her golden cat eyes flashing with the light of contemplation in the darkness. That guy Kazuki Urahara seems to be tinkering with his strange inventions and devices again lately. Yoruichi licked her paw, having already made a decision in her heart. Perhaps he would be interested in this Wang Xuan. Why not let him try to make contact? Who knows, he might be able to dig something up. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.